rate. If we went over 5 years, it would be 8 cents. If we went over 4 years, it would be 10 cents. Over 3 years, it would be 13 cents per year. And then over 2 years, it would be 19 cents per year.
What's the total dollar amount we're talking about? 400,000?
Almost, yeah, basically. I mean, that budget for the 6-month period has not been set yet.
But
So-
they're
No,
not
I understand,
penalizing
but
us
it'll
for
be
the
around
payment
those.
plan as
Right.
far as we know.
And there's
Right.
the issue is, if we go to the 5-year plan, there's no interest, there's no additional
That's
fees
the
on
answer
there.
then.
So I
That's
mean,
all.
so the logic would say, why would you
Yes.
pay it all up front when you can spread it out over 5 years?
Exactly.
When does this decision need to be made?
It says November. They
But
want to
when
know
do
by,
When do we need to make the decision here?
I don't know.
I'd make it
Does
now
it
so
need
we
to be
have
a
it.
town meeting decision?
No,
If it's
No.
part of the
No.
budget?
no, because it's then gonna get integrated into the budget. What you'll have going forward is you'll have the county budget plus a supplemental.
Okay.
So you'll have a total amount that you're approving for the county tax, but it'll consist of 2 elements. Because you have the current, you'll have that existing year's budget plus that,
So if it's just a select, I mean, you could make it tonight and just be done with it.
yeah.
And then I'll email them
I think
tomorrow.
if staff had a recommendation, I think we would say no interest 5 years.
Absolutely.
I would agree with that, but I would like to postpone this decision for 30 days.
Okay.
Why?
It'll become apparent.
Okay, so your motion is to table the.
I would like to table this for 30 days, right, but I agree with the 5-year plan.
I second that motion. To table for 5.
Is there, all those in favor of tabling? Opposed? The motion is, the article is tabled until next meeting.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
It may be slightly more than 30 days,
Whatever the next
the next meeting.
table to the next meeting. Thank you.
All right. Next item is RSU 14 Withdrawal Committee update, which is, the update at this point is there is a meeting scheduled for later this week between our negotiating team and their negotiating team to hammer out the final few minor items in the separation agreement. We then will, once we have that, then we'll bring the committee back together and start hammering through and getting the rest things set up so that we can start getting ready for public meetings and things like that on costs and things like that, and Marshall's group is working on getting a budget pulled together. And when's your technology meeting? Has that been set yet?
I'm not sure what you
The
are
what?
asking. The 2 technology directors have met.
They have, okay.
Yes,
So they did get together. Okay,
yes.
good. 'Cause that was kind of a holdup, is that you weren't able to get them together.
The skies are sunny and the airplane is lifted off.
Ah, excellent. So once the negotiating teams come back, then we'll schedule the next meeting, and that will be publicized. I haven't seen any new updates from the survey that's on the web, but that still is out there for anyone that has not participated in that, to go in and put in your comments. And on that survey, there's a link right off the town website under the RSU 14 Withdrawal Committee button. Public comment. Selectman comment.
We have another month. I would like to have some names for the Spirit of America Award. If anybody has any, they can funnel them through Sue, if she wouldn't mind receiving those. I would like to close that out by the end of March. There are 2 possibilities at this point.
When are the scholarship applications due in?
April 30th.
April 30th, so we won't see that'll be a May
Yes.
meeting, okay. Other comments? Town manager report.
Okay, confirming dates for upcoming regular meetings, March 10th and April 21st. And that's also the date to review the town meeting warrant. Good with those?
Yes?
So reminder of upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, February 17th, President's Day. Reminder of upcoming election schedule, February 27th. Deadline to request absentee ballots, March 3rd. Presidential primary and special referendum election. Reminder of upcoming budget schedule, February 25th. Town manager submits budget to select board, March 3rd. First budget review session, March 17th. Second budget review session.
On that February 25th, that submitting the budget to the select board as well as the budget committee?
Oh, yes,
Oh, yes.
yes. And budget committee.
What is your deadline for gathering information?
Oh, the deadline for gathering information is probably open, I would say open and flexible, but it's passed, but we're open and flexible. If there's something that needs to happen, it can still happen, but
Okay.
it's passed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
But this happens every year too, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
One piece on the election that I left out is our local election, and nomination papers will be available March 3rd.
March 3rd. Okay. And when do they have to be in?
That's a very good question.
That'll
Off
be
the top,
45
I don't
days after
have
that.
it. 45 days
Yeah.
later, yes.
April
For
3rd.
what
April
election?
9th.
For the municipal officers.
Local elections.
Local officers,
Yes,
the select board, budget, finance,
Yeah.
and school board.
and school board.
I reminded him to run these up for election.
Okay. Treasurer's warrant. Sam?
Wake them up.
You have to,
Oh, he just
You
jumped.
have to move it first.
Here you go. Move it?
Yeah, no. Move it in the amount of, no. You're making a motion to accept the treasurer's warrant
Oh,
at
that's-
$116,569.09.
That was,
That's what I just
that was
heard you say,
Sam's
right?
voice.
Yeah, I just said that.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Pass it down to a veteran. if
You're
they
gonna
want.
sit in the upper chair, Sam, you gotta do this responsibility
No,
stuff.
no, no, no.
That's right.
I know I heard you say that.
I'm gonna be Nancy Pelosi.
I'm gonna be Trump.
That's signed.
Yeah,
Next,
nothing's gonna get done down at this.
next item is a motion to go into executive session. You can make that, Marshall.
I don't have the,
Motion to go into executive session pursuant to MRSA Section 4056A, consideration of personnel issue.
Second, thank you.
All those in favor? Okay. We are in executive session, so we'll ask. Okay, can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, results of executive session is we were asking Marcia to continue working on the budget as he is doing. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, February 12th, 2020 Planning Board meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call.
Mike D'Arcangelo,
Ed Kranich.
Greg Foster,
Robert O'Neill,
Bruce Sanford,
Kyle Bancroft.
Kevin Woodbury.
and for today's application, Will Haskell will be working as our town planner. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda, and we will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of minutes from the November and January meetings, and then a public hearing for the Port Harbor Holdings applications, and then some ordinance workshops. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeal rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file such an appeal, you must be certain that the board's records evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis of your opposition.
And if I may step in, the reason we ask you to go to the microphone is that this is being broadcast and recorded. And that's the only way it ends up on the recording or getting broadcast. It has nothing to do with hearing in here. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. All right, first order of business is the minutes for the November 19th meeting.
Move to accept as printed.
Second.
Before we vote, Mary, were we, and I guess this better, or Scott, were we supposed to put a blurb in here that we're using the video as our official?
Yeah, we usually, well, I did.
Did I not put it on that one?
I didn't see it. Did I miss it?
No, it may be that I did not put it on that one. I will fix that.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor? Yeah, opposed? No one? Next, the January 20 minutes.
Move to approve the minutes as submitted.
For a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? And opposed? No one's opposed. Kevin, you? That's the
The one I was absent.
Oh, gotcha. So you're one abstention. Okay. Just give me a second. So I'm assuming everybody's here for the public hearing. You're not just here, just kind of, yeah, that's what I thought. So our normal board procedure is Will Haskell will introduce the project as to where it stands right now. Then we'll follow that with the applicant, who will then present their side of what is being proposed. The board will ask some general, probably just very general questions to start with, and then we'll open up the public hearing. And then, as Mary said, we would ask that you just proceed to the podium, to state your name and address and your affiliation, and then if you could keep your comments, relatively short but to the point, I would appreciate it. And I think that's it. I missed anything? No? All right, so I think the first order of business we need is it was a sketch plan review from last meeting, so we need a motion deeming the application complete.
So moved.
Second.
Second, all those in favor? Okay. To you, Will.
Okay, thank you. So the application that's before us is the expansion, dock expansion for Jordan Bay Marina. So we received an application There's been some back and forth with the fire department, and then I submitted a technical review memo, and I think there was a recent submission either yesterday or today that was forwarded to the board, but I don't imagine everybody's had a chance to
They
review.
have not. We have not.
I've not distributed it yet.
Okay.
What is your name?
Will Haskell.
Thank you, Will. Thank you.
So I guess just to go down and summarize the project, I think with the original application and some of the new information that was submitted, there was a little bit of confusion in terms of the number of new slips and things like that. I think I'll try and summarize what the latest submission says relative to the number of
fine.
slips, because I think the original application was a little bit off there. So, so there's 59 new boats, 59 new boat slips, and 77 existing slips. Wait a minute.
That's
I'm getting myself confused now. So, I thought I had printed off the new version.
In fact, you had.
So, yeah, originally they had submitted, it was 126 total slips, but I believe that's been changed to 116 at this point.
What?
Total
Total
slips after the new slips have been added. So these are down off the end of the point. If you're familiar with the site and have driven down into the site, we've got existing boat slips that run down along the access drive there, and then the new slips will be built off the end. There'll be some piles driven for the floats, and then there'll be finger slips built off each side of the docks to provide the new boat slips. Really, I mean, it's all about what's happening in the water. I mean, there's really not a lot of earthwork or anything that's happening on site, on the ground. So they're delineating some parking spaces going down the access drive, and I think that's one of the questions that needs to be considered by the board is. The town ordinance doesn't provide a parking generation rate for marinas. So the applicant and their engineer have submitted some documentation in terms of other kind of published information out there on parking generation rates for marina use. That was one of our questions in our technical review memo, is kind of documenting that number. So I think they've settled on a number of 0.6 spaces per wet slip and 0.2 spaces per dry slip. There's a number of what we call valet spaces here that the boats are stored in a building, and then they're pulled out and launched when the user comes in.
And those are the 10 slips?
Nope, there's more than 10 there. Again, this is a number that I think there was some confusion on in the original.
It says 80 on your.
There were a couple different numbers on the original application. It may be best to have
Okay.
them summarize what the total number of dry slips is, so I don't misstate it. So I think that's one question that needs to be resolved is what is the applicable parking generation rate? There really isn't any. We typically go to what's called the Institution of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual for this type of a thing. They do provide some numbers for marina use, but there's like one study that they have pulled those numbers from, so it doesn't have a whole lot of backup behind it.
Okay.
In the most recent submission that the applicant has made, they've provided a number of resources that they've pulled from the internet and other sources that kind of document or provide their justification for the 0.6 for the wet slip and the 0.2 for the dry slip. Okay. So I think So the parking generation was kind of the key item that we focused in on, especially given that there really isn't any earthwork on the dry land portion of this. So there really isn't any change to stormwater or anything like that. I think another item that came up with Scott's review of prior applications and prior projects here at this site revolved around the septic capacity, and I think,
Yeah,
I don't know if you wanna-
we had talked about having it may be a condition of approval that they have contact the site evaluator to make sure that it matches, that they're compliant with this expansion. It's kind of, there's a little bit of several different permits in there for different things over the years, and it's really hard to decipher exactly what is in the ground there. There was one system back in '86 and possibly a couple holding tanks. And just want to make sure that where they're going to expand, that they become compliant with the subsurface wastewater rules for regarding a marina.
Okay. Are there specific numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there was some back and forth with the fire department in terms of providing adequate fire access down to the end of the driveway, and some discussion back and forth about the fire suppression systems out on the docks, which I don't know if you want to mention anything about that. but-
Yes, from my most recent memo of January 14th, those issues have all been addressed, other than the technical details for approval. For example, the technical details of the standpipe system and the dry hydrant. But the concepts, as far as meeting the fire protection requirements, they have done.
Okay, okay, good.
See here. Did make a comment about ADA accessible parking spaces, which I believe they've addressed in the in the most recent submission, which you haven't reviewed yet, but I think that's been accommodated. Again, the technical memo kind of goes down through the various site plan review standards, the shoreline zone standards. And again, given that there really isn't any earthwork on the site.
So there's nothing really applicable,
It's
right?
really kind of all about the parking as
Yep.
far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
So.
All right.
That's really all I had to say about it at this point.
Okay, thanks, Will. Is the applicant?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Rob McSorley with Sebago Technics here. We're representing Port Harbor Marine, who is doing the expansion at or proposing their expansion at the Jordan Bay Marina here in town. We were before you with a sketch plan. The plan that you see is remarkably the same as that, with more detail. We have had the benefit of going and working through a lot of the comments already. They were pretty straightforward. We had some clarification and stuff relative to fire, but I think we got all those worked out. Relative to the project, they are proposing an additional 49 slips, 49 net slips. They have 67 wet slips right now that are for lease and use. There are 10 slips that are there just for the valet service. They're not used for any boats to be parked at. Only when people come and want to take them out, those are used. So with the 67 leased or used slips, 10 of those will be taken away as part of the expansion at the end. We'll be adding 59, which means a net more of 49. So we'll have 116 that will be leased or used, and then we have the other 10 slips, which are the valet slips. So sorry for the confusion on that and whatnot. Relative to the number of dry slips, there is a building there that, there's a note on there that indicates that there are 80 dry slips there. In the calculation, we used 100 dry slips. The reason is, in the main building up front, there is some capability for storage under that. So we took into account the potential for additional storage in the front building. That's why you see 80 labeled on the plan for the one boat storage building, but the calculation is based on 100. So we wanted to be as accurate as we could. As Will had mentioned, IT manual, parking generation manual, has one study for this, not all that conclusive. So what we did is we did some research, and there's not a lot out there. The biggest one in publication in the United States is California, and a lot of other states refer back to that. There's some other foreign ones also. We mentioned in our notes back that the Australian standards, which pretty much mirror what the standards from California and which are being used within the United States, and that's 0.6 per wet slip, 0.2 to 0.4 on a dry slip. They have a half a space for marina employee. What we did relative to that, we used the higher end for the wet slip. Based upon our experience with this facility and other facilities that Port Harbor Marine manages, the 0.2 to 0.4, we used the lower end. We used the 0.2. We'll be totally honest with you, because that's what's more applicative of what occurs here. Relative to the number of employees, we didn't use the rate that we found online. We used the town rate, which was a little higher, which was 1.2. That all being said, with that calculation done out, I think we have about 10 extra spaces as it is laid out right now. But one of the things we did is, when we looked at spaces, we didn't consider 9-foot spaces. Because it's gravel, we considered 10-foot spaces, because nobody's going to be parking between lines and whatnot. So we were trying to be a little bit more conservative in that nature and whatnot. We have addressed the ADA standards. We do have 2 or 3 ramps where we have access over to the one dock, which we have fire access there. Seems an excellent position to put handicap spaces on either side of that fire access, and that works as their set down area that's in a handicap ramp. Relative to other permitting, we are in the process with MDEP. We got one set of comments from them that were pretty minor. We've responded to those. They, of course, send out our documents to several other agencies, and we have been answering minor questions from IF&W and the Maine Department of Agricultural Conservation and Forestry. They are the ones who are responsible for submerged land leases. We actually contacted them up front of this project to find out what the requirements would be. This does not require a submerged land lease because of the depth of the furthest dock doesn't exceed 10.5 feet from the control elevation. There's an elevation that they set based upon the natural elevation of Sebago Lake is where the submerged land lease starts from, and we don't meet that. We also we confirmed that on the phone just 2 weeks ago, because they wanted to call back and make sure that was the case, and so we talked to them, and so they have reviewed the plan on this. Also, as part of the submissions, we have gone to the Maine Historical Preservation Commission and IFW, and there have been no concerns from both of those agencies relative to the project. We believe MDEP's in the final process of getting their permit together, and we expect them to issue relatively shortly. Relative to the septic system, Scott and I talked about it on the phone this morning. He had alerted us to that, and we've done a little digging on our own, trying to understand what is there and what was permitted and whatnot. Not all the records are available on that. What we believe, based upon the letter that Scott had mentioned to me this morning, that there was a restriction for 19 slips, and we believe those were based on slips that would be overnight slips. Hence, the installation of a shower and bathroom facility there. This marina doesn't act as that type of marina. It's a day marina. There is no boats that have been staying with people who stay overnight. In fact, we don't have a very high usage and flow, we believe, going to the septic system right now. And we're trying to quantify that based upon looking at Portland Water District records, separating those water out and whatnot. We know that we've only pumped the two 1,000 gallon septic tanks once in 4 years. So we know there's not getting a lot of use. What we propose is that going forward, there would be a condition of approval, and we work with the CEO to monitor and understand what flows are going to that and make the appropriate modifications if there's a deficiency in the system. So with that, we have found everything to pretty straightforward. What I'd like to do is go up there and just turn that map around, because it really concentrates on the main plan, if I could. You probably see better there that the existing dock kind of wraps around the point, and there are fingers that go off from that dock. Those fingers that extend outward towards the lake will be taken off, and then we're proposing the two main dock extensions with the berths or slips off from that. I've kind of highlighted there the extension of the property lines for the property. That kind of defines what's the Division of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry look at when they look at the submerged land lease. They're looking at what your littoral area is in front of your project, and then from that, those sidelines that you create, you need to be at least 25 feet in from that with any structure. So you can see we've put a dashed line in from those sidelines to indicate where that 25-foot setback is. We're about 30 to 35 feet off that sideline that the Division of Agricultural, Conservation, and Forestry define as part of the submerged land lease rules. And of course, they would be applicable to our neighbors to the north and to the south. Any structure they put, they would have to be at least 25 feet away also. So with that, I will be more than happy to answer any questions. I think Will did a very good job, and I think we move
Okay.
forward.
Since you're standing, Rob, we have to keep it this way because the camera shines and it's being recorded, but I think, would you mind just spinning that at least for a little bit so the audience could, they have no way, they can't see it. I see the map in the back.
Do you want me to turn?
Yeah, would you please? And then I know it's going to go up the air, but at least everyone get a better, yeah. Well, yeah, let's unblock.
It's okay.
Sorry. You're allowed to head out.
Thank you, Rob. Are there any specific questions?
I got a quick question.
Go ahead, Tom.
On the dry dock or the dry slips that you're talking about, you'd assigned a lower generation rate to those, and I'd like to know why, because it seems that that would generate more traffic, where people are coming in, they're dropping the boat, and then you can have you know, I don't know what the marina does for business in there, but I can assume that that one slip could have, you know, 5, 6, 8, 10 boats a day dropped in there. And those 10 slips, you know, multiply that, seems like there should be a higher generation rate for that, because it's not just one boat occupying those 10 spots.
We looked at the whole scope of what the parking needed to be. Of course, the town ordinance doesn't specifically address marina, so we went out there to find the best information we could. And also with that, we relied on our client relative to what our experience is at other marine facilities. And what we did was we tried to be a little bit conservative too. And that's why when I say, you know, we went and we looked at 10-foot spaces versus 9-foot spaces. You know, we can cram more cars in there, yeah, but, you know, be a little bit more conservative. And relative to the difference that you would see from point 2 to point 4, it's 20 cars, and right now we have it extra 10 spaces. So with that, and with the fact that we're doing bigger spaces, and that we used a larger or a higher generation rate, not generation rate, but a parking space rate for the employees versus what they told us in the marina type standards, we doubled that. We thought we were being very conservative relative to the amount of parking provided.
Do you guys have any idea what your internal numbers are? I mean, you guys, or the marina's been running for quite a few years. Do you have any idea what kind of use in the high season each one of those slips would get? Because I know that they've been doing it for a long time. It's super convenient. That's why it's been great down there. You come in, you drop the boat, but how many people are gonna have their boat dropped in that same slip? And how many cars are gonna, do you have any idea, or is there any kind of study internally done to see what kind of numbers you guys are servicing currently with those 10 slips?
We did not look at that, no, we didn't, so, but
Same thing, are these generation rates based on peaks or averages?
those are what they consider their worst condition.
So that's
Peak.
That's a peak generation rate.
That's your, what's the big boating day? July 4th. That's what they mentioned in the
So
stuff.
assuming that you hit the peak or whatever and it exceeds that, is there a overflow plan where people could park? Because that's what the condition, you know, that we worry about. Obviously, if it's filled, where are they gonna go? They're gonna go try to park on 302, they're gonna park in people's driveways, or are they gonna park maybe across the street in your lot over there, or is there a plan for that?
Well, typically, when we look at parking, of course, we look at a required rate, and the way we are in this day and age, very conscious that we don't put more parking in than necessary. You know, what is the magical number? You know, that's why, because of the fact that IT's parking generation study doesn't have enough information, that's why we went out and looked and got, you know, what we thought would be the best. And then, once again, being conservative on the size of the parking space that we consider, and try to be under on what we need versus what's required, so that we do have a little extra.
But even then, I would think there would be an overflow plan just in case, because that's when the accidents occur and people get hurt or whatever.
Congestion for the fire
Congestion for the fire department.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't hurt to have a plan that's saying, okay, if we exceed there, then we start parking people across the street or something.
Well, I guess the ordinance doesn't speak to that type of plan, so that's not really been considered. You know, we can look at other areas on the site, of course, for additional parking and whatnot. But
I guess
we-
another question I have, why are we using this source that has one study instead of having you guys look internally at what you're doing on those 10 docks specifically? Why would we, you know, we're looking at this and we're saying, hey, this has only been one study. You guys have been down there a number of years. You should have a general idea of who uses those 10 spaces on a continuous basis. And we're not seeing any of that. And that red flag for me.
Okay.
So
two things. One, we didn't use the one study. The one study is the reason why we went out and looking for other information.
okay.
So we didn't use one study. We used stuff that came out of California, an organization out of Florida, who deals with marinas, the Australian government, relative to what they do for marinas.
It just seems like
So-
it would be relatively easy to pull your internal numbers and get a judge of what you guys are doing rather than comparing it to whether it be this, and that. I mean, you guys have been in business long enough where I would assume that you would know what kind of action those 10 spaces produce in the busy season.
And if I brought that argument before most boards, they would say, prove it. So we usually don't use our own information unless we have something that we can back it up, concrete, like water records. But we don't have parking records for the site. We have a general feel. So with that, we need to go by what is published and what is out there and what you can rely on to approve our project, if that makes sense.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not gonna, I don't agree with that. I think that we could look at this and come up with a site-specific idea on what we're looking at. But that's my opinion, and you answered the question, so thank you.
Yes.
I think the point's well taken, though, that a company that's been in business that generates revenue from movement of boats in and out of boat slips must have billing records that tell what boat went in and out of what slip and what they charged. Otherwise, they'd have no way to track their revenue. So there must be a way, if they wanted to dig into those records and come up with some kind of a better idea of actual traffic generation based upon revenue and movement in and out of boat slips over time.
We may have some records on what, Mike Susi, Port Harbor Marine, we may have some records on what we've put in and put out, but that, we don't have records on if they stayed there. So lots of these boats get put in, someone gets dropped off, they take it to their camp, or they take it somewhere out to Fry Island, and then the car goes away. So we wouldn't know if there's a car still parked there.
They don't report into you when they come in and out of the slip on a
They
daily
do,
or
but they don't
weekly
tell me I'm
basis or
parking
whatever.
here.
They just use the slip and they rent it and they leave their boat and they might
That's
take
right.
it somewhere for
I
a
mean, a
week
ton
and
of
come
these
back and leave
people
it for a week.
may take their boats and take their car. We don't have record of that. You know, in my experience, there's more than enough parking, because compared to my other marinas, but, you know, I gotta go by the ordinance or whatever he says, you know. If you say, do it on your experience, I look at a webcam up there on 4th of July, and I'm like, where is everybody? And then I look at my webcam in South Portland, and it's packed. You know, you can't find a parking spot. That's
apples and oranges.
I understand, that's my
Wait,
experience.
we can't have a discussion. Thanks.
I do have some questions and comments since we're getting into some technical stuff here.
Why don't we hold the technical
You want to
questions?
hold that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got one more thing on your point. The valet, it just gets used a lot less, because they gotta rely on us putting the boat in the water. If you own a slip, you can, you know, go there at 6 o'clock in the morning, get your boat. They get used a lot more. That's why that rating is lower. They don't get used nearly as much as when you have a wet slip.
If there's no real urgent question, I think I'd like to open the public hearing, and then we'll come back to the board questions.
If I could
on the
just ask
details.
one quick question
Sure.
regarding the slips and the boats, et cetera. Would it, is there some sort of, I'm just concerned a little bit about septic, so would it, is it the marinas policy that they wouldn't allow anyone to stay there overnight in a boat?
They can stay overnight, it's just, there's not many boats that you can stay overnight on. I mean, these are 25-foot slips, so they're gonna be bow riders and pontoon boats. At the beginning, and that's where I think the 19 boats came from, there's some bigger 28-foot slips. But, I mean, I probably, once again, like down in South Portland, I have people that stay all summer. There, most people get there, you know, at 10 o'clock, and they go out boating for 5-6 hours, they come back and they leave. I might have 2 or 3, he said no boats, but there might be a couple of, maybe 3 or 4 people that spend the night there, I don't know. Not many though, because the boats just, they're too small to comfortably stay the night.
Thanks.
Look like you want to say something.
A couple things to consider, I guess, relative to parking. Generally, business owners want to have enough parking or more parking than what's reasonable usually, because they like to have the people come in and use the spaces. So, you know, the comment about the overflow, I mean, it's a valid comment, I guess, but to me, it's something that if there becomes an issue out there, I mean, I think there could be something worded into the approval or similar to the septic in terms of monitor it, and if you start seeing people that are parking out on Route 302 or parking in other people's driveways, I mean, then all of a sudden it's like, time out, something's got to change here, and we got to figure out what is the real parking rate. Another option, which I guess I'm not really recommending at this point. I mean, given the research that they've done, I mean, with the other parking spaces, and yes, they could go to the higher rate on the valet slip, but you know, it is possible to do like a parking study on something like this, but it's not possible to do it right now because it's not, you know, it's not in use. So that would push that way off into, you know, the summer season when people are using the boat slips out there. I think in general, though, I mean, my thought is that, you know, they want enough parking spaces there for their customers, because if customers can't park, then they're not going to rent a boat slip from them, usually is the case. So I guess just a couple things to consider in your thoughts relative to parking. So.
Okay, thank you, Will. Okay, we have a bunch of probably lots of little technical questions yet to go, but I'd like to just kind of open the public hearing now. So that if you would like, remember you need to speak from the podium. You need to state your name and your address. And if you were, and I guess that's it. And then your comments. Would anyone like to go first?
I don't mind.
You're up.
All right, I'll try to be brief here and not take up too much time. My name's David Bernard. I reside at 71 Indian Point Road. And on that map there, what you can't see is what's around it. You see these docks, these extra long docks going out into the water. If you're looking at that map, to the left of those docks, there's a row of rocks. They've been there forever. It's a little sandbar with a row of rocks, and like a lot of wildlife, ducks, Canadian geese, they lay eggs there. It's a beautiful place to take a kayak out to and swim. Where I live is perfectly east of where the docks will be. So my direct view into the water will be those docks now. Every day, what I do is I get up, I kayak out to the rocks, and I swim. And, you know, I'm disabled, and my doctor has said swimming is really, really good for me. With these docks here, that is the area that I swim in. I will literally be swimming into their boats where this is set up to go right now. What you can't see also is they're right up against those rocks. Beyond those rocks is an entire protected species area. We can't do anything. We can't cut a tree. We can't do anything at all. They're looking at dumping another 20 plus boats right there. Now, something that has been brought up, if you look at where their docks begin, there's a long dock that the two fingers come off. That was actually added either 2 years ago or last year. We, of course, at Indian Point didn't know anything about it. Our beach is right there. Where those docks end 35 feet away is a beach that's been used since the 1960s. That beach is virtually unusable now due to fuel spill from the boats, the rental boats that are parked there currently. I didn't hear anyone speak about the new rental program that they have over there, where folks pay a fee, I believe is it $4,000 or $5,000 a season, to be able to use, is it 10 boats that you have available or more? 5 boats. Those 5 boats are parked right there at the edge of the beach. I've personally witnessed over and over and over again, and had full intent of going and speaking with Port Harbor this spring. They have young fellas that work there, and what they do is they fuel the boats after people use them during the day. The rental folks, they use the boat, it gets fueled, then they valet that boat over to this dock. Well, there's a good amount of spillage that takes place because they're topping the boats off, and there just is. Then what happens is they have a no wake zone that leads out to about where you see the end of those docks. These young folks drive very, very fast out to the end, spin the boat around, and then drive very, very fast into the docks. And when they get to the docks, they throw it into reverse to stop it, and then they park it. They're very efficient at their job. The problem is I've been out there swimming and almost been hit, because the area where you swim, where those docks will now be, is exactly where they've been going to get to those 5 spots. Now, I mean, that won't be as much of a safety issue there, but there's a whole new safety issue that's now going to happen. With these docks being there, you can't see it, but about 100 feet beyond those docks is the entrance to the Panther Run River, where Panther Marina is on one side, and on the other side, Indian Point Campground. Many boats come up and down that river, but as far as I know, nobody's asked to add any slips over on Panther Run side. We haven't asked to add any slips. It would become a safety issue if we asked, we'd like to add 15 more slips. That would add more boats in the river and create a safety issue. What's going to happen here, and you're going to be dealing with this after the fact, all these boats coming in and all of these boats trying to park, just a big collision of boats all taking place within 100 to 200 feet of each other. And also, if this continues with the rental program where people are racing out of a no-wake zone, you know, again, no wake zone, they all converge right exactly at the same place just beyond these docks. That's that part. The environmental part, you're talking about adding boats, and it's natural. You go out for a day of boating. You pull in, you fuel the boat. You go out, you park your boat. If there's overage, where it went over a little bit, just a little bit, enough to get into the water, you go and you park it, it continues to drip into the water. Now you have all these other boats that are dripping fuel. The way that the current runs, it runs into Indian Point, the Indian Point area and the conservation area. That's going to be a good amount of fuel. I have no idea how they got this past the DEP. Every one of us here from Indian Point, we have had no idea until just recently that this was happening. It wasn't presented to us, wasn't presented to anyone. We had no chance to speak to the DEP about it. We will be speaking to the DEP about it, but we haven't really had a chance to do that. And that's really, that's all I have to say. Tried to be as quick as I could, but this is a big deal. This is a massive impact on the environment of that area. Traffic-wise, I'm hearing that there won't be an issue with traffic and boats in and out of there. If anyone who lives around here has seen the backup from Route 85 on 302 straight back to Jordan Bay Marina, currently you have people with boats trying to get out of there at the busiest time of the day when people are also coming from Raymond Beach. It's quite a traffic situation. I mean, I've personally seen people who, when they were full, have just parked on 302 with their truck and boat. I got to admit, it doesn't happen very much, but it's happened. Add all these other cars, show us some video peak time where there's all these extra parking spots to accommodate that. If they come up with the idea of, let's take all the boats we have for sale that are across the street on 302 by Mosquitoes and let people park there, now you're looking at people walking back and forth across Route 302. Somebody's going to get hit. I can't find any way that this project can go through and not have it be a disaster one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Allison Allen. I live in Cumberland Center and at Indian Point Campground. I just found out about this yesterday. I've been at Indian Point Campground for 30 years. I'm not much of a public speaker, but I was an original Hull Flyers person when the campground went from being a transient campground to being a condo campground. I was part of that group. When we did the project in the late 80s, we tried to put slips over, well, it would be on Indian Point property, it wouldn't be over on Marina property. And we were told, and we were not allowed to do that because of environmental
Excuse me one second.
impact.
You can spin it if you want to get it back on the camera. Again, you're okay? Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We were not allowed to do that because of environmental impact. We were not allowed to even put the road, which you still have on that map that never existed, because we weren't allowed to put the road that went over close to the loon preserve. Too much environmental impact. The loons, the frogs, whatever. So we had to just put our slips on Panther Run. Well, that was fine, and we have our beach. What you can't see from that is our cove has a small beach area, and it's right there by those docks. Now, when we went to the town back in the late 80s, Jack Cooper was the code enforcement officer. And we went to meetings every month for a year and to get all of this straightened away with DEP, EPA, the bugs and bunnies of the world, I don't know. But Jack Cooper had that all written, and he had the tapes on it. This was 30 years ago. I don't have that. I wasn't a secretary or anything. I was just a grunt moving rocks and planting grass. But at one point, Jack Cooper had some sort of problem with his job or something that he had done to fall out of favor. And that's another whole story. But right during that time frame, all of those records on Hull Flyers, all of the written records and all of the tapes were lost, so that no one could prove whatever it was that Jack Cooper had done. Maybe hearsay, but I was there through the, for all of this. So, but my biggest problem is this isn't my first rodeo, and I've talked to people for the last 30 years. Oh yeah, I just dump my tanks wherever I want, dump the poop in the lair, the fish will eat it. Well, you know what people are like, and they're going to do what they're going to do. People don't follow rules. There's not enough pump out stations in the area. People are throwing garbage. That aside, that is visually right by our beach. We've been at this beach for the last 30 years. Go down, watch the sunset, have our kids play in the water, people with a couple of kayaks. We got a world-class swimmer here who's in the water all the time. And it's going to destroy that. For what? So, I know that the whole Jack Cooper story and all of that holds no weight. So all I can say is that it's going to devalue all of our properties at Indian Point to a huge amount, because we no longer can. We had another little beach over on Panther Run, and because people weren't keeping up with it, it's now overgrown, can't be used. Nobody really used it there anyway, except for bring their dog down a little bit and let the kids dig in the sand. Because why? Because there's boat slips, oil, gas, God only knows what else in the water over there, to say nothing of milfoil now. But anyway, so I guess my main concern is visual and environmental and quality of life. And it's not all about the almighty dollar. And I understand about boats, My husband, rest his soul, always had sailboats, and I've sailed on this lake my whole life. So I'm not against boats, I'm just against this project, because I have never seen somebody want to build a project right in front of someone's beach like that. So, I guess
Thank you.
that's all.
Allison Sarna. I'm at 13 Flying Hulls Way over at Indian Point, property owner. Also echoing what people have mentioned about this not showing the full space, and that cove that we have on the other side that comes off of Panther Run. This effectively creates a tighter basin in that space, so affecting, water flow through that space, which already will create greater erosion on the beach, which we've noticed over the last year this project was put in. And also this plan doesn't show anything about channel markers. So right now there's one set of channel markers which would flow directly out of that channel, but what do people do for the opposite side that they'll be encroaching across our swimming area? And I have a slew of other environmental issues, but I think they've already been addressed by the people.
Thank you, Allison. Yes, sir.
Alan Doherty, 19 Boaters Way, Indian Point. I'm totally against this. I've been at Indian Point for 22 years, going on 23 years, and we've always had our beach down there. That beach has been there for a long time. Okay, when they put the walkway in last summer, or the summer before, I should say, I knew something was going on, but I didn't know what. And I was wondering why the town never notified any of us about what was going on when that catwalk was put in down there at that point, and why the town didn't notify us, 52 families, of what's been going on with this being in. This isn't just started yesterday. This has been going on for a couple of years now, if not longer. And we have no idea. We had no idea about it.
The project just started. This project just came to the board 1 month ago.
Okay, well, we've had no one has told us anything about it.
Well, you're here, so you must have been told.
Well, I got told yesterday.
Well,
I never got a letter in the mail from the town. We're abutters to, Loon Echo Preserve is between Indian Point.
1 second. Indian Point, did we send out,
I sent what was run for me, is everybody within 300 feet of the project. I'll have to check with Kayla if there was some mistake.
See,
But that's what-
look, can I explain something? Indian Point, the people own their lots, the people own their parking driveways, but the rest of the grounds is common area. We all own it. We all own that land.
What did happen was that we were not updated on the mailing address for the general
Individual.
property. It was sent to somebody who is long gone, and we were not informed of that, so supposedly we will be given a new address, which is a post office box.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we've seen that yet.
okay. Okay.
So anyways, to get back to the situation, I was wondering if the planning board has done a site walk to go down there and actually walk around down there.
We're all familiar with that area. We've
You're
discussed
familiar
that.
with it, but have you all been down there and seen how close that's gonna be? That docking system's to the left, how close it's gonna be to the Loon Echo Preserve? You know, and like, this young man said right here about the gasoline in the water, and when they back out those boats, they're 25, 30 feet from our beach. You know, there's children playing, there's children in the water.
We've got that, Alan. If you
I
have
know, but
something new to-
it's a health safety issue.
Yes, sir. And if you have something new to add, we would love to hear it, but
Okay.
if it's just going to be the same thing over again, it doesn't really help us at this point.
How much of a buffer do they have to have between those docks, or that dock right there, and the Loon Echo Preserve? How much of an easement do they have to have?
Between
The
where-
Loon Echo Preserve.
Right, the wetland
And,
space?
and the wetlands, that's called Loon Echo Preserve.
So you're asking how much buffer is required from their property to the next property?
Absolutely,
Maybe
I
about
am.
30 I would think around 30 feet, right? Unless it's water. Are we talking about water?
That's what they're talking about,
Yeah.
water, which.
So there is no buffer.
There is no
on-
buffer to that preserve?
No.
I don't understand that one.
Well,
Now, we'll get to the DEP. We'll get with the DEP. We'll go with the DEP.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, thank you very much.
is there some additional?
My name is Barry McKay.
I'm sorry, Barry?
Barry McKay.
Barry.
And I live on 22 Indian Point, which is on the outside of the campground, and I also own inside the campground number 29 Indian Point. I just want to go on record that I am opposed to the project for a number of reasons.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I'll be very brief.
All right,
Safety,
yep,
but my number one is obstructed view. You've already heard it, but obstructed view, it's horrible. Diminished property value, and that's it. Thank you.
Just a point of interest. If you would
you
look
have to
at-
go back up there, I'm sorry.
Okay. Allison Allen again. There's 50 of us who pay taxes to the town, so you know who we are, and you have our addresses. So, notify us.
Is there anybody else that has some different, yes, sir?
Hi, William Groves. I'm in 15 Allens Way in Indian Point. The only thing they talked about around the beach and stuff like that, we do have a roped off area for the swim area. We've had for years. It's always been roped off. We have a float. And what I'm concerned about is the boats backing in from the docks near the beach, backing in, either coming in or backing up and cutting our rope. You know, seeing that our beach ropes are near there. Also, that lake gets really rough, and those slips are out in the rough area, and people coming in with boats. Now, there's people that come in sober, and people come in drunk as, really drunk. And coming into those docks when it's rough is tough when you're sober. So, I mean, we have our beach right there, and the people use that beach. It's not an unused beach. So that's all I wanted to say for that part of it.
Thank you, William. Anybody
Can I speak
else?
for just a brief moment, sir?
Yep, go ahead, David.
More, minute and a half.
All right, you got it.
Okay.
90 seconds, I'm counting.
90 seconds, just two things that were brought up
All
about
right.
these particular boat slips, and then they're 25 and below. So it was said that the chances of people sleeping overnight on those boats are very slim. That's inaccurate. There are plenty of boat styles out there that are cuddy cabin that you can sleep on the boat at night, which will increase the sewage, of course, when they're using the bathrooms in the facility. Secondly, a 25-foot boat, many of those have bathrooms, on the boat. Those do need to be disposed of. I'm unfamiliar with the current process, at Jordan Bay of how they get that from the boat someplace else. But you add another 25 boats, that's 25 boats more waste, and, that's an issue. I don't know what the next step is with this process, if you vote at the next meeting or how this works. I just ask that as a community, we have the opportunity to get with the DEP and do a site walk with the DEP and let the DEP measure these type things. When he speaks of the loon conservation land, the loon conservation land begins where those rocks are. And those rocks are going to be probably 20 feet from where people are pulling a boat up and then backing a boat in. And I don't know, maybe, I'm guessing 300 to 400 feet from the marshland where all of these nesting birds are putting their eggs down. And I mean, that's why we can't drive a motorboat in that area, because of we can't do anything. We can't put docks, we can't do, anything at all. And of course, we will provide you with an updated address to Indian Point. And A question for Jordan Bay. Is it a policy at Jordan Bay that you are not allowed to take your own gas can and fuel your dock, fuel your boat on your docks? Is that a policy?
Well, you
Is
have
that
to-
a policy? The question, you can't answer.
I know, but we don't have side discussions back and forth.
Yes, sir.
So we will get that answer for you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My name is Rachel Sarna. I live at, I camp at 13 Flying Hulls Way. I've been there for 30 years. As someone mentioned earlier, I swim that beach almost every day that I'm at camp. I've noticed a considerable environmental concerns, with lack of fish, turtles, in that area. And also I snorkel. I've picked up empty beer cans, broken glass that have been left on our beach, especially, in the spring, and it has increased over time. I'm really concerned about the water quality for my grandchildren in the future. I've been coming to Sebago Lake since I was 11 and 12 years old. And I went to a symposium at St. Joe's College talking about the water quality at Sebago Lake. And I'm not sure if anyone here is aware that it's the cleanest lake in the state of Maine. How can we keep it that way? And we have a list of other questions that we'd like to leave with the town of Raymond to have answers for us in the future. I did receive a postcard in the mail, and I'm part of the reason why all these people are here tonight. Thank you.
Well, good. Well, thank you for getting them here. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, I am going to close the public hearing for right now. So to be honest with you, I'm a little, we're in uncharted area here. I understand all of your concerns, and I'm sure every member of the board here is sympathetic to the safety, the environmental impact, the safety impact, the visual, which may be something we could do. But we, as a board, must make decisions based upon our ordinances, and those ordinances approved by you guys. And we do not have really a marina ordinance, as Will kind of talked about. So what Will was basically saying is what the project for us, which has come down to, is really parking, which is the only thing that we have in our ordinances that we can use to make a decision on. I will open it back up again for you. But so as of right now, you've asked how we are going to proceed. I don't know. There's mention in the ordinance on a visual impact, but that's for house construction. I don't know if we can apply it. There is impact certainly on environmental, but again, it's not for this type of structure. Anybody want to throw in some help?
Well, yeah, I do have some comments. The thing we struggle with as a board is how do we balance the right of a landowner to develop his property within the limits of what's allowed by the ordinances, whether some of the activity passes the smell test or not, and how do we balance that versus legitimate concerns of people who live in the area. From what I've heard here, it has raised some issues in my mind about the context that we've been given in looking at the surrounding area that's not shown versus what is shown on the plan. When I look at Will's review letter back on the next to last page, above staff recommendations and actions, there's a paragraph that says the planning board shall also review the following submission standards as identified in section 16D of the shoreland zoning provisions. 1, will maintain safe and healthful conditions. 2, will not result in water pollution, erosion, or sedimentation to surface waters. 3, will adequately provide for the disposal of all wastewater. 4, will not have an adverse impact on spawning grounds, fish, aquatic life, birds, or other wildlife habitat. 5, will conserve shore cover and visual as well as actual points of access to inland waters. From what I've heard from people who live in the area, there certainly seems to be an open question as to whether we can adequately state that all of those first 5 items are actually going to be met. And it seems to me that we would be derelict in the planning board if we didn't consider the context of the footprint of this plan with the surrounding, where Panther Pond Inlet stream is, where the Indian Point Campground is, the adjacent beach area. If we don't have parking standards, it seems very difficult to me to approve a project that if it turns out the parking is inadequate, we then have to go back in after the fact and try to arm wrestle the owner to do something that's going to meet a better standard. Even if it means putting the project off for a year, it would seem to me that it would be a better course of action to actually have a seasonal traffic study so that we know what the impact is going to be before we approve the project. I can't speak for the board. That's just what my thinking is evolving in. As far as the actual plans go, I do have a couple of points. Both Will and the applicant state in their submitted paperwork that there's not going to be any disturbance of vegetation or cutting of trees or excavation work, and yet the plan clearly shows about a 150-foot length of HDPE pipe that's going to be put in to join the standpipes together from one area of the dock to the new area of the dock. That pipe runs right through an area that is outlined as being vegetated. First question, is that mature tree cover? Is it knee-high scrub growth? What are we cutting through here for that 150-foot trench?
Those are trees with scrub growth underneath, and what it would be and it's been said that they will field locate that line to minimize disturbance. It will be cleared back in or filled back in, and it will be reverted
So
back.
it's just scrub right now? It won't
Correct. We're
Okay,
not
the
taking
question
any-
I have for Will, there are erosion and sedimentation details on the detail sheet in the plans. There are no erosion and sedimentation controls shown around the perimeter of this trench. Are we saying that the scrub growth by itself is going to be adequate as it stands for excavation of 150 feet with stockpiling of excavated earth? I assume the pipe is going to have to go to frost depth. So 150-foot trench, 4 feet deep, plus the height of the pipe and the bedding, that's going to be a significant amount of area of earth that's going to be stockpiled. It has to set somewhere.
So first of all, that trench wasn't shown on the original submission.
Okay.
That is on the newer plans.
Right.
So I did not comment on that.
Okay,
in
so
my
you
original
will
technical
have to
memo.
comment on that. Yep.
At least based on the original plans that I have in front of me.
Oh, you printed them? Did you print them? Did you print the new plans?
That's just what I got in the
envelope?
mailed to me. There's 150-foot trench right here on sheet 2 of 6. It's shown. So it seems to me that if we either need to ascertain that no erosion and sedimentation control is required for that trench, or if it is, it needs to be shown on the plan as to what is required for erosion and sedimentation control.
Absolutely. That, again, it wasn't on the original plan set that I reviewed, so
Okay.
I see that now on, and again, I know there were different plans.
I'll just bring it up, okay, that's a point. There's no cross-section of the trench. It shows the bedding of the pipe, the warning tape at the top, all that. I think we're certainly gonna need that.
Yep.
I believe you mentioned there were gonna be a couple of 3 ADA ramps somewhere from
They're
the parking
ADA
to the-
parking.
Pardon?
We are providing ADA parking.
Well, I know you're providing ADA parking. I thought you said there were also gonna be a couple of ADA ramps.
No,
Maybe I
no, the
misunderstood.
ramps are existing.
Pardon?
The ramps are existing. We are
Okay.
providing ADA parking.
They're not shown on the plan.
The ADA parking, it's on the revised set, based upon the comments from Will.
Shouldn't they be shown in relation to the ADA parking locations?
What?
You said you had some ADA ramps that
I
exist.
did not say that. I said there's some ramps that are down to the dock, and that's where we put the ADA spaces, adjacent to those ramps.
So they're directly abutting them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, well, Scott, are you comfortable with making that an in-house CEO review as far as the placement of the ramps relative to the parking spaces and that they're properly laid out and the slopes are right and all that? We don't need to get into that on the planning board.
No, that'd be something that we would look at on site to make sure that it meets.
And just a general question I have is, what happens if the pile driver hits ledge in the bottom of the lake before he gets down to adequate pile depth? If he can't sink the pile through the ledge, then that ruins the layout unless they get out there with the pile driving on a marine collar or a pile driving boat out there, which completely upsets the apple cart of what we're dealing with here for pile installation. So that's an open question. What happens if that happens?
I don't know, sir, but based upon our experience in the piles that we put in to date, moorings, we put in moorings versus piles.
But we have no borings or any information of what's down there at the bottom of the lake. It's just based on what happened 50 or 100 feet away in a different part of the lake.
Well,
do we need any exploration of
We can
a marine
install it with
boring down into the
moorings.
seabed there?
No, we wouldn't have to drive anything. We'd just drop granite blocks or, you know, a lot of marinas are held with just moorings, not piles. You wouldn't need to drive anything. Moorings and chain.
Do we need any information as far as the planning board goes with such an alternative layout or alternative construction method? Or is that a CEO determination?
That's submerged, that's not even my jurisdiction because it's underwater. My jurisdiction ends at the shoreline.
So that would just be a DEP question.
How does the planning board wrestle with that one?
That would be a DEP question.
Yeah, I guess. Well, can the applicant or the engineer explain what type of DEP permits you're getting on this project?
Yeah. As part of this submittal, we're getting an individual NERPA or Natural Resource Protection Action permit. Because we're in the Great Pond of Sebago Lake, this, in the nature of the project we have, it's a full permit. There's not a tier 1, tier 2. If you're familiar with the lesser permits that the DEP deals with. As part of this, they are reviewing the impacts for the docks relative to the environment, wetlands, including both the lake and adjacent wetlands. As part of our project, we have mapped the edge of the wetlands around the project, which include into that preserve or adjacent to that preserve. And they're looking at all that. In addition, they go and submit out to the different agencies of the state, including IF&W, who look at it for fisheries and for endangered species, plants and animals. So it's a little bit more comprehensive than, you know, just being thrown out there. So
What is the permitting process? Where does it stand right now?
we're waiting for permit issuance. We've got one set of comments. We replied to those. I believe DEP was still waiting for response from a couple of the state agencies. The ones that we know about, IF&W, have responded back. They have no problem. The Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, relative submerged land lease and whatnot, they have no problem. So We're just waiting for a permit to be issued.
Does the planning board have any jurisdiction over the DE as far as review of DE permitting process out on the water? Do we have a right to review their report and question it, or if they issue a permit and say it's okay, that we have nothing to say about it?
So typically, when one of those permits gets submitted by an applicant, there should be a copy that got submitted to the town. That's available for public review, but there really isn't any jurisdiction that I'm aware of that the planning board has to go in and make comment on that.
Does the public have a right to review the DEP report before the permitting process?
So typically, the public has a right to comment on the application, the DEP application. There's a certain procedure.
They have to attend a hearing or
Typically,
whatever?
they get notified, so there would be, again, a notification, a butter notification process. That's part of that DEP submission. And then, as part of that notification, there's a standard form or standard letter that gets submitted with that fact sheet that basically describes what the rights are of the abutter to make comments, request a public hearing. The public hearing isn't something that happens automatically, but it can be requested usually, I believe, and that would get submitted with those abutter.
If the permitting process is underway, then has the notification to abutters theoretically already happened?
Yes.
Yes.
Has anybody been notified?
No.
I can't speak as to what legally you might consider, but if you feel you have a case of not being notified as an abutter, I suggest you contact your state representative and state senator and ask them to look into the situation on your behalf. That would seem to me to be something to do.
Have we received a copy of the?
Not for a comment. Usually I get one in the mail saying that it's open for comment.
And we have not received that
I
yet?
haven't received any. We have not received anything.
Well, there
yet.
seemed to be an open question as to whether the proper procedures are being followed relative to public notification of the application.
Well, I don't know exactly when they filed it. I mean, I do have something similar that happened a few months ago, and its commenting period is just ending and actually ended today. But it's off a different one, but that was several months ago. Like I said, usually I'm notified by mail, and then we stick them up at the code office when it's open.
Rob, do you?
Yeah, in the package that the town received a copy of, we put in there the addresses and names of the direct abutters. Those who we are required to notify. We send out certified return receipt mail to all those abutters. In addition to that, we need to publicize this in a paper, a local paper that we're proposing in doing this project. That's the same with the planning board.
Right.
That's to let the people who are not direct abutters know about the project. Beyond that, we don't have to notify the entire town. We
No,
do
but
it.
has any of that been done?
But that's all been done.
That has been done.
Yeah, and in fact, the package there should have the copies of the receipts at the end of it. Not yours, but the DEP package.
Can you cite
Oh, the
where that
DEP
is in
package.
the report?
I didn't think I saw it.
Yeah,
So but we don't have the DEP package.
you have a copy of it.
Number 4.
The board doesn't, the town has a copy.
The town has a copy.
Yes.
Just,
It's separate from the application that was
Right.
submitted to the town. It's a DEP NERPA application that a copy should have been delivered to the town.
by the applicant or by DEP?
I believe that's how we typically do it, is the applicant sends it to the town as part of the
Correct.
application.
So you've sent it to the town?
Yep, yep.
Scott?
Yeah, I think I'm looking at it currently right here. If this is the current one.
That's the only
Yeah,
one we
that's
received.
December.
That's the only one
Yeah.
we received.
Okay.
I would respectfully suggest that you folks get a copy of this and go through it and read the letters from the state and see if you have different opinions as to what some of their conclusions are on the application.
And where would we get that, sir?
Should be available.
You
down
have
in
mine.
Florida.
We,
But the copies.
let's not get the side conversations going, please. Let's just, I want to follow this through this one first, and then we can talk about other stuff. Scott, do you have the
I believe I have that here, yes.
and do you have the list of who's been notified?
That's what I'm trying to look for
Okay.
right now.
All right.
It's in a loose,
Okay,
just give me a, yeah.
Just to clarify, is that the only DEP report?
Town only gets one copy of the DEP application typically.
But I mean, there's only one report that would be generated by DEP.
This is just the application that the applicant submitted to DEP. It's not DEP's conclusion on the application.
Which we don't have yet.
correct, correct.
That's a certification that says that we published it, and then the right butters,
Butters, yeah.
and the return receipts.
Okay. Yeah, because it was like Indian Point is sent to the association.
So who,
To the association,
so is that the list?
yes.
Would you pass it over to somebody from Indian Point and let them take a look at it? Is there somebody like an officer from Indian Point by chance? Treasurer, perfect. Could you take a look at that, please, sir? And
Yeah, that Scott Fox hadn't been around for ages.
25 years.
This is an import, that's our address now.
well, did they come back? It's return receipt, right? Isn't that where you send them out certified or not return?
Actually, he might be in jail too.
Yeah, he is in prison.
So we might have gotten it then.
Yeah, but if it's return receipt, it's gonna come back.
Right.
No, it's not returned, it's certified.
It's just certified.
Yeah, certified, sorry. And that's the address on the, as listed in the tax assessor site for the property owner. That's what we always go by.
Mm-hmm.
So who's at 6 Friar Lane?
That's where he used
That was where he lived
That's where
30
he used
years
to live.
ago.
Who lives there now?
Scott Fox lived there 30.
Who lives there?
Fox has got a different address right now.
No, no,
No, who lives at 6?
somebody is there though, right? That's six?
That's not an address we know.
Oh, it's not? Oh,
That's in Cumberland Center,
Oh,
or
yeah,
Falmouth or something.
yeah, Cumberland.
okay.
I bill everybody, I know all that. Not by heart, but.
So that's what Scott Fox looked before he went to jail.
Did we ever have a sidewalk? No. On this project?
We didn't have a specific sidewalk, we just all know the marina. So you don't know the marina? Oh, I think we've all been there.
I don't know, maybe if I wasn't on the board then I
You
was
never
off
there
for a
either?
year.
I just have a question. Please be
Uh,
aware that
1 second, I will do that,
you're
I
not on the
promise.
microphone, it's not being recorded or broadcast.
Right, okay. That's why I didn't want all this start discussion, all right? All right, so next, have we got, where are we right now? You are,
I'm pretty much done with my comments and questions.
okay, Will,
I have a question, I guess, given that I don't do this all the time with this board. What is the board's process relative to DEP approvals? Some boards don't give final approval on a project until they actually receive the DEP approvals.
and recently that has been the way we have gone.
Okay.
We have waited for approval,
So
so.
I wanted to just make sure I
What if we
understood what that
disagree with an
process was.
approval? Do we have to approve anyway if the DEP approves, or if we have other grounds for refusal, then that's our right?
Right.
If you have other grounds for refusal, sure. You'd have to have those grounds in the ordinance, but yeah.
Well, in a way we do, because 1 through 5 of section
Right.
16D.
Yes, yes,
is
what
our
you- right,
site.
yes, depending
Yeah.
on those interpretations. Okay, Rob, could I ask you to step down for a second?
Yes, sir.
I promised, so I'm gonna open up the public hearing one more time. This was gonna be a short meeting.
So again, Allison Sarna from Indian Point. Just a couple questions. If this is related to parking, does this plan, does it involve increased parking area? And does that move it closer to the wetlands to accommodate these additional spots? I have
No.
concern about that? No?
Yes and no, no, it does not.
Okay. So it's existing
Yes.
footprint. And then also, if these applications are public record, where can we find them? I've spent 3 hours trying to find things on the internet, and there was no information about any submissions for permits for this or the previous work. And just wanted to say we did not receive any certified mail.
Okay. Did you want to say, have something else to say?
I just wondered, Allison Allen, I wondered if St. Ebo's is in a butter,
Yes.
direct a butter, and were they notified? Do you know,
Yes.
do you know who was notified?
Let's see, this is at number 10.
There was no one on that list who's included with us. That list you're asking for, there's no one on that list that was anything to do with us. None of us.
No, I'm looking at St. Ebo's. On the other side. I'm just wondering why Steve Mullen or Mary Lee or somebody's not here going.
I cannot hear.
No, that's all right. No, you're okay, Allison, you're all right. We'll get your answer.
Answer.
Yes, please.
Right. It was delivered to Ralph Bartholomew, P.O. Box 304, Raymond, Maine, under St. Ebo's Cove Incorporated.
Go ahead.
Box what now?
Box 304, Raymond, Maine.
Ron Giroux, 77 Indian Point Road. One question about parking. I remember before they had dry storage and before they were adding on the end, 60 years ago I used to go down there go fishing. And I never found a parking space down there because all the parking spaces on the left, they had dry boats on parked there. And if you go down in the summertime, you see they have all boats there. And the second question is, when Indian Point went after all their licenses, they had restrictions of horsepower on some of their slips. Are you people going to have put restrictions of horsepower on any
No,
of their slips?
We have no authorization to be able to put a horsepower restriction.
Not sure why they did it to us, but they did it to us.
Well, I can't say if the town did.
But it just seems like, I think the whole group ought to do a lot more homework before they just vote to pass this. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I think we all gotta do a little bit more homework. Because
Thank
we're
you.
all a little bit in the dark. Thank you.
1 second.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Alan Doherty, 19 Boaters Way. I'm asking the board to table this. I'm asking the board to table this and give us a chance to research. None of us were notified. So I just found out about it yesterday, you know. So I'm asking the planning board to table this for now and give us a chance to research and find out what our legal rights are and what have you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I am going to close the public hearing. I think we're covered.
I have a question.
Sure.
The documents that we have in our packet, are they public record?
Yes.
Then any member can go down to the town office and get a complete packet.
Well,
For their,
I would have to make copies and charge for them.
right.
I do not have extra copies to give out.
but you can print one, and if
I would
the
have to charge
association
them
wants
for
to
it.
pay the printing fee or
Yes.
whatever, they could do so. I would rather retain my copy as a member of the
Well, we
planning
just gave
board,
it
but
away.
I think you should probably do that.
You just gave it away.
Took
Maybe
it back.
you didn't give it.
Yeah, but they have other.
Bruce, how much do you want for it?
Just speaking only for myself, not to go into lengthy reiteration, but without a seasonal traffic study, without plans that show greater context of the surrounding area and their relation to the development, and without a planning board complete site walk, not only of this complete site, but some of the surrounding areas, so we can get a visual context of some of the concerns that have been raised. I can't vote for any continuation of the project at this point. That's my 2 cents.
I would agree with that. I agree with that too. I've never been down there. I'd like to have a site walk.
If you do want a full packet, it would be beneficial to let Mary know like a day or two ahead of time, so she has time to run the copy off and put it together. Just don't show up at her front gate there and
Mary,
demand the copy.
On the CD you sent us, do we have the full packet?
Yes.
So I could give my copy away because I have the copy of the CD, and I can put that on my computer, and I have no problem.
Yes, I scanned the entire thing in and
Okay.
put it on the CD.
I mean, it should be noted that they still can come down and take a look at it.
Oh, yeah, yes, you're certainly welcome to go down and look.
Is there a way to download it ourselves?
No.
No. All right.
I make a motion to table.
Well, we have,
Mayor, if you want more discussion ahead of that, that's fine.
well, if we have other questions that need to get answers, then I think, I don't, do you have anything else that are you?
No, I think I voiced my concern.
I agree with Bruce. I need more context, definitely.
How about you guys on the other end?
Yeah, I'd like to see the status of the DEP permit and the application. If there's a comment period, we should be able to make comments. I think it would be important to understand the DEP permit in order to evaluate the first 5 conditions of the shoreline zoning provisions that are on our list here.
And I would agree with all comments that the board's made this evening about delaying this approval for the various reasons that have been stated.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't have gone to approval today anyway, but that's. Okay.
I'm good.
You're good. Visual, can we apply that?
How do you mean visual?
Well, you know how we talk about landscape, a house goes in, and it's gonna ruin the view.
I mean, I think
Number 5 does reference visual.
It does say, but I'm not but I mean,
It's
we
hard to
never.
quantify it,
Yeah, we've never had it in this context. But I'd be curious if the beach becomes a visual impact.
Yeah. Let me just.
Is the beach part of your property?
Yes.
It is. Oh, cool.
I believe the beach relative to the nearest dock, the dock right now, the end of the dock that's existing that we're going off from, that's about 100 feet from our property corner, which is the joint property corner. And if you look at their plat, there's the retained area, which is now called the conservation area. It's about 70 feet to almost 80 feet from that point, from that corner, to the beach parcel. So it's a little bit more ways than 35 feet, but
It's not
Right. Yes.
So I think, based on your site plan review standards, the standards all kind of are related to landscaping.
Right.
Under shoreland zone, again, the shoreland zone standards, which I outline in item 3 of the technical review memo, really doesn't touch on that, so I think the place where that would come into play potentially is section 16D that Bruce read off, which are, there are 9 different standards there. The 5th one talks about conservation, or will conserve shore cover and visual as well as actual points of access to inland waters. And have to look at that a little bit more in terms of what there may be more in the ordinance, and I didn't bring my ordinance book with me, but in terms of what that actually says. I don't believe that, and Rob, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe you actually went through and addressed those in your application relative to the shoreland zone. You touched on the the site plan review standards, but I don't believe you formally addressed the shoreland zone standards, even though I kind of went down through them in my technical memo.
Okay. All right, before we move on, Rob, I owe David an answer on the fueling policy at the marina. Could someone speak to that, please?
Mike Susi, Port Harbor Marine. I
Thanks, Mike.
believe, I can check for sure, but I believe in their dockage contract, that's not allowed.
It's not allowed?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. All right. So you all know what you need to do and what stuff you need to get? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to ask, how can we be sure we get our notice for the butters at the correct address?
If you get those addresses to, actually, it's not Mary, it's who did they go? Caleb.
Assessor's office.
The assessment's office.
If they look at the tax bill?
You know, we should be on the phone, but you know, they're with the associations, and I know this firsthand, with the associations, they never, those two things don't mesh. So they have the town has a list of all the associations and contacts for those associations, and they have the tax bills, and they don't always jive, because I just know that I was for a long time president of our association, and I mean, I would get some of those things, and then I would not get, you know, when I was no longer president, it just kept on coming until you tell somebody to change. So you've got to do it.
We'll get that corrected.
Yeah.
And the gentleman at St. Ebos has been dead for 20 years. 10 years.
Oh.
10 years.
Obituary. Again, unless we are told, we don't
Yeah.
know.
We'll get you that too, folks.
Okay.
We'll be in contact with them, working with them. We'll get that to you.
All right. All right, so I think we are in total agreement here, right?
I had another question, just
Yep.
as our jurisdiction in talking about this, the safety, that bring up the point of having extra boats and stuff, who has jurisdiction over water safety?
Well, it was,
Inland fisheries, I would guess.
yeah,
Sheriffs have a boat.
I would guess inland fisheries. I mean, certainly as in the Coast Guard, that's,
I mean, they determine wakes.
Does
People
that get
don't have a
addressed though?
harbor.
I mean, congestion of boats like that
I mean, I don't know what they use for their criteria as far as what they look at. I can't really answer that one because I don't know how they do it.
And I think that would be, and they brought that up, and I would think that would be a concern.
Well, I mean, that was part of theirs, that when they
But
reached out to them, and
it's-
said that that's what they were.
It's not gonna be addressed as part of a NERPA application, though. I mean, the communication between DEP and inland fisheries or any of those agencies relative to the Natural Resource Protection Act is related to wetlands, fisheries, erosion, those types of things.
Can I speak, sir? Up there or right here?
no. Well, you,
Your choice. It's directly answering his question.
yes, go ahead.
Okay.
No, you have to go,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Okay, with regards to exactly what you just said, you're absolutely right. The sheriff's department who patrols the waters, they have nothing in bearing to do with what you have. Neither does the game warden service. But they can provide an affidavit to the DEP citing what their opinion is on what traffic situation this will cause, endangering boater safety. That's where it's relevant.
Well, thank you.
Our public safety has a boat that patrols, and I don't know, they may have, you know, the fire department may have some input on that too. I don't know if they have any jurisdiction, but they definitely work with
Wayne?
public safety on that.
I'm sorry, what was the comment or question?
The comment is wondering if the fire department has a boat that patrols the water for safety.
We don't go out on routine patrols. That always was the sheriff's department that went out on marine safety patrols. If our boat is out and we see issues, we'll definitely try to correct them, but we don't do an active patrol.
But you don't have any input on something like that that might cause you to have responses because of the congestion? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd base that other than supposition. You follow
Because
what
you
I'm
do
saying?
on land, you do have,
Yeah, definitely. I got standards
and
that
if you
I
have to
can
get at
measure
somebody
things
out in
by.
the water and there's, 20 boats there and you can't get at them, it's similar to being on land with congestion.
And what we were addressing with with regard to this project was the fire life safety issues relative to the remoteness of those docks. But as far as being on the water, there's really not a standard that I have to measure that, where the game wardens, where the sheriff's department that's been out there doing patrols, they have some basis to make assessments. I mean, not trying to avoid
Oh, no,
it.
it's just a question of wondering. I mean, I wonder what they do down, if you're down on the ocean and some of these big marinas, do they have standards for congestion of boats in the water coming into a slip?
And without having looked at that particular item, I'm sure there's standards for the design of the docks, the slips, how much space is required based on the size of boats that are going to be moored there. But I can't speak to that specifically right now.
I mean, it's not like there's a harbor master with traffic control or anything like that,
Right.
but
Yeah, that's usually where you get that kind of stuff from, is a harbor master, the game wardens,
Okay, back
police
to-
agencies.
Back to the applicant. Rob, do you know what the board is looking for now? The information that we are, so that you,
Permit, 16B standards, adjacent properties, we'll do a bigger map. Trench detail and erosion control adjacent to the trench. Is there anything else?
no, I guess that's, right, I think that covers,
One more thing, Portland Water District.
yeah.
I've had meetings with the Portland Water District at this, prior to this. They expressed that they, as far as water quality, they did not have an issue with it, but if they felt that if we found something then that would bother, but that we felt would bother us, that they would help us. But as they said, they had no concerns as far as the water quality.
Okay. Everyone all set then? Everyone knows where we're going? Okay, is there a motion?
I move we table.
Second.
Motion is to table the Port Harbor Holdings application. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. So, so it will come back up at the next meeting. Okay, so that if you are, and there will not be another public hearing. We only have one public hearing unless there is a major change to the project. So you will not get notified of this next meeting, right? But the next meeting will be, we will always meet at the same time. It's the second Wednesday of the month, 7 o'clock, here we are. And you are welcome to attend. Now, I cannot guarantee that you will have a voice, but yes, you can hear what's going on, you can see the latest of what's been submitted. Okay, and then it'll be everyone. I'm sorry, David?
Do you have a larger building to accommodate 100+ people?
No, we locked the door after 20. You guys just made it in.
Is it all right if they're outside?
Yes, I mean, but honestly, everybody is certainly welcome to come. If there's going to be a huge crowd, you might want to let the town know ahead of time.
We'll do that.
But if there's 2 of you here or there's 100 of you here, it's going to basically proceed the same way.
We had 5 hours notice and this will be collected. Give us a little bit of time, we can collect many more.
No, what I'm saying is, yes, you could, there could be 2 of you here or there could be 100 of you here. The meeting will proceed in the same manner, whether or not you are here or not here, right? But, it would be nice, I think, if the board has questions, that there is somebody that could answer them.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
I have a question there. If the homeowners in the area file legal briefs or challenges to the project, would that be considered a major change to the project beyond which we would have to schedule another public hearing to discuss that? I don't know.
No, I think a major change to the project would be actually.
Would be from the
Yes,
SL.
right. Yes, sir.
So, we don't know, but what if the DEP, we don't have any more information from DEP by the next meeting? Is that, you're gonna still hold that meeting?
Well, we'll still hold the meeting because we're gonna have, it'll be actually be a public hearing for other projects, but we'll just continue to table the project. So we won't drag you down here.
Not just, I'm
I
not
know.
worried about me.
Yeah, that is a
Just
good,
wanna make
right, that is a good question.
that clear
So,
for everybody.
for bringing everything in here, if there is nothing new, and the board, you know what the board is waiting on now. We're waiting on the DEP, we're waiting on the applicant to bring in the information that we asked for. If all of that stuff is not in, particularly the DEP, which the board will be waiting for, we will probably just wind up just tabling it and not doing anything, okay? It'll just stay on the table. If the information is all in, then we will be doing something. Yes, sir.
The gentleman to your right, Bruce, we listened to him bring up at least, I'm sorry. The gentleman to your left, my right. Here, he brought up at least, sorry, I didn't realize it was open to the public still.
That's not, but go ahead.
The gentleman to your left brought up between 5 and 7 issues with the initial paperwork that was presented on this project.
Yes.
Would you believe that that is a change enough to
No.
open it back up?
That's more an application of the ordinance to the application.
Okay.
A major change to the application would be they're changing the number of slips that they're asking for. They're changing, they're gonna level the building and build parking lot. They're gonna expand the building. A major change to the application itself.
Okay.
Not any major changes to,
For example, if the DEP required that they have 5 less slips in their plan, would that be, how many, sir, would be
well,
enough?
that is a board determining factor.
Could
So
you
it would be a
determine
vote.
that? Because we're in
Yes.
front of the board.
No, actually, we would,
No.
it would be that we would have to view the change. The board would take a vote to say, yes, this has been a major change. If the vote is yes, it's a major change, then the whole
Okay.
process starts
I
again.
understand. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Phew.
Where do we find the recording of this?
Ah,
It's on the website, and it's also playing on, it'll be playing intermittently over the local channel. But it will be, I'll get it tonight and I'll put it on. I try to get it next day. So just go and you can see the link, go video archives, pick the, planning board, click on it and it takes you right to YouTube. It's right there.
Can the board determine this evening, I didn't know anything about a beach, and I didn't know anything about proximity of the docks to that sort of issue. I would love to have a sidewalk.
yeah, we're gonna go down and look at the beach.
Okay.
Yeah, what's our next stop, next? So when, Saturday? In the snow? Well, can we get access to the beach?
Yeah, you can walk right in the parking lot.
And so it's,
I'm there full-time, right outside.
You can drive right in and park right in the yard in front of the gate.
Walk anytime you want.
Barry's house is right there.
would somebody give Mary or Scott a contact point? Because if we do the sidewalk, well, why don't we decide the sidewalk? When would you like to go do it? We'd like to see the beach. You want to do it this weekend?
Through the gate banger, right?
We'll have you two.
Put the wrong beach.
Because we're gonna get 3 to 6 tonight.
Yeah.
So,
Do you have it
So
plowed?
they're telling us the second Wednesday of next month, so.
No.
Can we get good visual context of the area from the beach?
Yes. No doubt
The
about it.
loon area and
Everything.
the whole thing.
You can walk right over to it.
Okay.
I have a,
Information, I'm there full-time.
Thank you.
and this is what I wanted to drop off, we have that in situation of everything and a list of questions that we have.
Okay.
So do we leave that with?
Yes.
What time will the sidewalk be?
We haven't even gotten the day yet, though, Rob.
Okay.
Do I hear any preferences? You want to wait?
Saturday? This is kind of quick for Saturday, yeah.
You want to go next Saturday?
That'd be better for me.
A week from this Saturday?
Sure. Yeah.
What time?
What time? About, well, it's 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9? 9 o'clock a week from this Saturday. Whatever day that might be.
13th, 14th, 15th, it'd be 22nd, right?
22nd.
22nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
22nd at 9 o'clock. And we're going to meet where? At the beach?
There's a parking lot on 22 Indian Point if you're gonna use your GPS.
22 Indian Point.
There'll be ample parking.
There'll be ample parking, okay.
Can we just Google Indian Point Campground on Google Maps and we'll be able to find the beach right there?
Will there be refreshments and all that stuff there?
Ice water. The same as you
Ice
had.
water? All right. So if somebody could be there,
I'll be there.
okay, thank
Maybe
you.
you'll be there.
All right. Is that time and date okay with you?
9 o'clock.
On the 22nd? Yep. Okay. All right. We're done. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Will.
You get update all information.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody want this packet?
We have one packet available if you want it.
One packet.
Auction it off.
Oh, you can sit where Will's sitting.
Yeah, exactly.
Out of here.
We can't be pros.
I was gonna say, that one-
Oh, you're welcome. You will indeed. You're welcome.
Okay, I'll have to have that in writing, please, because I don't remember everybody's. If I, so you need it in writing, okay? I need it. You can call.
Best one
And
I've had since I've been on.
That's almost like, it wasn't that one we had a couple, 3 years ago?
Sure.
Raymond Tate.
Sorry?
Parking lot down in Raymond Tate,
Yeah.
3 or 4 years ago. It was just
Oh, yeah.
similar.
Back in the day, they didn't do that anymore.
Is it Rachel? Is that?
Yep.
Here, you, Allison, you can have that. It's on there.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
There's a lot of concerns. I mean, I
Yeah.
Where we're from?
Yeah.
Although I think, as far as the ordinances go, we don't have, it doesn't look to me like we have a lot of say in anything that's in the water.
Water.
Yeah, me too. So that makes you kind of feel bad about it. It's like, the visual is if you're in the water looking back at the land, is what we have to think about, right, is the land part.
The irony is, we went through, when we were doing Fallout from Fry Island, a group actually came in here about boat launches.
Yeah.
And
Remember
it was
that?
all about public boat launches.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with private, because everybody says, no one will ever touch the private, we're all set there.
Yep. I remember that.
Did those go through?
They just went through and they were for parking lot standards for boat launches, and they made, I forgot which lake it was, but one of
It was
those.
great. It was on, Crescent.
You gonna hand these out?
Yes, there was
Or did you
discussion
already?
about state boat launch and
Yep.
a lot of concern,
Okay.
so. All right.
All right. Well, that was fun.
So
Are they
being
black
it's a
and
late
white or
hour,
color?
what I,
Okay. Okay. Did you give them that packet? That's what she's giving them on now.
This is ordinance matter.
Make sure it's the same one.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so the first question is, will we be ready to go for public hearing next week?
well, we'll find out tonight. That's
Okay.
what she didn't give him that one. She gave him this one.
Thank you,
All
ma'am.
right, so I'm handing out.
So this supplants the one that came with our packet,
Okay.
correct, Mary?
And
This
this-
one supplants.
No, same day.
January 19th, January 29th. No, same day.
Same day.
Is it the same thing?
Yeah,
Well, you did a good job, right?
damn, I'm good.
I guess so.
Okay, well, this is.
Thank you,
This
Scott.
is the one you just gave me,
Yeah, I was gonna.
I
but
know.
it doesn't have all the red
Damn, I'm
stuff.
good, I had no idea.
Okay,
I
well,
can
I
have
have
this one. I'll keep this one.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
You got it right there?
okay.
This is what you're getting from me, Scott is handing out to you now, is kind of the summary of the articles as they could appear when we go to public hearing.
Okay.
And I didn't give it to you because it'll be a very large packet of the red line strikeouts and everything. And if you still have the summary sheet from the last meeting we had, which I had in red, I tried to follow that as close as possible, but it may have drifted in and out. And I didn't put article numbers just because this will end up going to the town and they'll fill in the article numbers when we get to that point. But what we can do is just go through them as, in the order that they're posted here. I think I need my glasses. Starting with the first one, which was the one for the open space, which was, Bob, the one that you kind of generated, which was the road connectivity. And you guys have already gone through and we've worked that one through, but just briefly describing it, there's really 3 changes to Article 13A and 13B, which is the open space subdivisions in the land use ordinance. This is in the land use ordinance, not the subdivision ordinance, because that's where open space resides for some crazy reason. Would be a policy language change, and in that we have an article describing what the purposes of the road connectivity are, and then we also included some language in there talking about safety with regards to turning curves when adjoining lands or future right-of-ways, and offering, I said offering for possible road acceptance, because we wanted to make that statement that we're trying to promote that. However, it's not our jurisdiction to actually have the town accept those roads. So there's actually 3 changes to that first article. Second article that is on this list is the street standards, and these are with the state street standards as they relate to shoulders, and this also kind of came up through the road connectivity issue, but we put it under a separate article. In those roads, in lieu of doing sidewalks, we're going to do widened shoulders. And we address some of the grass shoulders and things like that. So that's what these 3 articles all deal with. And then the last one in there, the third item, is to deal with, talking with Nate, our pavement standards are grossly outdated as far as thicknesses based on changes to the DOT specifications. So that's to capture that in the same article. Next article, first one on the second page, has to deal with review criteria, and we put in the purpose, which is right in the front of the subdivision article, must be in compliance with the net residential area. In our process of looking through all these ordinances, it's really not clearly defined anywhere that all subdivisions must comply with the net residential area. So we put it right up front in the review criteria in Article 1 of the subdivision ordinance. So everybody goes through, knows right off the bat, you have to, for all subdivisions, you have to meet the net density requirement. So that's that change. That's a very simple one. Next one in the middle of the page is in the village residential. Has to deal with the one that Mike came up with helping us, that defines the densities, lot densities for single family, duplexes and multifamily. It was very confusingly written, and we've kind of clarified that. We broke it, instead of 3 sections, we broke it into 2, much clearer language. You've all previously reviewed that, so that's what that article would be for. The last one on page 2 is Greg's, which has to deal with making sure we've got timber harvesting as an allowed use in all the applicable zones, village residential, rural, and rural residential. Going on to the next page, that article would be accessory apartments, and that one has to deal with accessory apartments for coming off of one single family would not require a lot density calculation. And that language has already been before you and you've okayed that. The one in the middle of the page has to deal with fines, and in our regular shoreline in our regular ordinance, the language is a little bit outdated. And what we've been advised by our attorney is to use the same language that's in the shoreline zoning, supplement that, and put it in the regular land use, because the shoreline zoning ordinance is actually more current than the land use is on that point. So consistency, use the same language is essentially what we're doing there. The last one on page 2 has to do with the peddlers, and the 2 revisions we made on that is we've added mobile unit as to one of the peddlers' descriptions, and the other one was to on the licensing, which is you have to submit 30 days prior to a regularly monthly scheduled Board of Selectmen meeting to have your license approved. The other one we did, oh sorry, there was 3 on that one. Previously, the peddler's license was for an area of 150 square feet. We just made it 200 square feet, which is the equivalent of 1 parking space. Makes some sense. The top one on page 3 is to deal with all the fire protection language. This one is a straight up just really an update, right, Wayne?
Yeah.
As far as making sure the town is now utilizing NFPA 1 2018 edition. The previous was 15? Do we have any ordinance?
Yeah, yeah.
So all we're doing is just updating because they've adapted the new NFPA. The second one is the one that you may have some more questions on. We may want to talk into more detail, but this is just how the warrant could be programmed at this point. And that is striking out 10,000 square foot threshold and adding 4,800 square foot or larger for requirement of sprinklers for residential structures. And then the other piece of that is they had some other language in there describing exemptions to that rule, which was all redlined at the previous workshop. The last one, again, very simple. For some reason in the ordinance, it had a very specific note on there that the Board of Appeals had to be on the last Monday of the month. Now it just basically gives them the authority to routinely schedule or annually schedule. And the last one also comes back to the street ordinance at this time, which will fall under the road design, which is if the applicant is going to use LiDAR, satellite, or aerial topographic imagery, we want at least 3 separate locations that are field verified by land survey. We've had some difficulties and some breaks in those. And the last one on that same item is there must be provided a site benchmark in accordance with NAVD datum, 88 datum, and have 3 property monuments tied to Main Street grid coordinates. That's to help with our GIS systems and to make sure we're all working on the same elevation datum. So those would be the changes. Now, going back to this other one, we still have some outstanding items that we can work through that I just haven't had time to finalize, and Scott's been waiting on the attorney. Those items are as follows: the sign ordinance, which I think when we get that language, it's just a matter of instituting it in. It's, Scott, you might have more.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about before, it's a result of a court decision that our sign ordinance is now not up to date, and it's just to bring it up to par with that court decision.
Is that like a freedom of speech?
Similar, like
Content,
something like that. Yeah,
something to do with
yeah.
content that's allowed on signs. And the other one is special events. And unfortunately, I just haven't had time, I was away, to get into that. And I know at the last meeting we had talked about it could turn into something more like a notification process, maybe more than a permit. I don't know if that's anything, if it's not an ordinance, it's just a notification, do we want to take that up, or do we just want to send that to the Board of Selectmen as a policy? I don't know. We kind of fall into a gray zone, and I know we've looked at a few towns that have it. Cumberland is the one that has the farm barn event ordinance, and then I think I gave you Kennybunk or Kennebunkport's, which was, had a lot of stuff in it, but it was kind of relevant stuff. We can go back, we can massage that one if you think that's one that you like. I just think that with some of the conversations we've had recently, or emails and things with barn events, that this one may need some more time to be worked on, personally. I don't know.
One of the things that Phil Sausher had mentioned is that you could do a special event, but you could cut out and explicitly prohibit wedding venues at a barn mass gathering in the structure like a barn. You can weed those out and still have this special permit, so you don't, because basically what we were concerned about is if we had this special event permit, they could, even though it's prohibited, but they could, in certain zones, but they could do a wedding venue, a one-time thing, and he said that you could have the ability to prohibit that as that would not fall under the special event.
I think there's kind of a white elephant in the room, which is barn events and then every other event. and barn events are obviously something that all towns are kind of, I'm not gonna say struggling with, but they're new. And I think concerns are starting to grow from them, the impact that they have on residential neighborhoods, because typically they're in farm or residential neighborhoods, and depending on the size and the scope and routine event that could be happening monthly or weekly, all factors into how people coexist and live with it.
I got a suggestion. When we talked about this before and you'd given us samples from, I think,
Yeah.
3 different towns.
Yeah.
Some of those samples were very specific as far as size, number of people, parking, and others were just so vague they were almost anything goes.
Right.
What I would suggest is almost like a design build scope of work where you're proposing something to a client. Put your heads together and think about what really sounds right for Raymond and come up with maybe 2 different approaches as far as specificity.
Yeah,
Okay.
numbers or a range
Yeah,
of
and
numbers.
then let us look them over with you and kind of see which direction makes the more sense by laying those 2, competing proposals that you come up with side by side. And then we can kind of choose what path to go down.
And I think that may be something that we can do, but I think we're starting to get up against the deadline of time crunch here. I mean, we'll have next month where I think the ones that I've laid out in a warrant, we can clearly have a public hearing on those. These other ones may
slide.
They
till
may
next
slide,
year.
or we may have to do one in April just before Board of Selectmen meets.
Well, we don't have a real issue yet, when we're trying
No.
to stay on the front
Exactly,
of the line.
exactly.
So.
If it's on the back burner, that's not a huge deal.
That's what I'm saying, maybe
I
we.
think it might be better just to leave it on the back burner and work on it, get the specifics that we
Right.
want to put in it, and rather than rush it through and wind up
That's,
something.
that's kind of where I was coming from.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any applications forth, right?
No, I mean, it would be, the only thing we're kind of trying to gather is sometimes when they have these,
Party with a band and they invite people in
Yeah.
and charge them money, that's.
Is that happening now?
That's a special,
well,
not that, no,
Well,
no,
there's kind of
that's
one
getting
that
our foot out in
reoccurs
front.
on a yearly basis that he has, but, that's the only one that I'm aware of that would probably qualify for what we're doing or looking at.
But to your point, I think we'd be better off doing a little bit more in-depth research. All the towns are just starting to get into it, and they all do what we do. They get into it and they're like going, "Ooh."
Yeah.
I don't know, because you can get into really, to your
I'd
point,
rather
really
take more
refine
time and get it right.
Yeah, more, and I guess we should really find out what the numbers are that trigger these issues. Is
Right.
it 50? Is it 100? Is it 250?
And what our objective is.
Yeah, and really, I mean, I think what's pretty clear what our objectives are. We're looking out for the environment, we're looking out for the sanity of the neighbors with noise and hours of operation, parking, wastewater, those are all the typical things, but how do we approach it so it doesn't become so cumbersome that anyone that just wants to have a once-a-year wedding can do it and not be overburdened with it, but then again, enough so that neighbors are protected from somebody who does want to maybe have a routine venue.
And we don't want to pass unenforceable, worthless ordinances.
Right.
Well, Greg does.
We have enough of those.
Some say.
So with that said, I kind of went through these relatively quick, but do you have any objections, any comments, any concerns with what we've gone through? I mean, you'll have some time. What we'll do is we'll post this article, and with it, we'll do the strikeouts and the actual ordinance language for each one of these. So it'll be a relatively, just because of the way the ordinance is done, it could be a relatively thick packet, and that's why
Right.
I only want to do it once. I guess what we'd look for tonight would be if you're comfortable with the way the article language is set up. Are there any you want to combine under one article or vice versa? We just need to know whether you're comfortable with us posting it for public hearing.
I think there's one more we could add, though, was what came out of the zoning board of appeals. If we could, that's just a verbiage change.
So we can add that to the one that we've already got the verbiage
Right,
changed to, if it's that
yes.
simple.
Yeah,
What
it
was
is.
that one?
It was whether or not construction, was it back where construction, if the expansion in the waterfront was applicable for new construction as well as existing, thank you. So it just wasn't specific, and if you just reading it, you could see it could apply both ways. I mean, it's
So-
obvious, it's obvious what it is for.
And so did the
But-
Board of Appeals make a determination as far as where they wanted that to go, or what is it you want us to do with that?
I want you just to add to clean it up by making it existing structures.
Okay,
And I think that's all that has to be added.
just
is
existing, okay,
structures.
gotcha.
Is that for what qualifies for setback variance?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what I may do is I may actually give these, just so we have some sanity with it, again, because I don't know where these articles end up in the whole overall town vote when it comes time for article numbering. But I may just put a temporary number on these for the public hearing, so when you go through it.
Yes, that
Or
would be
maybe I'll
nice.
put a letter to it, because the town puts a number, maybe I'll put A, B, C, or
Okay.
something like that. Just so that when you're going through it with the public hearing, you'll be able to follow each one instead of like this.
One of the things that didn't mention is that I did approach the selectmen as far as the change in the business license ordinances, as far as how they would look at it. One of the things that they kind of threw back as to one of the things that they might be interested in is you come in, it's a one-time permit, but yet it's automatically reviewed every year. That way they don't have to, if they choose not to renew it that next year, they can without having, you don't have to resubmit a permit every year.
That makes sense.
And that way it also come back, if they have any, if the fire department has any issues with that, that could come into that renewal process that we could catch every year, and get them up to date, or at least keep them on their plan of correction.
So is that an ordinance change or a license change?
Should be, well, right now we have no ordinance.
Right.
So,
It would just be a license
Well-
change. Change the license policy, wouldn't it? I guess wondering, is it, that's something that this board will handle, or is this actually something the Board of Selectmen will handle directly? Because we don't have an ordinance for that.
We have no
This
ordinance
board-
on license.
And you're not responsible for policy.
no, I'm just trying to think how other towns it is written up in the land use ordinance, but
It'd be a strange place for a business, I would think.
well, it just goes down to that it has to be
Except for-
reviewed and.
yeah.
And that's kind of what, basically what I'm asking is, this is what they're saying to you, and what happens is I'm going back to the town attorney with some guidance, because he wanted to know too exactly how they wanted it, which way you guys wanted to go, and he's going to be working on that ordinance itself.
I would say if the selectmen want renewal, I don't think we have objection.
Okay.
Would we, any of us?
That may be one like the sign
Yeah.
language, that we just need assistance from the town's attorney to
Yeah,
piece together.
Right.
And if they have it in, because we have to notify, I think for a public hearing, 15 days under the ordinance. I think it's 15 calendar days prior to the public hearing, we have to have public notice of it.
Is it 15 or 30?
I saw in a document at the town today, I think it was 15, but
Okay.
it may have been antiquated, I don't know, but.
One of the other things was brought up, but they were deciding whether or not it would still be issued, would it go in front of the selectmen, or would it go in front of the town clerk? Don Willard, the town manager, expressed concern that it not go in front of the selectmen, that it be basically through the town clerk. And if by any reason that we feel that they're in violation or something and we deny it, they have the ability to appeal to the selectmen.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So from a timing perspective, if we go to public hearing next meeting and, we have any kind of public retort or anything like that, we may have to have maybe a special meeting in between. I don't know what the Board of Selectmen, typically around April, they start preparing those warrants. So
I don't think we're gonna have anything of major.
yeah, I
You?
don't expect either, especially if we kind of push back the special events. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think that would be the only one that may or may not, anybody may have any interest in. I think the rest of these are relatively clean up and there's a couple policy changes, but I don't think they have any major wild implications on any persons or project at this point, so.
Sprinklers might.
Sprinklers.
Sprinklers might,
Yeah, as a
sprinklers.
matter of
But
fact,
again,
we do
if
have-
we do, if we do and we decide we wanna, if if it's something we can clean up relatively quick, we may have to have a special meeting, or we may have to just kind of push it through in April quickly and flip it to the Board of Selectmen.
Let's go to sprinklers, because I think I think a lot of people have questions. Go ahead.
Article, whatever that is, IX. Building additions? Well, I was looking at this, and I have a barn, and it's about 4,400 square feet.
Good question.
And if I built it so that I could put a roof on either side, like a lean-to. And if I put a lean-to on one side that's 12 feet wide and 60 feet long, it puts me well over 4,800 feet. So does that mean I put a sprinkler system in my barn, which has no power, no?
No,
I just don't see how it's clear that I don't have to do that in here.
it is in a different section of the fire
Is it because
protection.
it's taken out and there are other parts that apply? I mean, the structure of the ordinance, because it.
Well, is your barn a residential structure? Your barn's not residential.
Residential.
You're not you don't have it for occupancy
Yeah,
for residence.
Well, there's nothing before this that says it's residential.
The current fire protection ordinance addresses that concern that you're asking about, in that agricultural type buildings even if they meet the size requirement, don't have to be sprinklered. And we already have that in our ordinance. That's a separate standalone section in the fire protection ordinance.
That brings up a good point, though. Does this applies to all, and do we need to be specific
It
about
says any and all structures.
It does say all areas of new buildings. Should that be commercial and residential, or?
Yeah, we can clean that up.
Because I think that might address your point. If it's a storage facility or you know, or something that somebody's using for garage, then
It's right in the center.
Store junk.
it's private.
That's
I do.
third page, second. And what about the 480 square feet? Are we okay? Is that, something came up on discussion on that?
Well, they just cleared it up a little bit. There's confusion as to originally if other towns had it for residential. And there's just a little bit of confusion on that, which, well, Wayne can probably do a better job than I can as far as explaining it, so.
Right. The 4,800 square feet mostly comes from either NFPA 1 or from the ISO. And specifically when we talk about the Insurance Services Office, ISO, they use the 4,800 square feet as, once you reach that threshold, then you have to start meeting commercial fire flow rates to be able to protect that structure. So that's where the 4,800 comes in. And the confusion probably came in at the last meeting where I talked about surrounding towns having the 4,000 square foot tripping mechanism. But I did mention that as far as residential 1 and 2 family dwellings, this would be new territory other than Gorham and Portland.
Bruce, you just here for moral support, or?
Yes. If I trip up, he's got
Teamwork. Well, and I guess my thought would be is at what point, you know, we're only missing 0 to 4,800 for all structures at some point, and is that the way the future is going to be headed, or?
Why don't we make it retroactive to all houses, see how that goes over at the town meeting?
But the issue that brought this up is, like we discussed at last meeting, these large buildings that we just physically can't bring enough water and deliver it at the proper rate for those types of fires. So that's why we're looking at this for the larger residential structures. There's been no discussion amongst us on the fire department of all 1 and 2 family homes in Raymond. We want to just deal with the ones that we know that are a problem for us.
But we did talk about whether or not we could put in fire boundaries inside the structure?
Right, and that was added in for
That was
language.
added in, okay.
Yeah, I think you got it in,
Okay.
2-hour firewall rated exemptions for 1 and 2 family buildings or structures. Right, on page 2 of that.
All right.
So they have some flexibility there, because I think you had discussed that if they put a fire rated wall up there, then can you expand an existing structure and avoid the sprinkler? I think was the example you would use, say you were at, kind of like what Greg's up against, but if you had a 4,600 square foot home and you put another room on, you know, and you trip the 4,800, you know, but you can put a firewall rated between the two structures and.
So, Jim, in your last memo,
Yep.
we're dropping out item 9, special events licensing.
Yes.
We're dropping out item 11, business licensing.
Business and licensing was the one that we were just talking about with Scott.
So we're gonna keep that in. We're gonna-
I guess we gotta kinda hear from the town's attorney on that one.
Okay, so that's an if. All right. And
I thought that was pretty well written.
We've
Yep.
captured everything
we
else.
captured everything else.
Yep.
Okay.
So, I mean, that leaves us with, 10 or 11, or actually 12. Oh, and the one that I did want to discuss, which we actually already have in our ordinance, PDF and electronic versions. It's in the site plan ordinance, and I didn't give it to you here, but it's not in the subdivision. So I can draft up some language and make sure that that applies to subdivision as well as site plan. I can use the same
Same language.
language, so I can easily do that as well. And again, I think for a situation like you have tonight, we're all thankful that, we do get electronic versions, because it can save us all a lot of grief when a butters come in looking for something. If that information is available via PDF, it's easy to
find.
easy to send.
I have a question. 35 feet or more in height, does that include the height of a buried basement? I would think it would, because that's also part of the total volume of the
Oh, you're talking
building.
about the fire code?
That's grade, from grade.
From grade, okay.
We want to clarify.
Should we stipulate that in language in here?
And do you guys use the same thing as 'cause I know some towns, I don't know how you do it, Scott, but they use a mean grade too. Because if you have
yes.
one end of the house is here and the other's here, you use a mean grade.
State mean and the
Maybe we want
definition
to
of
refer to
height of
that,
structure.
to the mean grade.
Yeah.
Understand that 35 feet is existing, it's already in the ordinance. Do you want us to try to clean that up, or how we would apply that is either grade or the mean grade if we're looking at two different grades?
Yeah.
I think it should be consistent with.
That's our guiding principle.
I mean, I think it should be consistent with however the building height, how you regulate the building height.
Yeah, that's how it's, I had to look at the definition exactly.
I think
how
if
it's
you get into
worded.
two different interpretations, you're just getting into
Well,
something.
because shoreland's different. Shoreland's measured from, height is measured from the lakeside.
Yeah.
Mean grade, not from.
Is it really? I didn't
Yeah.
know that. From the lakeside, the lake,
Yep.
that's a changing level.
Well, they don't, yeah, that's how they measure it. It just says from the downhill, it says downhill lakeside of the structure.
It's the ground level. It's just on the lake side of the building.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I thought you were talking about-
Just
Oh,
be-
yeah.
just because, no.
Don't worry.
If you're on a cliff, that's not a good grade.
Or it could be up here.
All right, what else? Everybody happy?
So you want us to schedule for a
Let's do
public
it.
hearing
Do a
on
public hearing next meeting.
March 10th, did I hear? Something like that? Whatever the next meeting date is, we'll make sure. We'll have to figure out how we want to do the notifications for those, because you got all these ordinances. I don't know how we've done it in the past, have we just done it as one block, or have we actually labeled out each ordinance that we're changing?
Okay, we don't put that in the public notice.
Okay, that's why I was just curious.
Yeah,
We just say we're public ordinance revisions, public hearing.
and
We
we'll
post it
also
online.
put the Roadrunner newsletter. We'll
Yeah.
have it in that.
Just say that they're available at
So what I'll do is then I will scan, once we get all the red lines and everything, I'll scan it so that you can post it.
That'll be great.
So you have a PDF of it.
So, March 11th.
March 11th.
Is our public hearing. That was a good meeting. All right. Everybody okay? Ready to go?
I have one other item.
Ooh, just in time.
Just in the nick of time. Findings of fact for the lot 4A that we did for the other Dustin lot down there. We need to sign the findings of fact, so I'll just hand those out. You quickly can read through it. You need one copy that needs to be signed. And that was one that was done. Bob, you abstained from that vote?
Yes.
I had that in the record, and I actually labeled it on there, but I think
Okay.
everybody else voted on that. This was going back to October. Unfortunately, I was out, so.
So, I should not sign, right? For sure I sign.
You don't need to sign.
I don't need to
You
sign.
abstain from the vote, I would recommend that you.
Yeah, you have it there.
We have enough board members here
Got
to
one?
make it viable, so.
This? I don't even have one.
When you get done with those, send
Say
some
what
back.
is supposed to sign here?
Say again?
Can you send one back, so, you should have had enough here, but.
You probably,
Still, there's one here.
there's an extra one here.
I referred to your memo.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Okay, just referred to it,
Yep.
okay.
So everything,
Very good,
all
thanks.
those conditions that were in your memo would be part of that.
Very good.
Why don't we pass this one back all the way down to Mike and let him sign it, and then it can pass this way. Those that need to sign, should sign. So Jim, you were here for most of that discussion on our previous,
Yes.
the Marina meeting. So the planning board really has no input into the DEP.
The town can, you get notified just like in the butter.
Right.
So the town officials can comment to the DEP.
The town officials mean it being,
Code enforcement officer, engineer, whomever,
Okay.
will, on behalf of the town, because I've done this for other towns that
Right.
get applications, and they'll sometimes say, can you take a look at it, see if anything there, make a comment to DEP, and I have in the past in other towns, on behalf of the town, saying, you know, the town has a concern about X, Y, Z, or can you, is there any way you can include this concern? And they may or may not, depending on their jurisdiction. If it's something that's in their jurisdiction, they'll say, okay, we'll go back and take a closer look at that.
so procedurally, somewhere along the line, the town should get something from DEP concerning this, or has he already got it?
The application you received, that Scott received from the
Right.
applicant, is really your first notification that it's time to comment.
So we should be sending something.
You should, if the town or Scott or Will, on behalf of the town, has concerns,
Right.
they should be addressing those to the DEP, because as Rob said, they're in the process of finalizing that.
Okay.
And I don't know what the exact window of comments, if it's come and gone, but can't hurt to still send it. You know, typically, you have a window of opportunity from the time the town receives it. And that's sometimes a disconnect, because sometimes these notifications in towns go to the clerk. Maybe don't go to the code enforcement. The clerk may have it, probably sends it over to Scott, but, you know, in the shuffle of paperwork and everything.
Okay.
That's just how the notification process works. But there is a time frame, and I can't remember if it's 30 days or something like that, that typically you have a review period that you can make comments to DEP.
Okay, so does that have, so the response back should be a detailed response as to what our concerns are?
Yeah, I mean, it can be general, it can be anything. I mean, it just be any correspondence you want to have with the DEP, any concerns you can raise, you can send them to the analyst of the DEP.
And at the same time requesting a public hearing?
I'm not sure which permit they were doing. Some of them, like if you do a site location, you have to hold your own public hearing outside of the town. For NRPA, I don't think you have to. I think the town's process is enough. But I think the process you guys, where you handle it was that you want that DEP approval before you make any decision. And to your point, just because you have the DEP order does not mean the town has to approve it. They're looking at it from a different criteria than the town. In some cases. Some cases they're the same.
But what, what authority would we have to go against the DEP approval?
Following your ordinances.
Following the ordinances?
Right, your ordinances.
Okay,
1 through whatever those are, in the shoreline zone, whatever.
Okay, so now, do you need something, so who's gonna send this back to DEP? And who is,
I
what
mean,
is
you
gonna
can
be-
either authorize, I mean, like I said, I work in other towns, it can be either the consulting engineer, or it can be the code enforcement officer, it can be anybody. I mean, the town is like in a butter to this thing. It has a right to comment.
So the planning board can authorize you to?
Not me in this case, I have a conflict. But, I mean, no, but it'd be Will in this case. It would be Will.
Oh, it'd be Will?
Will Haskell.
Right,
Yeah,
yes.
Yes.
Okay. So is that, what do you think, Scott? Is that do you want to do it, or should we authorize Will?
Yeah.
Will do it?
Or you can do it, I mean, way I usually do it in other towns, I correspond with a code enforcement officer, and usually the code enforcement says, well, I think these are some items, you look at them from a technical standpoint, you're more technically savvy than me.
Right.
Look at them, and if you think it's worth it, send the comments, correspond me into it, and send it to the DEP. And that can be via email, it can be in writing.
So I think it'd probably be better if Will
It
actually
absolutely
did
should
it.
be Will. In this case, he's representing
Right.
you as a board.
And he can liaison with Scott to find
Yes.
out that.
Yep.
Okay, so does that sound?
The only question I have, does DEP then, are they required to send us their response?
In the case that I've had, they have corresponded back that they received the comments, and then they'll either tell you whether, any action that they may go forward with that. I don't know. In the case that I had, they actually incorporated one of the comments, and the other one said they was already addressed. So it's a case-by-case basis, basically, is all I can tell you with that.
Okay.
And as far as the other question you had, as far as jurisdiction on the water rights themselves, that is really quite interesting, because, I mean, if you were on the coast, it would be the harbor master or the Coast Guard.
The Coast Guard, right.
Or navigable waters.
Yep.
I don't know, I assume it'd be the sheriff department, probably warden service. Again, we kind of jokingly talked about it, but town does have somebody who's designated as a harbor master, which might be Dawn in this case. So, I mean, but, he's not out there patrolling on a
Right.
regular basis, so you're probably gonna look at the entity, which would probably be the sheriff department. I don't think anybody else would have any, there's no Coast Guard or anything like that on the Sebago Lake, so.
No, and I would be down.
I think it's gonna be between the warden service and the sheriff department as far as,
Traffic.
water safety.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the ones that enforcement. If you go out, and you don't have your life jackets, it's the sheriff, although usually it's the warden service that's looking at safety on the water.
Send the ferry boat over there.
Yeah.
Check it out.
So
All right, so I will make a motion that we direct Will, acting on behalf of the town, through liaison with Scott, sends a notice in response to the DEP application stating the board's concerns with the application. And those concerns, I mean, you've got them, right? I know, so Will taking notes. It would be the environmental impact, and it would be the,
You have to say, could they send an email to me?
yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
right.
I don't know, I mean, you have to call the DEP, see who's been assigned to the project. Like Christine Woodruff did the other one. She may be assigned to this one. She usually doesn't by region. I don't know. Usually what happens is DEP assigns an analyst for the project, and usually it's on a regional basis.
Oh,
So
it's be
could be
Alexis.
Yeah, it could be Alexis too. It's an NRPA.
Yep.
So you find out who that person is, and you can usually email them directly your concerns.
Okay.
And the town's weight is pretty heavy.
All right, that sounds, you guys okay with that?
Yep.
Is there a second?
Signing
Yeah, I'll
for the
second that.
October
Second, any other discussion? All those in favor? All right, anyone opposed? So Scott, can we ask you to make that contact with Will?
Yep.
All right. And as far as the notification process goes, having been in those shoes before, the applicant in that case can only go what's on record.
Oh, yeah, I
You know?
mean, that's-
And to your point, I mean, I feel bad that, he's deceased, he's in jail, but to your point, they haven't changed the
Yeah. Right.
tax, the tax assessor, so that's what's on record, so, as much as they're upset, obviously if they get the next round, they'll have to be notified, but.
Well, they got here for the public hearing, right?
Right.
Well, one person, I guess, did get the notice. It's a good thing they all didn't get notice. All right,
Do we have any other
Still on
applications?
there.
We don't have, at this point, we don't
is
really
there a
have.
motion to adjourn?
I'm just gonna give you a quick update before you do that.
Did you already do that?
I did, but I
Does
don't think we,
second-
I don't think we have any other applications, what I was gonna tell you.
Oh.
Runs is still on the.
We've got the subdivision we did the site walk on, which is, we're still waiting, and then the only other one would be Aroma Joe's, and both of those are, we haven't seen anything.
Yeah, Roman Joe's is like on a hot.
Yeah, we had the traffic
movement.
movement permit back in November.
And then it just died.
And then it's just kind of been sitting status, and I think it came down to maybe some of the construction issues with the water line or something.
Well, that and being the time he didn't want to deal with it in the wintertime, they
Yeah.
felt it wasn't
Oh.
more.
So, you know,
Okay.
it'll come sometime. So,
All right.
that's all I got.
You sure?
I'm done.
There already motion, there's a motion. Second, all those in favor?
I'm Dunsky.
Done. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Good evening. Welcome to the March 3rd joint meeting of the Budget Finance Committee and Select Board in reviewing our upcoming budget. First order of business would be for the Budget Finance Committee to approve the minutes of September 24th.
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous. I'm going to follow this agenda right through. So we're going to start with provider agencies. I don't know which agencies are actually here right now. I recognize the Snowmobile Club, so I'm going to let you go first. Again, please announce your name.
Larry Wood from Raymond. Al Plummer from Fort Vista Road in Raymond.
And what are you looking for from the town of Raymond?
Just the same as we have been, trying to keep the trails open and safe and keep a good recreation program for the winter time and just continue with it.
You're requesting 2,000.
2,000. Do we have individual agency listed in here? Agencies?
That's 47. Yep, they started at page 37. That's where all the agency, the stuff that they all submitted.
Okay, thank you.
And the Rattlers is on page 47.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Any questions for the Snowmobile Club?
How much did they receive last year?
I don't think you've requested this year's yet, so we're gonna work on that.
Yeah, I think you submitted that, right?
I think it was 2,000.
Okay.
But don't we limit it to the amount of the registrations and the snowmobiles?
We do that.
And how much was that last year?
It was like a touch over 2,000.
Okay.
Yeah, if it were over, if it were under, then
So
they would be capped at that.
If I may.
Yes.
Is the wording in the budget proposal up to $2,000 as long as the registrations exceed $2,000?
Well, that's a good question.
No.
No? Don't you think that's the way it ought to be worded?
Well, it's actually, if the way it's done this year, it's underneath the rec department budget.
Oh. Okay.
I-
Which is a whole new budget.
Right.
I think the point that I make every year, so I might as well make it again very briefly, is that it's snowmobiles, but it's also, the trails are open to people who would walk, cross-country, ski, snowshoe, dog sleds, you name it. So when I was doing the snowmobile thing when my son was younger, I saw all those activities and more. So there are people who are using it for winter recreation, using the trail system.
Oh, I have no problem with the $2,000. It's just the wording in the budget to
Well,
make
what I'm trying to do
sure.
is make a nexus with the idea of snowmobile registration.
Yeah.
There are other users that are not related to snowmobile registration.
Right.
That's
As a
all.
practical matter, that would be. I thought we talked about this last year where the snowmobile registration income would wash to the expense,
Right.
Last year there was
Whatever that was.
$105 that was not.
but whatever it was, right? So
We
I-
can write the article for this year, however you choose to write it, that would be the selectmen's purview to write it the way that it's satisfactory to the people that are gonna be voting on it, so, I mean, those articles are not written yet, so certainly you could.
Would it be a separate article if you're putting it under the Recreation Department budget?
No. If we're doing it inside, you know, because you've got, in the rec budget, you've got that, you also have Raymond Rec, and you have
Tasseltop?
and the baseball.
Right.
They're in there, so, you know, essentially, what you could do there is, you know, as far as the town manager working with the rec director, saying that, you know, if that's not there, then that amount isn't going to be able to, you know, so he's going to have to authorize that out of his budget.
Right.
So that could be a direction, I would agree with that, from the Board of Selectmen to the town manager to the rec department.
Do we know how much we've collected so
What
far?
direction?
The limitation on the appropriation.
To go back and equate the income and expense as a
Correct.
wash item? Okay,
Right.
okay.
Do we know how much we have so far from them? Kathy?
We've gotten this year's, we won't get next year's until next January or so.
There's a year left.
Okay.
But I mean, we were just over the 2,000 for this year, correct?
I believe so.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to invite RTP. Is there a representative from RTP? Thank you.
Let me check with them.
Good evening. My name is Deb Fritzen, and this is my colleague, Belinda Hutchinson.
I'm from Westbrook. Probably should throw that out there, right?
Probably not, maybe not. I'm new to RTP. I've never been to Raymond before, so I'm glad to be here tonight. I'm the new accountant at RTP. I can appreciate how you all are working very hard to stretch your budget dollars. I get that. And thank you very much for your consideration for our application. We're here tonight to ask for support for the bus route that we call the Lakes Region Explorer. It's a bus that runs between Bridgeton and Portland 4 round trips a day, every weekday. We've recently expanded the route to include the Bridgeton Hospital on the north end and an extra stop in Wyndham too. We make a stop in Raymond. We have regular riders that come from Raymond. We can't tell exactly where, when someone gets on the bus, we don't ask them what town they live in, but we've had over 1,000 boardings from Raymond, which is sort of indicative of how much we're serving the town. We have over 10,000 boardings in all on the bus route, and it's a growing route, like I mentioned, new stops. We also have a brand new bus in service, a bigger bus. Our new bus, it seats 24 passengers and has capacity for 2 wheelchairs. And it's very exciting, has free Wi-Fi on board, a bike rack that holds 2 bikes on the front of the bus. You've probably seen it going up and down the 302 corridor. And we're very excited about adding a Saturday service this summer between Memorial Day and Labor Day. The bus will make 3 round trips between Bridgeton and Portland every Saturday. And that hopefully will take some of the tourist traffic out of the 302 corridor. We're very excited about that. We've had a lot of positive feedback about that. It's a very comfortable ride. Our passengers have raved about being able to work on their laptops or sleep and hopefully they wouldn't drive their own cars and sleep while they're driving, but we're hearing good feedback from that from our passengers too. Our drivers give out transfer tickets to anyone who wants to connect to the Metro and South Portland bus when they get to Portland. We also accept transfer tickets from the other bus routes when they get to, so in Portland, if a passenger gets on with a transfer ticket, they don't pay a fare, and we honor all of those transfers. I don't need to tell you all this, you know how it works. The local support that we get is critical to RTP. We use that to leverage other federal and state funds that we get to support the agency and this bus route in particular. We are asking for the same amount of support from all of the Lakes Region towns, Bridgeton, Casco, Naples, Wyndham, and Raymond. We're asking for $8,500 from each of those towns. And, you know, in closing, I would just add that bus transportation is convenient, it's affordable, it's environmentally friendly, it takes traffic out of the 302 corridor, and we appreciate every dollar you can do to support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Right,
Deb, yes.
Belinda. Any questions for the RTP guests?
What is your fare structure now? Is it still the same price whether you get on in Bridgeton or whether you get on in Portland?
Yes, the maximum fare is $3 from Bridgeton all the way to Portland. We have discounted fares for seniors and for students. Monthly passes are available too at discounted rates. We try to keep it affordable for everybody.
It's always been one of my problems with the fare structure is someone from Bridgeton, 25 miles away from here, pays the same $3 as you do going from Raymond. It just mathematically, you know, doesn't make sense. If you were to take an Uber, you'd be paying a lot more to go to Bridgeton than you would to come to Raymond.
I agree with that.
Yeah, Don.
The other thing on math, which is more Joe's thing probably than mine, but what occurs to me is the notion that there's a differential in size between the communities. You know, $8,500 to Wyndham is different than $8,500 to Raymond or Casco or Bridgeton, and there's a differential in the amount of ridership. Larger town, more riders; smaller town, fewer riders. So normally when you do municipal formulas, you factor in things like population, valuation, and use.
Fair point.
Do you know what the growth rate was for the ridership previous year to this year?
I don't have the previous year ridership with me tonight. I could get that for you
No,
and get back to you.
that's okay. We can look it up.
Here's total here.
Last year.
No.
That was,
When I looked at it, it was about 4 passengers.
Yeah, a third of them, yeah.
Any other questions?
So that would,
Nope.
that's my favorite.
All set? Thank you very much.
Can I just add one quick note too?
Sure.
I have noticed that the brochure for the Lakes Region Explorer is on your website. Thank you very much for doing that. We have an updated brochure, so I want to make sure to connect with maybe you in the future to get the updated brochure on the website. Thank you.
The other thing I will say is that I've been attending the age-friendly, Raymond age-friendly meetings, and there has been, you know, presentations, and there's a connection between age-friendly and the bus, and so we're trying to figure out that last mile dilemma that we talked about, you know, getting people to the bus, and so there is, or appears to be, good support and for the bus from the age-friendly community, and, you know, trying to find solutions to get people in need to the bus, which is a problem, but we're working on it.
Yeah, Joe.
I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly on your ridership. So let's take June of last year. You had 104 riders altogether. How many times do you go up and down? Four trips.
There are 4 round trips every weekday.
Okay. So that 104 riders, that breaks down to about 4 people from Raymond?
You're looking at June,
I just
the
picked
boardings.
Yeah.
So there were 104 boardings
In Raymond.
In June.
So in June, you assume like 22, 23 days a month because you only go Monday through Friday, right?
Right.
So that's about 4 people,
About.
A
yeah,
day.
That makes sense.
A
Yep,
day.
I follow that logic, yeah.
right? Is that correct?
You know, mathematically, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes, but like I said, we don't ask people when they go on the bus if they live in Raymond. You know, we imagine that some people who might get on in Raymond might come from a, you know, a further away town, come to the 302 corridor to get on here. You know, people get on and off in different places. Someone might travel from Bridgeton and get off in Wyndham. Someone might get on in Portland and get off in Raymond. You know, we don't ask them.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me follow up with that. At what point in time do you charge the fee?
When they get on the
When
bus.
they get on the bus, and that is counted as a ride?
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So every ride, 104 rides is 3 times that, whatever that.
Unless they buy a pass.
Unless they buy a pass or unless they get a senior discount or student discount.
Any other questions?
I have just one quick one. Has something changed in the structure and the relationship? I recall GP Cog being involved and presenting in the past, is that right?
Well, GP Cog is still involved.
I was expecting to see our GP Cog friends here.
Rick Harbison.
Right.
He's on paternity leave.
He's on paternity leave. Rick and his wife have just had a baby, so he's
Okay.
on paternity leave, so you have an inferior substitute, I'm sorry.
I just seeing, because I knew that they had taken a role in that, and we weren't seeing them tonight, so that's all.
Yeah, that's why.
All right.
You'll see him in the future, I promise. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure, yeah, thank you.
Do we have a representative from Raymond Baseball?
do. Hello, my name's Sarah Davis. I live at 85 Tenny Hill Road in Raymond, and I serve on the board for Raymond Baseball Softball. I'm here representing Joe. Our request for baseball softball is $4,000. It is the same as it's been at least for a couple of years. That was doubled a few years ago at this committee's direction, and we're happy with that. And we support hundreds of kids in the community. We have a growing program. We started baseball, softball clinics as early as last week. We're offering new clinics to start people pitching and catching earlier in the season to get them more prepared. We will have a name change. You'll see that from us. We converted from Cal Ripken to Little League, so we will be changing our name to Raymond Baseball, Raymond Little League, instead of Raymond Baseball Softball, which actually isn't even our official name. It's just Raymond Baseball because in the 80s when we established it, women didn't play sports or something. I don't know. I have no idea why, but anyway, so yep, it's important to us. It helps us keep up the field, keep them lined. We pay certainly umpires in certain instances. All of our coaches are obviously volunteers. We don't pay for anything like that. Equipment, uniforms, typical recreation expenses.
Sarah, we received a request for funds from Joe,
Yes.
and his amount that he was considering requesting was $2,000.
Oh, okay.
Raymond Rec is 4,000.
The Raymond Rec one, the Raymond Rec one's 4.
Okay. Well, it had been doubled at the discretion of this committee, and I apologize. I must have doubled that amount in my mind, so it's 2,000.
Oh, from the 1,000 to 2,000, yeah. That's
Yeah,
what we did
yeah,
with it.
I
We did that.
must have been thinking about that wrong. I apologize. $2,000, yes, from Joe. And Joe asked that I speak on his behalf. Joe is the president, to be clear.
Sarah, is there a technical difference between the word Little League? Is that a licensed word, and does that have connotations that apply here?
Yes, it's a licensed word. It's it is the structure of the organization that you're under, kind of like PTA, PTO.
This
Those
is
are
a
two
nationwide
different
organization.
organizations, yes.
Okay.
As is Cal Ripken, don't get me wrong.
All
We
right.
just
That was my next
converted
question.
because we liked we decided as a board that the Little League structure was better for us. We liked the teams that we were playing in that league. And so before last year, we converted from Cal Ripken to Little League. It offers a lot more opportunities. We think it offers a more exciting brand of play for the different ages we get to play at. And we go to new communities now. In addition to Wyndham, where the girls had already been playing, we traveled to Buxton and Standish and more of those sort of surrounding towns. So it offers a lot more opportunities, and we were able to participate in a pretty amazing tournament last year that we hosted right down at Mill Street, and it was really successful.
Little League World Series is in Pennsylvania too.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes, that's probably more well known than Cal Ripken. But they're both, credible nationwide organizations. We just like the structure better of the Little League.
Okay. Sounds like a lot of traveling. Is this done by families going to where the games are, or is it transportation provided?
There is no transportation provided. Obviously, we play home games either at Mill Street or at the school. But yes, we do play away games and travel, and like any youth sports, either their family's responsible or other neighbors, friends. I quite frequently take a number of kids to games.
Any other questions? Raymond Baseball.
And I guess I would add just one point of clarification. There were discussions going on with the Recreation Department about the possibility of merging Raymond Rec. Baseball, softball is not currently in those discussions, isn't because of how much goes into that. We have a huge board. It takes a lot of people to run it, and all the rules and things you have to sign up for. That's not a current discussion that's happening. So just to sort of distinguish the two programs.
I understand that they should be separate for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like an agreement everyone
That's
has,
fine.
so.
That's fine.
But I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that
Yeah.
might not be a line item under the rec budget as you were talking about before.
Actually, it is. Yeah.
That's just where it's.
Just where it resides, where it lives in the budget. It doesn't mean anything by that.
Any other questions for Sarah?
Not under baseball.
On
but
baseball. On baseball.
Yeah.
On baseball?
No.
No.
Thank you for taking
Are
care
you
of
gonna take Raymond Rec before I sit down?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, Raymond Rec, right?
Raymond Rec. Please introduce yourself.
My name's Sarah Davis. I still live at 85 Tenny Hill Road, unless my husband threw me out. I am the president of Raymond Rec. I just took over presidency at the end of last year from Beth, who did an amazing job, and this community is incredibly lucky to have her. And she did a great job for a number of years, but was ready to be done. Raymond Rec, just to be clear on the programs that we support a running club, skiing, soccer, basketball, the karate program we assist with. It's not exactly under Raymond Rec, and the swimming program are all the programs we support. We are seeing incredible growth, particularly at the young ages. K1 is our biggest growth area. A few years ago, because of lack of volunteer participation, we had to cancel our K1, or well, K-2 basketball program, and so we saw some decline in numbers. We brought that all back up, and it is expanding every year. We serve a number of kids in this community. We've never actually pulled numbers on each program and how many participate in the multiple programs, so I can't tell you how many across the board we support, but it's well over 500 across all the programs. I just can't tell you how many of those kids are participating in each of those things. We use the money for lining the fields, for mowing the fields at Agawam is $2,000 of our request goes directly to that, and then the other $2,000 we use to offset our insurance expenses currently.
Any questions for Sarah?
And I will just say one other thing. Our biggest expenses come from the ski program through busing. That's a conversation we have a lot. Busing people up to Shawnee Peak can be expensive, and that just is what it is. And then in basketball, helping to offset the cost to use the gym. We have to pay gym fees, and that can be one of our bigger expenses. So I knew I'd get my removal people worked up.
Yeah, that using the school in your own town and having to pay for that is kind of hard to swallow. But I think too, is I'm hoping with this new rec director program that we can be able to merge in some way So it saves you guys that $2,000 on insurance, and it comes under the town. That is to me like a double dipping in people's pockets between, you know, it going on a budget, you know, and that type of thing, and then and being able to help you guys with it too.
And I appreciate that. We pay our insurance. Our insurance comes up January 1st, which is actually terrible because you're trying to do the holidays and renew insurance. But so it runs through the end of the year. We had to pay those costs up front. They're annual policies. As Teresa is well aware, we are engaged as a board in discussing how we can work together with Raymond Rec or go under Raymond Rec or all those things. We haven't had an official vote. We've just been discussing it. We need to continue to meet with the town and have conversations. Obviously, you know, our intent is to do the best thing for the children of Raymond and make sure that we maintain our programs. That's our #1 goal. We're all volunteers. The only thing we pay we pay a small stipend. I think it's $15 for refs in basketball, $15 for refs in soccer. Things like that. Other than that, it's all equipment and uniform costs. We keep our costs generally in the $60 range for registration. We try to balance paying for all of our programs with keeping the costs low. Obviously, skiing is more than that because skiing is just a more expensive sport.
But I'm hoping too the same thing again, where we'll be able to come together and mitigate some of those costs.
Yes, yeah, and we figure about $15 per registration goes to insurance costs. So if we were able to come out under the town, that'd be a huge savings for everybody.
Don.
I just want to say that our intention as a town is to improve the breadth and depth of our services. You know, and you'll hear more later from our new rec director, who's got a couple weeks under his belt now. But so I think that by harnessing the energy of the volunteers we've always had and the resources, human resources, financial resources of the town, you know, our goal is to improve what we offer. So we have the same mission.
Yeah, absolutely. And it still takes all of us, you know, you still
You're
need
gonna
all
those
the coaches,
volunteers.
you need
He's
all
not
the.
going to be out running every game.
That's exactly. You still need all of that.
Or
So it's a
maybe-
partnership.
Yeah.
Is this a new request for $2,000 more? Because it
Nope.
used to be.
Last year we made that
Last
request
year
for the
was
first
last
That
time.
time was under something different.
Okay.
Soccer, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
last year was the first time that we doubled it, but
Okay.
we're coming back with that same request.
Okay.
They put things in different categories, I think, this year, yeah.
Any other Raymond Rec questions?
I'm a little bit confused about the fee structure. If, for example, I have a child that wants to go on a ski trip, is there a cost to that?
To participate in our ski program on Fridays, yes. There
Okay.
is a registration cost that includes both the busing and the pass. If your kid chooses to engage in rentals, then obviously that's
Okay.
more. So
Okay,
it's set up.
So there is, if you want to go, you pay.
Absolutely, and that's a little more. I think it might be 150.
I picked an
program's
expensive one. I know.
200. Okay,
Yeah.
200. My kids weren't able to participate this year, so I don't remember the exact cost.
Only because somebody just asked that recently, yeah.
Yeah, we do. We do a good job. We take a lot of time. We make each of our directors, so we have assigned directors under each program, and each director is responsible, like in any organization, for managing to their budget. And we use this money to offset some of those costs, but other than that, they have to operate within the budget to cover their portion of all these fees and then cover whatever their program is. And that's why the skiing program costs a little more than to play basketball.
Okay, and I know I picked an expensive one.
Yeah.
How much of that is bus?
How much of that is best?
And how much of that bus is, where is that money being spent for bus?
Well, okay, so I'll follow up with you, but we rent a bus through Custom Coach and Limousine.
That's all I need to know, right
Yeah,
there.
I just
Okay.
don't have the specific exactly how much it is, but I can send it to you.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, it does not go to the school.
Okay, the fee for the pool would be also paper play, so to speak?
The swimming is
Swimming is at the
Summer.
beach.
At the beach, okay. I
Yeah,
thought you were
so we
saying
don't
pool.
pay for
Okay,
it.
all right, okay.
I think it's just the lifeguard, yeah.
It's we have 2 swimming instructors, 2 certified swimming instructors, so
And that's at Crescent, or is that somewhere else?
it's the one off of 85 down here.
Crescent.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
You're very
Thank you
welcome.
yeah.
Anything further?
Trying to
Any other
save those
questions, kids?
costs,
Okay,
man.
he possesses it.
There's a lot of money we could save there.
Yeah.
Man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up, we invite the library to come forward.
Just those three, that's what's
Good evening. I'm Paul Cullinan, Spillway Hill Road in Raymond. I'm the treasurer of the Raymond Village Library's Board of Trustees. And I welcome this opportunity to talk about our budget and with all of you. Tonight with me is Lee Walker, another trustee, and the library's director, Allison Griffin. Let me begin by expressing the RVL's board's appreciation for the support we've received from the town over the past several years. That steady support has been crucial to our growing imprint on the Raymond community and is greatly appreciated. Another aspect of the support you've given us is by appointing Teresa Sadek as your representative. She jumped in with both feet and has given us new ideas and a different perspective that have been very helpful. The library as a whole has been experiencing a good year this year. Each of our fundraisers has exceeded its budgeted target. Our senior hours continue to be more and more successful. Our collaborations with the Raymond Arts Alliance and Community Gardens have contributed significant benefits to the community. Our children's and adult programming has attracted thousands of participants in the last year. We continue to issue new library cards to dozens of residents. In order to build on these successes, we proposed a budget of $117,603, which is virtually identical to the one we proposed last year. Our actual spending for this year will be much lower than what we budgeted, what we had hoped for last year, partly because we had to constrain certain spending and that we didn't expand our hours the way we had hoped to at that time. Minimum wage increases and increased prices of books and other materials continue to strain our finances. The proposed budget projects about a $5,000 deficit, which we are trying to eliminate through additional fundraising activities. Alternatively, we'd have to dip into our reserves to cover that shortfall. We're asking in our proposed budget that the town increase its support by $6,000 for a total contribution of $66,000. We believe the increase will allow us to continue to provide critical and valuable services that the library delivers to this community. Before I end, I want to acknowledge the healthy financial position of the library. We now hold, at least until the recent financial situation, about $230,000 in reserves. Overall, the past 2 years, the RVL's board has been discussing among its members the need for additional space if we're continuing to grow and flourish. And I emphasize the flourish aspect because our space is really causing us to have certain significant constraints on our activities. We're now looking into the possibility of an addition of a multi-purpose room for our programming and other activities. We're having some preliminary plans done through which we might be able to assess the potential costs of various sized expansions. If we do eventually expand our footprint on the current site, that building project would absorb a substantial amount of the capital reserves that we have set aside at this moment. So that that part of these reserves built up through an unexpected grant a couple of years ago that didn't have any particular constraints on it. So we started to think about those potential space adjustments that would help us greatly. So I thank you for your attention and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Paul. I must say I did participate in the flower show this past year, and I was amazed at how much is going on at the community garden. Just driving by on Meadow Road, you don't really see how big and how used it is. And I was impressed by that.
It is really a thing to behold in the summer. There really are a lot of people who come in. I think it was a 250-pound donation to the community's food pantry this past year. So it's an activity that much of the community enjoys, and it has a fruitful outcome to it.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions for Paul? Go ahead, Joe.
Paul, how many individual donors do you have in your annual appeal?
The guess is, or the approximation right now would be 250. We can get you a specific number. if you'd like.
And what makes you so optimistic that you're gonna get a 15% increase in your appeal?
We did very well last year. We reached 35,000 in last year's appeal. We sought a much bigger increase this year, in part because we had foresaw a larger potential hole in our budget, so we pushed the limit where it was obviously very optimistic. We didn't budget for that increase that we sent the appeal out for. When we sent the appeal note out this year, we requested that people donate such that we could reach $43,000. That was a real push. We haven't gotten there. But this year we did a much more extensive background on mailing lists and work to get a more up-to-date and more complete list of potential donors. So we would hope that we would do a little better than we've done so far, but you know, we're still open to contributions.
Good, Teresa.
I talked to Paul the other night because one of my concerns was, because I want to make sure I understood it fully. With their reserves, if they go and build this addition on, I'm really concerned that it's going to take up their reserves and they're not going to have anywhere else to dip into if they need money. So like the rec program and like the baseball program, I would love to be able to see us come together, you know, with a space that we could all use for a community where their fundraising can go towards the products instead of the space and stuff like that. So which is my great time to put in a plug for, we're going to do the Festival of Trees this year as a fundraiser down at Camp Hines on Plains Road.
This was one of those ideas that I mentioned.
Yeah, and we're going to work with the crafters and the PTO. So everybody's going to be in like the one big building to benefit. So if anybody wants to do a tree, call the library or whatever, but it's one of the things we're hoping that it's something new this year. And that's one of the things I brought up, that, you know, maybe some new fundraisers for their money to be able to bring in some more community support. But I am concerned about the reserves being used for that addition, but that's something that they've got to decide what to do.
Well, let me just, part of it is that some of these programs are really quite integral to the library's mission. The children's activities are wonderful. They've been very successful, but they're also quite boisterous hours. And it makes the rest of the library less inviting to other demographic groups. In many of those activities, we have to spend some time, or I say we, the staff, spend some time moving these bookcases around so that the space is there for the activity. The problem with that is that half the time we block off a half to 2/3 of the bookshelves by turning them around, so we lose the access there. We have to constrain our participation in some of these activities, and we've had several of them that have long waiting lists, hoping that somebody will drop out, and we can't accommodate that. So we're looking into a potential multi-purpose room expansion. The size will be dependent in large part upon what the costs come in at, and we're trying to figure out what that is. We're still in the early stages of this, but we feel that we really are extraordinarily constrained by the space we have right now. The staff spent the month of January weeding the collection. And so it means that when you go in, some classic book, let's say you were interested in the Robert Caro series on Lyndon Johnson. Well, maybe because they haven't been taken out in a while, maybe the first 2 volumes of that had to be pulled out of the collection. Some of the mystery series, we have to pull out the first one. So if somebody gets interested in them, then we have to go back to interlibrary loan to get those. So we are extraordinarily constrained by our current space.
No, I know you are, and him and I talked to him last night about it because I just had some questions about it, but they do offer a lot in their small space, and I have moved those shelves And I said a lot of bad words, moving those shelves and taking the books off, and yeah. So I get that.
Any other questions for Paul? Here's Ralph.
Under your fundraising expenses, was that for getting the mailing list and updating that, or at one
Yep.
point I know that you had looked at kind of subbing out some of the fundraising, and you lose a percentage, but probably, was generally your probability on those that you're going to turn more. Have you looked at all of that?
Yeah, some of this was the brochure might have been a little more involved this year than it has been in the past. I mean, we tried to invest a little money at the front end to hope we'd catch somebody's attention to be maybe either contribute or to be a little more generous this year than they had been in the past. But that's a note that our fundraising, that is one of the only areas I think in our budget where we went over our budget in terms of expenditures.
And did you see, are you seeing some payback from that as far, in the fundraiser, in the appeal you're doing this year, you're saying you're...
Right now, we are
you're
almost...
completing that to-
Right now, we are almost at where we were last year. And we're going to send out another email appeal to try to bolster that in the coming weeks. So.
I mean, where I always have the concern is, if you do the expansion, now that's a sunken cost.
Yeah.
If you don't have anything that's going to back it up as far as additional revenue that's going to come in to help offset that, all you've done is created more empty space. And that's not what your goal is. Your goal is to try and have something as vibrant and whatnot. And part and parcel of that is trying to pick up in the number of donating units that you have and things like that. If someone, if you have 250 people and they all just add $5, that's not going to get you a whole lot further down the road. It's going to get you further down the road if you go from 250 to 500.
Yep. No, but we are looking at this, and we are looking again as to analyzing new donors versus those who have been donating for years, and whether their patterns have changed any, and try to figure out some way to do that. Yes, if we do a building expansion, our utility costs will go up a little bit. I don't think we necessarily would need to change staffing, because for instance, the library, children's librarian would be over there with the children's programs and in the same hours. So, but we're cognizant of this is a problem going forward, and we're as Teresa said, we're trying to come up with more and more ideas as to how we can expand these revenue sources.
Joe?
Is the town still providing plowing services?
Yes.
So, where do you list that? You don't list it under your revenue or in-kind contributions anywhere.
That's a good point. I'm not sure.
Well, how do I want to put this? We try to do what we can do to assist the library, and so if they call us with an issue, and they've been very good about not calling us, they solve mostly their own problems, but at one point we had a budgeted
Right.
appropriation,
Additional $500.
Right, yeah, and so I mean, we try to do what we can do, and it's such a de minimis addition to what we do. It's not any big issue to us, and so I suppose though there should be some quid pro quo recognition or something of it, but on our end, it's not a very big deal.
I understand that, but I think you need to put it in here that the town is providing just more than money. It's, there is, plowing a commercial lot is a lot of money. So that there's a lot of value to that plowing and any maintenance that's done on the building by the town.
I mean, we can certainly provide a number, and then you can put that in there. Is that what
Yeah,
you're asking?
I just think you need to account for it.
All right.
We can do that.
We'll be in touch.
Don, do you want to follow that up with another question?
I had not a question, but a comment. What a surprise. My comment is getting involved this summer with the Raymond Arts Association down there with my son, and I don't think that you're going to have to worry about if you built a room. You will have to maintain it and operate it, but having it empty is not going to be an issue. There's a real shortage of space for programs like that, and when I saw the space that was involved and what we were trying to do, and it's very, very difficult. And the other thing I would say is that I want to see the Raymond Recreation Department, like the Raymond Arts Alliance, other groups in the community utilizing the library. I think they want that to be a hub of community activity, and so we're going to try to make provisions for recreation, but I would see us offering things there as well if that was something you were amenable to.
Absolutely.
So I think that's the key, though, is to tie the community into a number of different groups in the community into the library and keep expanding that, and you've done that significantly lately.
I believe the library director and the recreation director have already scheduled a meeting to get to know each other and talk over things.
I think the broader the community, the greater the likelihood that you're going to meet and exceed your goals and so forth. Yeah.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Two things. One, I was under the impression, and I might be wrong, but we're pretty much landlocked with that building. I'm not sure there's a whole bunch of expansion that can happen in that.
It has been discussed with the building people that to find out what additional dimensions could be absorbed on that lot. It goes further toward Main Street than you might think. There's more land there than associated with the lot than you might think otherwise.
And the second thing is, my complaint is the same this year as it was last year, where we see no growth in hours for staff, and yet your reserves are increasing. Now you're claiming they're 235,000, up from 214,000 last year. I mean, where do we start putting money into library functions and not reserve functions?
Well, part of it is the notion that we were looking to use a chunk of it for building expansion.
Okay, but
now,
not to argue with you, Paul, but that's been a 3-year-old story. Where is the growth in the actual day-to-day operations of the library coming for personnel and hours and things like that? Where is that coming from?
Where is it going to
Where is your
come?
plan for that?
We'll get back to it. I mean, it sort of is one of these things where, in fact, you wouldn't believe how productive
Oh, I have no doubt.
the folks
I have
that
no
we
doubt
have
you've got
are down there.
highly qualified staff, I have no doubt, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point seems to be you continue to reserve and reserve and reserve, and you're not building up your core services. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Paul? Thank you, Paul.
I invite you all to come down and stop by. I'm sure we've got a book in the collection that would greatly benefit you, your personal enjoyment.
Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Raymond Casco Historical Society.
No, I'm not gonna. I guess I've agreed to do the best that I can with this. You may have heard there's an election today, and so it's a very small outfit, and apparently the people who would be representing the Historical Society are working the polls in Casco. Frank McDermott is still in Arizona, so and so it's a very, very, very small group. So we'll do the best, Kathy and I, that we can to answer any questions or to get any additional information that you might need. Of course, you're all aware of the catastrophic fire and the loss of their materials. They rebuilt a replica schoolhouse. They're seeking, donations of new or additional materials and funds to replenish the collection. They lost over $100,000. It's a great facility. I've visited it many times, and interesting collection. And so I'd encourage people to go see it. But if you look at the size of their budget overall and the dependence they have on the town appropriation, that tells a great deal of the story. They are trying to build an endowment for the future so that it can be, you know, more self-sustaining, or hopefully one day self-sustaining. And, pardon me? Oh, why don't you go ahead? Instead of whispering in my ear.
Oh, well,
You threw off my momentum.
I'm sorry. Part of the insurance proceeds are gonna sit there and wait until items come up for sale to help replenish their collection, because they lost so much stuff in the
Right.
fire, so.
But anyhow, so, you know, for preserving our cultural and historic artifacts and working interlocally with our town of Casco, it's, in my view, a small investment, and, you know, they do a very good job curating and preserving these things, and so that's what it's all about, and I think future generations will appreciate the fact that we did that, and that these things exist and continue to exist moving forward. So on behalf of the Historical Society, I'm hoping that, you know, something that we can support.
For the matter of record, the
$1,800.
request about is $1,800.
$1,800, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Do you have any questions for the Historical
Is that
Society?
the same as last year?
Correct.
It is, yeah.
I know they had an expense, he did mention that they had to repaint their mural. You may have noticed their mural on the side of the building, and that cost them some money in addition to they've had some extraordinary things happen, but that was something he mentioned to me. But if there's any questions or any additional information, we will get it.
Okay. Thank you. And that's historical. Raymond Waterways, please.
Neil Jensen, 315 Meadow Road, President of Raymond Waterways.
And I'm Locke McDonald. I live on Cobb Road in Raymond. I'm on the board. Little bit of information for the courtesy boat inspections that we do. We start that up on Memorial Weekend, and we inspect all the way through to Labor Day weekend. Mostly it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday, and the holidays, the Mondays of, usually it's Memorial Day, usually it's something around the 4th of July, and usually it's something around Labor Day weekend. We do that at the 4 public boat launches that are available as long as we have the personnel to cover. Last year, we had 8 inspectors, as well as 10 volunteer inspectors. The 8 inspectors got paid, and to fill in for times when we didn't have enough people, we asked the different lake associations to come up with a list of people that might want to volunteer and do some inspecting. So we trained all those people about how to inspect the boats and what to look for, and then we go through that. We also had an intern last year who was very, very helpful in terms of not only scheduling, but filling in spots where people weren't around to inspect, and also did some other things, so some counting and worked in a couple of other places for us, but we don't expect to do that again next year. We hope to have a supervisor, as well as probably someplace between 8 and 10 inspectors to work the weekends. Last year, there were 1,328 hours of inspection time. There were 4,121 boats inspected, and there were 11 plants that we identified and pulled off of boats. None of those plants were invasive. You're all probably pretty aware of the issues that most of the lakes around us have. As a matter of fact, we have some issues in Sebago Lake that are being cleaned up with milfoil, but what this group is trying to do is to keep any of that from coming in from different lakes. Having worked at a couple of the shifts myself, I've found it very encouraging that most of the people that come down to the lake with a boat to put it in are aware of what it is we do. They're aware of why it is we are doing it, and they usually are very, very helpful. The tough part is getting the non-motorized vehicles and trying to track them down and inspect. People that come down to the boat launches and pull the kayaks off there are fine, but it's tough to follow the people around the lake that just have their own place and put it in. Okay? So thank you in the past for your support, and we look for that to continue. Any questions?
How was your milfoil efforts last year? Do you have any facts on that? Thank you, Neil.
I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Let me start with the definition. Most of you are probably familiar with it. When we talk about the milfoil, we use the term maintenance condition, which means that the last time we went to a particular area, either we couldn't find any milfoil there, or we found some, but we removed it. So when we left, it was clean. But we know that we have to keep going back, because I can tell you that first time through, we never get all of the roots and seeds and everything out of the muck. And most of these places are exposed to the open lake, so the floating fragments that come in from other towns, we'll pick on them, can drift in or be brought in on boats and settle in close to shore and grow in shallow water. So I've been actively involved with Raymond Waterways for maybe 10 or 12 years. And for that time, we've been working on 7 areas of milfoil, mostly in Sebago Lake, also in Panther Run or Jordan River, whichever you want to call it. At the end of last year, 2019, with the exception of a few hundred feet of the river and a couple of plants in Dingley Brook, those 7 areas were all in maintenance condition. We've finally treated milfoil that's been there for probably 50 years in some cases. Opened those areas up to boating, swimming, fishing. So as I say, we know we're going to have to keep going back on it, especially the most recently cleared areas. But last year, to give you an example, we removed over 400 corn bags, if you're familiar with those, of milfoil, and cleared over 7,500 feet estimated of bottom area of milfoil. So there are none of the old growth stands of milfoil are left. So this year, as I say, we know we have to go back this year and go over those areas, particularly the most recently cleared ones. And we should have plenty of work to do. Should have a good crew to do it this year. I just want to bring this up, just looking forward beyond 2020. As we go into 2021 and beyond, if we don't have an explosive growth of milfoil or one of the other invasive plants, we may reach a point where it just is not practical for us to support a dive crew for the summer. And at that point, it may be more cost effective for the town to contract with a milfoil service like Cliff Cabral's New England Milfoil, one of those. But you don't have to worry about that for this year. I just want to give you a heads up that it may be coming every year or two. The point where I can't hire a dive crew for the summer and then tell them they have 3 weeks of work and that's it. I can't support all of that equipment for that much work. So it may make sense to shift to a different approach there. Going back to 2019 now, we consulted with 7 waterfront properties, the owners of 7 waterfront properties who were concerned either about suspicious plants or about erosion on their property that was taking soil into the water and potentially polluting the lakes with phosphorus. And we took water quality samples from Panther Pond because of their concern about the state of phosphorus in Panther Pond. And they don't have the special equipment to take deep phosphorus samples. We do. And we also provided someone to take Secchi drift samples, water quality readings in Raymond Pond to keep the flow of historical data intact for that pond, now that they don't have an active lake association of their own. Along with Locke's business, that's what we've been up to. Questions?
Thank you, Neil. Your request this year is for $16,000.
Yes, it is.
Are there any questions for Neil? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you at the boat launch.
Yes. Gotta get a boat first.
Yeah. On your boat, right?
Come on down.
Next up, the Hawthorne Community Association.
Abel Bates, 55 Stark Cove Road, Raymond. I'm here as one of the trustees, as is Gil and Barbara Brown and Becky and Paul Tracy. Want to thank you for your past support and ask that you continue it for another year, $1,000. Should be quite useful this year. We're planning a major fundraiser. We have some pretty serious construction issues that are going to have to be addressed at the house. We are currently applying right now for 2 grants, and we have a number of other grants that we're considering applying for, and a lot of those grants are matching funds grants. And our limited treasury is going to have to grow in order that we can apply to these matching fund grants. So your continued help would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Abel.
Questions?
Any questions? Go ahead, Don.
Did the Raymond Arts Association use the building this year?
Yes, they did, yeah. Used
So
it a
that was
couple,
a good
2 or 3
thing.
times, yeah. And they plan on using it again this year. We have a request from Maine Preservation, which is a nonprofit that's been in existence since 1972. They want to hold their annual meeting there this year. They are looking for buildings that pre-existed our statehood. And so in March, we're planning on that. We have some other events that we're planning.
I think, like the library, the more you can get going there, the
Oh,
better.
absolutely. But if we don't address these
I know.
construction issues, then down the road, we won't be able to.
Go ahead, Rolf.
Where are you on addressing the whole septic issue? I mean, that's, you know, as far as trying to attract in groups or things like that.
Septic
that's-
issue?
That, yeah, I mean, as far as I understood, your holding tank doesn't hold that much.
It doesn't hold that much, just has to be pumped more often the more you use it.
Well, I mean, that's, in trying to, is that in the long-term plan?
There's not enough land on that lot to put in a septic system. We could put in a bigger holding tank, but that's it.
Any other questions? Thank you very
Thank you.
much. I believe we've covered all the provider agencies. Is that true? I'm just checking to see if there are any other provider agencies here. Excellent. Next. Scott with Code Enforcement.
Hi, Scott DeVard, Code Enforcement Officer for Town of Raymond. I live in Bridgeton, Maine on Kilgore Road. There is a change in there that we were looking to hire a part-time person as we've looked at some of the complaints that we've had and see where we could improve. We had contemplated whether bringing Mary up would get rid of some of those complaints. We decided, looking back through what we were getting, that it was better to hire a part-time who could help Mary and I. That was one of the issues that we seemed to wanted to improve in.
So this would be somebody who does administration work and also field work.
Yeah, ideally, we'd like to find somebody that would be interested or has current certifications. They would only work 2 days a week. We had contemplated Friday and Wednesday. Mary is gone at 2 o'clock on Fridays. And Wednesday usually coincides with planning board, which a lot of packets and everything have to be out. So sometimes she's running around, like today, she was trying to get some of the stuff done and out to the planning members, and took away from her ability to get into the office. And as far as I would need somebody just to make sure if they could streamline the permit process for me, and also to look at trees, tendency to eat up a lot of travel time for me. And if I could get somebody that would be interested in going out and just, even if it was just a recon, to go out and look and see what they have, come back and report and decide whether or not the tree permit would be issued, or if any replanting would be needed. Software stayed the same, and we are looking at seeing if other towns have updated their software. We're trying to figure out, trying to get Mary to do some field trips to see Wyndham and Gray use the same software, and see if that would be a little more an advantage to us, where we would have people that could fill out a permit online, which we currently do not have. Everything else kind of has stayed basically stayed the same.
How about building activity?
Well, we're busy. I don't have any numbers exactly permit-wise on that. Just by judging what we went through before, usually you get a lull. I've had a lull of about 2 weeks, and I'm starting to pile drive again on permits. And right now I'm getting a lot of shorefront. We're looking to do something this spring or this summer. What can we do? We just bought a lot. I'm getting a lot of office time with that right now. Commercial, we have a very limited commercial zone, so there really is not a whole lot of action on that. We do have a couple of them that should be coming back up in the spring for Aroma Joe's, and I think we had a couple expansions, but nobody seems to be kind of waiting for financial reasons not to do anything at this time. But other than that, everything kind of just stays the same. So with that, if you have any questions.
Scott, you're recommending an increase in staff, how many hours per week?
It's 16
16
hours.
a week. Okay, thanks.
Joe?
So that 20,000 is for the 16 hours a week? Because you have an increase of 20,000 in your personnel line?
Yeah, 20,000.
Well, some of it's going to be a catch-up with the wages that came from the merit pool, and then the other half is that line. It's a administrative type position. I think it was in the $15–16 an hour range.
So 16 hours a week, full-time, I mean, yearly, like?
For the whole year, yeah.
52?
Yep.
Yes. Not just the summer, just.
We did have this in prior to me being here a couple of times, and then I roughed it out a couple of years, but it was more important that it was got to the point that I needed to bring it back.
I know we have a hard time hiring part-time code enforcement officers.
Well, that's going to be, I was
That's
just going to make that point. There's one thing to say, this is what we're going to do. It's another thing to find that person. So, I mean, that's a valid point. But what happened before, I'm not sure that we, made as diligent a search as we could have. And we're going to do it differently and more aggressively this time. But I can't guarantee. I mean, with the labor market being what it is and the unique nature of this job. But what we hope to find is someone like Scott. I think Scott, at one time, came to us as somebody who was looking to get into the business. And didn't you work with Chris Hansen on that?
Yep, job shadowed him.
And so that's the kind of, we're looking for another Scott, somebody who's looking to get into this business.
I'm almost ready to retire.
Yeah, that's.
Well, there you go. I mean,
Oh my
perfect.
God, that's gonna be on your bucket.
Sign them up now.
By the way, I've been told by several that this is a good gig when you get too old to pound nails.
Yes, I will. Sure it is. My shoulders think yeah.
I think one of the things I'm worried about is like what Joe said. I know when Chris was here before, we were looking for somebody to help out, and it was $10,000, and we couldn't find anybody for that. So to me, I guess I would ask for more hours and possibly more money, because the way it is growing and the way right now, and this is just me thinking this, is Wyndham, I think people are gonna start pushing away from Wyndham because Wyndham is just getting inundated right now with it. And so I think they're gonna start looking as close as they can and start coming out this way. But I think you might be undercutting what you're looking for here, and I guess I would ask to maybe look at that number again, because I think we've tried it a couple times and it didn't work at those numbers. People don't want just those low numbers. I think they're gonna be looking for a little bit more. That's what I've seen in the past that we've tried to find.
Prior to, though, the application was just for assistant code enforcement officer only. So I don't know if we might be able to find somebody who's like has been a secretary or administration for another town, is in retirement, sometimes they're certified in a couple of areas.
Yep.
So they'd be, something that they'd be willing to do. I know Casco just hired somebody, but it wasn't full-time, but she was a part-timer in Harrison.
Or maybe even put it up, and if we have to cut back, maybe go that way. Because I would rather go higher than lower on it. And then that way where we can work. Just my 2 cents.
Don?
Well, my hope would be that we could find, a retired tradesperson who could earn some income but wasn't looking to, have a full-time job. But I mean, her point is a good one. That's another option, but I mean, that would be the ideal candidate, would be somebody who has some of these certifications, some of this training, and would be willing to come on this basis or some other basis.
When we were transitioning between Chris and Scott, we had 3 or 4 people that were willing to put in a day here and a day
Yes.
there. So I'm a little bit more optimistic about our recruiting. I think we've really punched it up, and
But that was at like $50 an hour.
was it?
Oh, it was a lot. That's what I was just gonna say. It's a lot more.
Those
than
were
that,
retired code
$50,
officers
$60
who,
an hour.
I think it's 50 an
They've
hour.
got the-
$55
$50, $55 an hour, that's the hired gun rate, but yeah, we had people who wanted to do that.
But
Joe will do that.
Okay, Ralph.
you come down, I mean, essentially what you're looking at is opportunity cost. Okay? So the question would be, how much development is not coming in because we can't keep up with the load? Versus you bring that in, now you've cut your queue down, but what are you picking up on that? So I mean, that's kind of that balancing that you gotta look at that. I mean, if people are not coming here because we just can't process things quick enough, that's one thing. If it's a fact that the field of dreams, if we have the time, they'll come, that's, that's not as winnable in our.
I don't think that's it, because he gets everything done, but I think what the issue to me is that, timeliness and efficiency, and, the people have a reasonable expectation of a workman and even semi-speedy process, not a bureaucratic holdup. And then the other issue is some of the things like, we were, talking about this in the office, but the idea of shoreline zoning, I know, her joke is anyone can tell a dead tree in the shoreline zone. I don't know if that's true, I'm not sure I could, but so he's gotta go out and he's processing these higher level things, but there are people who care about, well, I got a dead tree that's gonna fall on my house, you gotta come see it. And so you have to do that. So I think there are environmental and regulatory and legal things that need to be done, and those want to be done quickly too. So there's lots of things pulling at him, but I don't think anything's getting undone. We're not missing any development. Is that right?
Because kind of the way I look at that too is, at some point you have some sort of an offset too, because if you've built up your capacity and you're now attracting that, and you've got some additional income that's going to come in, new permits and things like that. So I mean, the two tend to work together there, but where I was trying to get a gauge is, are we getting a lot of complaints because things are not getting done in a timely manner? So that,
We don't want to get those.
No, I know you don't, but I mean, it gets to the point of what's the timeline on when do you need to have something in place too.
Well, I mean, there's nothing set in stone, but I mean, the rule of thumb is you try to get it out as, you know, basically, I mean, the contractors out there will talk. They know how other towns are. If they're slower, they have a tendency, some of them will kind of back off a little bit, not too much, because if they're gonna build it, or they're gonna build no matter what the delay is. For me, as far as getting the permit on, I mean, when they come and they give a permit, I feel it's my obligation to get that thing out as quickly and as possible. And sometimes in the summertime, we're hitting 3 weeks, which can, you know, they get a little angry. Then you run into the issue where they have subcontractors lined up, and now they've got to push all that back. And the way market is out there right now, if they can't keep who they have, it leads to more delays. So in the end, I mean, we're trying to make them a good company as well as working for the town.
Joe?
Just to understand, Mary is gonna continue working her hours, and this person just fills in when she's not there.
On a Friday, she would be. Right. The other day would be, that's kind of where we're trying to get that person to do both jobs. Wednesday would be an ideal day for whoever it is to do, you know, we could have one day a week that they can do these tree permits or wherever else I'm needing help in on the code enforcement side. And then on Friday, when Mary's gone at 2, he or she can do the administrative part of it. So, yeah, I mean, it may be interesting.
I kind of agree with Rolf on this, though. You bring someone in, you hire them, and then all of a sudden things dry up, and then you go, sorry, we don't need you anymore, or...
I don't see it drying up. I don't see it even, I really
I don't know.
At least I would hope not, and we figure out something else. Yeah, with the way things are pushing right now.
I'm gonna build a place.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, it all depends too. I mean, yes, we have a couple subdivisions that they haven't started. They've done rough cutting. One of them is, we had them put off paving, so they've laid off on the building permits. Right now, I mean, if you look at what's out there for sale in Raymond, a lot of real estate agents will tell you there's not a lot out there that we offer. But again, you cannot look in a crystal ball and say, we're gonna be busy for the next 3 years. That is true.
I mean, have we seen a huge uptick on permits? Because
Not a
it hasn't
huge
been,
upticks.
Yeah, like, what, 20 permits a year?
For housing?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we're over that, but I don't know. I don't know the numbers. I can't give you an actual figure.
I mean, I guess the other thing you'd have to look at there, are you seeing a higher number of complex situations that are essentially taking, you're having to devote more time to that situation, where someone that can do knockoffs can get those taken care of?
Well, Shoreline is like that. Because there is so many issues you have to deal with. Setbacks from water, are they putting the BMPs out? You make triplets on that. Sometimes that they have a permit for cutting trees within the 100-foot zone, you gotta go out and take a look at that. You try to combine it for inspections, but it doesn't always work that way.
Well, how many times have you been out on the water checking it, or have you had time to do that?
Well, it depends on the house and what all they're doing. If there's a lot of structural engineering things on there, I'm usually out there more.
I mean, on the actual water, Chris used to go up and down the
Well,
coast.
I don't have any way of doing that. Well, I mean, as far
Well,
as
we do
drying.
have a way of doing that, and we've talked about that, but that's a good point too. That actually you pick up a lot of things that
Yeah, Chris found a
are
lot of things.
not permitted.
Yeah.
But to answer your question in dollars, I mean, you're looking at, we're projecting 8 million in new value, but that's a conservative number if history is our guide. And so, there are, multi-million-dollar houses, and then they're not all, I mean, there are some that are greater than that for a single development, but they don't all come to fruition or finish in a single year. So you have what you have new ongoing, and then, everything from outhouses to multi-million-dollar mansions, conversions on the lake, and then you have the inspections that are attendant to that. You have the expectation of people do that, and they should, that they can come in and meet one-on-one with him and can do that at will. And I mean, I was there this morning, guy waiting for him. Time to talk? Yeah, I got a half an hour. I got a meeting in a half an hour, but you got that in. So he's busy. he's pulled in a lot of different directions, and, you know, I'm maybe more getting persuaded by Teresa's idea than this one, but anyway, I don't think the issue of having enough to do is gonna be a problem.
I would assume that we've got cross-training opportunities and all that stuff too.
Yes.
To keep a person busy. I don't think keeping somebody busy is a problem.
We
As long as we don't restrict that person to, you know, filing A to C.
Correct.
The name of the game in the town of Raymond, and hence the low staffing level, is, you know, cross-training
Cross-training.
and multitasking. I mean, Kayla serves 3 different departments. You know, Mary today, I mean, she was really busy getting out her packets, so I blow in and say, oh, by the way, I need 500 more ballots, you know, and so we drop everything and get that done between the front office, which was understaffed because we had people at the polls, plus Mary. It's a challenge at times. There's always stuff happening.
Any questions?
Good. Well,
Thank you, Scott.
okay,
Recreation, please.
Recreation. Joseph Crocker. I do live in Wyndham. Thank you guys for having me. This is my 3rd week here, so I don't know how much help I can be on the budget side, but I have been asked to kind of present my background, my credentials, and talk a little bit about going forward with recreation. So I do have 10 plus years of experience in recreation. Went to St. Joseph's College, graduated with exercise science degree, came right in and got pretty much a internship into as a program aide. Worked my way up to there. Decided that I needed more business skills. I got my master's in business administration and sports and recreation at New England College, and then got my certification in Parks and Rec professional through the National Recreation Parks Association, which is the national governance of Parks and Rec. I also sit on the Maine Recreation and Parks Association board as treasurer there. That houses about 270 rec professionals with conference training, other type of different educational sessions, everything like that. So that's a little bit about my background. Going forward, the last couple of weeks has really been gathering information, a lot of community outreach with different organizations, volunteer groups, some people popping in, saying hello and meeting them. Also, the other priority is Hasseltop, making sure that is staffed, creating a operations manual, staffing, organizational chart, really kind of going in and making sure this beautiful 30-acre park is up and running. So those have been the 2 main priorities the last couple weeks. Also, we're looking at recreation software that can help with efficiencies, reservations, future program registrations, and a lot of data collection that we could present for hopefully future capital improvement projects, other type of projects that might be pushed through. So.
figured out yet
And significant improvement in cash management.
who did that?
Correct, yes. Online payments, no more cash handling, as much cash handling as before. So yes, that's all I have.
Thank you, Joseph.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome to Raymond.
Thank you very much.
Hang on a minute, hang on.
Okay, sorry.
You can't go back to Wyndham yet.
Right.
What is your personnel count? Just you?
Is that the 60,000? Yes.
Well, you know, under salaries, we're showing 87,000.
Okay, that must be combination with Tasseltop.
It is.
That's,
Okay.
you get
Tassel-
27 at Tasseltop and 60.
Yeah.
Yes.
So by way of background, Tasseltop, of course, as you know, is governed by and managed by an independent board of directors, now be absorbed as a department of the town under the rec department. So, you know, whereas in the past, the board of directors would do the, you know, recruitment and hiring, you know, retention of the employees, that sort of thing, management employees directly. That's something we're gonna do, he's gonna do, I'm gonna do.
So that 27,000 is to hire someone to run the place in the summer?
That's all the people.
Staff.
That's
That's
all the
all
staff.
staff.
Yeah.
Right, he's not, we had a head ranger, we're not gonna, I don't want to try to quote the organizational chart.
Let
but
me,
Go ahead.
the staffing, when I built the budget for Tasseltop this year, I included in staffing a maintenance person, a 2 at the gate, and 2 or 3 at the snack shack, because those people are very, okay. So, I think we need one more person down there as kind of a beach monitor, trash pickup, fight stopping, that kind of person, okay? You know,
I could do that with my 16
I'm
hours
sure-
as CEO.
There you go. There you go. You're gonna get them. Keep the ducks out of the water, that kind of, we need somebody to do that kind of stuff. So we were looking at it, I think 6 people. These people don't start until like May 31st anyway, so it's a very short, I think it was 13 or 14 week budget we built in for that, okay? The income stream from Tasseltop is sufficient to offset this. Okay, and hopefully I was vague and yet pinpointed at the
No,
same time.
you did good. Something else that we've been working on too
Yeah.
down there is Mill Street, as we all know, has been sinking
Right.
back. So we have a great big playground unit that we have bought, and we bought a small one down there. So we are looking at utilizing what we have down at Tasseltop to put a playground down there with some picnic tables with their trails. Owens is doing some the work on it right now to do it up, and we're filling Joe in as we go. But what happens is the state wants that land utilized more. The good thing is we're working with the State of Land and Parks and Rec, Doug Beck and David Rodriguez. And Joe knows Doug Beck really well, and they have grants, big grants, that they have matching grants. So he's going to be working and doing that.
Yes, he also
so we can
sits
get
on the
money
board.
for work that's done down there.
So you're gonna move the playground from Mill Street to Tasseltop?
No, what happened is they have a big unit down there on Mill Street now,
Yep.
and it just needs a couple pieces. The swing set needs to be redone because it's technically out of date. I'm going to say that the back one was tore down, the small one back there, because it was just not any good. We bought a big one and a small one with the $35,000 that we budgeted before. The small one they put there, but that back corner where we were going to put that other big one, the ground just isn't stable for it. So we're going to put that at Tasseltop is what we're going to do. So Owens is finding a good place to put that, set that up, try to keep the rustic look of Tasseltop and entice people to go to Tasseltop more for the parks. They're going to keep the gate closed during the off hours, but people can get to it to snowshoe, ride their bikes, walk on the trails. That's what the state wants us to do.
But
So-
there's no parking down there, is there?
I think one of the plans, Joe, was to back the fence off 75 to 100 feet into the park, which would allow for some limited parking, and that would be on Tasseltop land at that point in time and not Phyllis's land.
But it's also something we have to look at because we don't want people just parking down there and not having
Right.
supervision either. So it's all been kind of in the works. And when the Tasseltop board dissolved, they were all aware of everything that was going on, and we've been working with them and working together. It's been Marshall and I and
Right.
Nathan and Dawn and Joe's now in on it. So we're going to try and keep.
So now the town has control of Tasseltop,
Correct.
not this board.
That's
Yes.
right. And
Yes.
we had a staff meeting today, and I mean, this is still under development, just this morning in this room, but
Yeah.
the direction that we're heading in now, we're going to speak with Rolf about this, would be to have a discussion with the Board of Selectmen about working to develop a comprehensive plan for the facility. And a big part of that will be the ability to get significant state administered federal monies for recreational improvements. But we don't want to, at all costs, to erode the rustic quality of the park. But the state had a concern that we were underutilizing it and maybe not utilizing it in a way that directly benefited our own residents enough. So my recommendation is going to be that we look at a comprehensive plan, and that would be something that wouldn't be done, exclusively by staff or engineers. I would hope that it would involve, citizens in a long-range, view, and it isn't going to happen tomorrow.
Do Raymond residents still get a discount to
Well-
go to Tasseltop?
I'm going to answer that one only because the state state leases that land to us.
Right.
That's not our land. And they said one of the conditions of that is we do have to offer our town people a lower rate.
Right.
So that is, yeah, so that is another thing that we're working on too, as far as what the rates are and stuff like that. So it was good to have them come in to give us, you know, some background on it, to let us know what we are doing wrong. And they are really great with letting us fix what we've done wrong. You know what I mean? So it's all fixable and it's good, but I think it's moving in a really, really good direction.
Right, but-
And it's another good place for Raymond to go to and
I'm just
have.
not sure how many Raymond residents actually use.
Well, that's the thing, that's the thing.
Every
and what-
weekend,
I know.
Really?
every single weekend.
But there isn't a
I
resident
think it's great.
fee.
Right.
Right now, it's all the same.
But that's
It
the
is, right,
thing,
and
we
that's what
wanna,
they're
we
looking.
wanna improve it.
Yes, that's what we have to do is change that.
That's a
So-
great-
But
Visibility.
it was supposed to be discounted for Raymond residents.
Yeah.
When that was bought.
Yes, not bought, it's leased, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And
and
that-
yeah.
the fee schedule will have a discounted rate for residents.
And that's one of the things that they said has to change,
Right.
and they said that they'll change it. If we
But for this coming year, you know, look for it to be, you know, very similar to what it's been in the past as we move in a potential new direction. The major difference is going to be a different management plan, including, you know, I think a greatly improved cash management system, computerization, and, you know, have a recreation professional who has, you know, deep ties with the agencies in the state of Maine, so we can get some feedback that way. And so it's going to be a baby step process, but I think it's going to be a really great thing for the town, and I'm really excited about it.
It's huge. We're utilizing land that is just, it's prime land. It really is. You know, so Owens has come in and looked at.
Underutilizing land.
Yeah,
Underutilized.
we are, but no, we're gonna utilize it, is what
And
it is, yes.
we have a 100-year deal. We've gone through the first 25. A few years ago, I signed the second 25, and so we've got a commitment there.
The state's good to work with, too.
It's been 25 years.
Yeah.
No wonder I need to retire.
So you only can send me retire. You already have your next jobs lined up.
You can be a part of
Any
it.
other rec questions?
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Look forward to meeting you guys.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Technology, please.
Let's save the best,
Kevin Woodbury, 20 Egypt Road. Operating budget staying the same. We've got some costs going up gradually. Software never stays the same year by year. You know, they want to get a little more out of you, so, especially on the security software. But we didn't need an increase this year. The thing we like, that we're working on to get towards our goal is, like we talked about last year with the initial installment, was the fiber optic network backbone to run from the sand and salt building all the way down to the public safety building and pick up all the municipal buildings all the way along. We have another $50,000 this year, and then one more year we should be able to complete that. We also have in the budget, and I put it in because we have a lot of laptops that are in the fire department, public safety, that are really, really old and need to be upgraded. And we're going to put in for 6 of those this year, so I put that in capital versus in the operating budget. Because those are hardened laptops, which cost about $2,700 a piece. Any questions?
Any questions for Kevin?
Do you still deal with Spectrum at all? They're awful. They're absolutely awful.
That's one of the reasons why we need this backbone, is because Spectrum is the.
Oh my God.
We're paying, what is it? $1,100 a month for 100 megabit service, and it's just not.
Turtle
It's
speed.
not, what we have between the building here and the town office, we have our own link, which is a gigabit link, which we put in, I don't know, 15 years ago, whatever. So we can do our backups and have off-site backups for the town office. And that's what we use. So we have servers in the other room here. What we want to do is we have no off-site backups for the servers down at the public safety building. And we really want to get this backbone in so that we can just have 2 places. We'll remove the data center, or the data cabinet out here, and we'll have just town office and the public safety building, and they'll be backing each other up. And we'll be able to get rid of 3 or 4 firewalls and 3 or 4 connections to Spectrum. We'll only need 1 connection at that point, just the one at the town office. And we're hoping in the future that that we can get some community-based, municipal-based fiber project going between all the communities around so that we can get away from Spectrum and get some decent service at a decent price. But I don't know where that stands now.
Well, we have multiple initiatives that are underway, and the progress has been
Excruciatingly
Not as
if
fast
I
as
talk
the
of all
speed expected.
deliberate municipal speed, I would say much slower. So, but we're still optimistic. I mean, we have change in the administration. There's a different view from the state on it, and hopefully there may be at some point a different federal, view. And so, I mean, we're doing what we can do. It's a daunting task. It's expensive infrastructure, but it's essential infrastructure to the future of the state. And so, we're working on it. We're working on it with the county. We're working on it as a group of towns. Wyndham having the transition of their town manager has slowed things down, and so we've kind of been the, I would say, the lead and most interested community by a significant measure. And so I'm also working with GWI. They had some grant applications in. I think they're going to try again. But what kind of blew us out was, what the CDBG would call the LMI factor. We have, we're not an impoverished town, and so that counts against us. But we're working the levers of opportunity as best we can, and it's difficult for us. It's difficult for everybody. So.
I moved here in 1994. One of the reasons we came here is because at that point Time Warner offered the highest speed networks in the state. I mean, we were one of the few in the country. We're like the 3 in the country that had that service.
Right. And
but it stayed that way. Nothing's improved.
But I found out why that was. I was saying that at a meeting at GWI, and the CEO of GWI said, well, that's, of course, because the then CEO of Time Warner had a place on the lake in Raymond.
Does Time Warner used to pay a fee in
Yes.
town? Does Spectrum pay a fee?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, and that is a great question, which I'll give you the Reader's Digest version, and that is that the agreement we have with Time Warner, like every other town around here, expired. Spectrum, now Charter, that expired years and years ago, and we're not optimistic or very optimistic that we can negotiate a better deal. In case folks haven't noticed, that industry is kind of going away, and so, but they have honored the original deal, although we're fighting like cats and dogs now to try to get them to give us the essential infrastructure that we need, under that contract. I think, so yes, we get that, but
Well, the franchise fees actually is going to be going down because that's not internet service fee. That's just cable TV service fees,
Right.
and people are going
Switching.
away from cable TV service.
but we still get it under the contract, what we agreed to originally, and that's why renegotiating with a dying industry may not be the best.
Kevin, this loop between the schools, the town, sand and salt shed, that's a closed loop?
That would be a closed backbone for
And that would be the fire department, public safety, public works?
works.
Two schools.
2 schools.
And the cemetery.
Yeah.
Because they have a lot of usage.
I get the point.
I mean, anything that's on that route, any municipal,
And now we're just looking for somebody to connect to.
well, yeah, and the basic connection, and it's part of the thing, we also, and then we may go with, for a backup, I do this in my business, I back up to Verizon, so when Spectrum goes down, I automatically connect
Yep.
to Verizon. But they're putting up, a bunch of satellites, SpaceX is, in orbit. I don't know if you've seen that, and they're going to have internet service available there. We may be able to use that for our backup, which would be better than, because the Verizon service here isn't that great. But that's coming online in the next year. And they're supposed to give high-speed internet, low latency.
Any hiccups interfacing to the LEDs?
Really, that's not even part of our technology. We just have to have web access for that. So,
Been very, very happy with the real-term energy and with the installer. And, I mean, I can't speak to the web interface. What do you think of that?
well, we haven't had much dealing with that,
But
so.
we just started,
that's
we just got that online, but the lights, I think, went in, was it December, I think?
Yeah.
So that, you know, I haven't got any complaints. I have got people say that they, you know, think that you know, lights are improvement in terms of the light output and so forth, but the big thing is, you know, good light output with lower costs and then a municipally owned network, so you're free from the utility, and their charge system, so. Everybody's doing it, and it seems to be working out.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kevin. Animal control.
My audience has dwindled.
You got a TV on you, so.
Hello.
Play to the cameras.
So am I just here to answer questions, or?
State your name.
Jessica Jackson, Animal Control Officer.
And how your responsibilities are split between 3
Casco,
towns.
Naples, and Raymond, yeah.
Okay.
How's the new position? I mean, we went to a much enhanced position in many ways. Tell us a little bit about that briefly. How things been?
Wonderful. I actually appreciate my days off. This has been great, so thank you for supporting me on that last year. I'm doing 5 days a week. Lynn is covering weekends and evenings for emergency basis, and it was a little bit of a change for some of the residents, but once they got used to it and they realized that some of these emergencies weren't quite emergencies, everybody seems to kind of get on board with that. So, yep.
Call volume?
Call volume, okay. So last year, for the calendar year, because that's how I report to the state, we had 252 calls altogether for the town of Raymond. 205 of those came in through dispatch. The rest of them were all out from outside sources. This year, I have not yet completed, due to a medical issue, my final report, but we had 197 calls that came in through dispatch, and I'm going to guesstimate that we had probably 30 or 40 others that came in from outside sources, because that seems to be about right. So we're even.
What's the most common call you get?
You know, it's always changing. I can tell you that it's dog at large, and then next thing you know, it will be a missing animal. It's really seasonally. Yeah, during the winter, we get a lot of welfare checks. During the summer, we get a lot of loose animals, dogs at large, stuff like dog fights, things like that. In the fall, we get a lot of livestock complaints. Fair time, everybody thinks that the bunnies and the chickens and the pigs are cute. So they all come home, and then I end up chasing them. You know, we just had a 6,000-pound bull the other day that I pulled up in front of and said, well, yep, that's a bull. So, I mean,
How many, I think a better question is most unusual call. How many white rabbit calls have you gotten?
One. Oh, no, this year, none.
I called for a white bunny once.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You got an immediate response from our
I did, and we found the bunny back.
State
Bunny got back to his home.
Have you had any calls on
He did.
rabid animals? Have
Huh?
you had any calls about rabid animals?
No. Nope, so last year we had 2 dogs that had attacked 1 raccoon that did turn out to be rabid, and those dogs were quarantined, and nothing came of that. We haven't had any issues in any of the towns, actually, with the rabid animals in contact with domesticated. We're really quick to get on that, though. We've had a couple issues with hunters running dogs that are not vaccinated, and I take that very seriously too. And the last time that happened, I put the dogs under a 4-month quarantine because the animal wasn't able to be tested for rabies. So the word gets out that I'm a bully when it comes to rabies prevention, but it's working.
Good.
Yep.
Many coyotes? Many coyotes around?
Oh, typical, our pack numbers have stabilized from what I can tell, so, which is good, because the hunting, of course, increases them.
Me too.
And we have a purpose-built vehicle now, which is still holding up, and so that, has a aluminum, or I think it's aluminum clad interior, or.
Yes, yep.
And it has an electric pneumatic door, so that she can, open it and, get animals in and out efficiently and have protection from them, and it's very well marked, so you may well have seen it.
Yes.
And so it's well marked.
I
And
use,
And it's an initiative between the 3 towns that we share.
So I use the automatic door a lot, actually, and what I'll do is I'll kind of climb in. It's fun. It's hilarious. We'll get these Cujo Beethoven dogs that everybody thinks are cute, but they know me. They just do. So they want nothing to do with me. And I'll pull up, and they're going nuts, and I'll pop open the side door from the front compartment where I'm totally closed off from them. I can throw a couple treats out the window and a couple in the back through the cage, and they'll hop in the back, and all I have to worry about is somehow securing them so somebody can shut the door. And then off we go. And we got them. Yeah, it's neat. It can be quite comical. So.
I think we want cameras.
Yeah, right?
The vehicle itself is supplied by the town.
It's a retired state police canine unit, and why it has that door is that the officer, if he's down and under attack, can release the dog.
That's
So
that's not where I'm going with
Yeah, I
this,
was just
but
telling you why it has that equipment on it, but yeah.
So then why do we also
like
have
to see
mileage
that.
in here?
Yeah.
That's the part-time person's mileage.
Yeah.
So the part-time person is not using the regular vehicle?
Correct. Right.
But they're only driving 23 miles a week?
Is that what's allotted?
That's.
They're only.
If I take that and I look at it, and you've got $800 in there, if you take the
Right.
IRS rate, that's $23.
So she's-
That's $23 miles a week.
Mr. Wilson? Yeah. So she's only supposed to go out for emergency circumstances. She's allotted 13 hours a week for that. But like I said, most of these things are actually delayed and held over till the following day for me. So we offer them a response of a phone call, tell them what they can do in the meantime, and then the following day I'll go handle, whatever business needs to be handled. Because even for like bite reports and stuff like that, unless it's an immediate, attack or something, I would go out for that even. But I can't contact to verify rabies information or anything like that until the businesses are open that following day. So unless it's a health concern, somebody's actually being attacked or an animal is injured, we don't go out. Deputy assists, of course, if we're called out by another agency, fire department, sheriff's department, then we'll attend.
How much have you had to use the sheriff? How much have you had to use the sheriff to back you up?
Oh, I back them up.
Well.
We work very well
That was
together.
one of the concerns at one point was that, making sure that you weren't going into a situation there too.
Yep, absolutely. So now through Cumberland County Dispatch, we actually have access to Spillman. So we have the computer programs, and that's all loaded in the car and a laptop. We can run some of these addresses and stuff that we go to beforehand. There's always some concern because honestly, nobody has time to run every door that they're going to knock on. So something I would like to look at in the future is getting some type of protective wear or something like that. Uniforms have made a huge difference, but if injuries to animal control officers are on the rise. We are visiting all the same places that the sheriff's department, police departments are, and we're rural. So, and at some point we would like to look into getting radios, a portable radio, because we do have a radio in the car, but that's only as good as if we can get back to the car.
Any other questions?
I would just make one final comment, and that is, this has gone from something that I used to get significant complaints and citizen upset over to 0 complaints. This department. So you must
I
be
stopped complaining dramatically.
Well, you're doing something right, because I check with the other town managers, and and they're in a similar situation. So
That's always good.
Any other questions? Thank you for being patient and waiting.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Good night.
Bye.
General assistance.
So no change. The biggest change in general assistance is that we have a new administrator. I did it for a number of months, maybe the better part of a year, while we were transitioning from Alice Hamilton, now Jenny Silverblade. Jenny is, I think, I think I can say pretty much fully engaged now on it.
Oh, gosh, yes.
So, but
Absolutely.
for a long time we worked, I did it myself, then I worked with her on it, but now she's really come into it, so I think we offer a very well thought out and, program that is legally compliant and up to date and audited frequently by the state as every other town, and so, 70%
Is our reimbursement.
is our
rate.
reimbursement on this, so I think we run a good program, and, thankfully, I guess, we are able to marshal resources from many other agencies, and we don't have a high level of general assistance here, but what we do have, we try to handle efficiently and compassionately, and try to get people in touch with the agencies that can help them if we can, or in addition to what we can do, yeah.
How much is it cost?
Any questions on assessing? Sorry, general assistance.
Trying to jump ahead.
Yeah, I know. Next, we'll look at assessing.
We didn't really have, I mean, the budget was so unchanged that we didn't ask her to come for it. So, what?
Go ahead.
I don't really have a lot to say. It's pretty much status quo for, well, I guess it went up like $5. We did do the software update was completed in for the fiscal year 2019, where you can see that we actually spent $23,000, and now we're back down to our normal $9,000-ish.
I think one thing that helps Kurt and helps contain costs is that he has a great assistant, Kayla. Kayla's has been for some time now a CMA. She passed her state certification. So she is available and can answer a lot of routine questions, even more than routine questions sometimes for citizens. So although Kurt's a day a week, and then much more frequently, during the time when he's picking up value and assessing properties, having Kayla and Kurt together is a good team. Once again, a place where you get a lot of complaints, we get 0 complaints.
Everyone good with that?
Yep.
County tax.
What's the favorite thing?
Did you guys get the send out? Because you sent it out, didn't you?
Did I
This
send?
year's-
I don't know if I did or I didn't. The county tax, I think I
Yeah,
probably
you did.
I did. I printed it.
You okay?
Yeah, so maybe Ralph wants to give this presentation.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed that they're not here to present it again.
I didn't ask them.
See,
I
Craig
didn't ask them
retired.
to.
But, I mean, essentially, it's going down a little bit, but that does not mean that the county tax is going down. It just means that our rate of growth was a little slower this year than some of the other towns. I mean, even, they're still increasing, their overall budget's increasing 4.53%. We're going from 788,000 down to 784,000. But the only reason that we've gone down is because our total valuation did not increase as quickly as some other towns. So it's still the same issues as it always has been. It's the same.
You have to get vested.
They get what they want.
Committed or no vested?
You pay it. Here's my opinion.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yep, I was
Any other questions on tax? County tax. Insurance, page 26.
26. I'm budgeting, they told us to expect an increase this year. We've had quite a few vehicle claims. We had the big,
Tower.
the big tower claim. We're gonna try to look at a different provider through Kai's Insurance, but we haven't worked that out. We don't have any quotes yet, so this is my estimate as to what it's gonna be. And as is the workers' comp. Workers' comp is going up. I mean, we're not claim heavy in workers' comp, but our payroll is increasing every year because we're adding positions. So, I mean, that's a modest increase from 2020. So there's really, I mean, there's a bit of a change in the regular line, but I went back and looked at this, and we're still doing better than before we got the quote from chunk highs in terms of general insurance. I don't know if we wanted to do health insurance yet, or employee benefits, because, I mean, that's gonna depend on, we added, my estimates for the employee benefits, which includes health insurance, life insurance, retirement, social security, they're based on us adding some positions, most notably 3 positions in the fire department, and a part-time position for code enforcement. We're picking up
Public Works position.
a public works position. We're not
was-
adding it because we added it during this
Right.
current year, but it's coming into this year's budget.
What page is that on?
25. That's employee benefit. So, and the health insurance, Rolf is helping us with our health insurance now. We moved to a calendar year, so we're sort of insulating ourselves from, the increase is gonna be limited to January to June of '21, because we're locked in now from January 1st of 2020 to December 31st of 2020. When I value this, when I work up the estimate, I look at what we think the increase is gonna be, and I also look at what I think the, what's the word I'm looking for? The participation rate of our HRA. I'm looking at that too, and we just settled up 2018, and that was, no, they just settled up 2018. The HRA people. They're a year behind, so they're just settling up 2018, and we had like about a 54 utilization rate. That's the word I was looking for, utilization rate. So all of the numbers here really flow from what's your head count. And the only other difference that I did put in was in our retirement line, our vesting rate goes from 1% to 5%. So at 5 years, you get 5% match from the town. And what we tried, looking at the pay rate study that was done on the fire department, one of the areas that they critiqued was the benefit, the retirement benefit package. So I wanted to work through some numbers. So the retirement line is, again, it's based on what I think the count is going to be. But I changed it from 2 to 6, from 1 to 5 to 2 to 6%. And it added about $8,400 to the cost of the retirement system. So I just wanted to put that out there for you guys to see how you felt about it, just to quantify it. This is how much it's going to cost if we want to upgrade the retirement.
We found that through this KMA private sector study that we were offering competitive, wages and benefits, but they did say that, they gave us a number of strategies that could help us to become more competitive, improve retention. So that's one of them. So it's a recommendation or suggestion, but overall things look pretty good, and that was good to find out from that study.
But you're asking for almost a 25% increase.
In what?
Insurance.
Employee benefits.
Right.
Because of the added positions and the
You've got added
change.
positions, and you've got, we built in a 3.5% increase in medical insurance. The retirement, like I said, that added
8,700.
what was it about, I think it was like 8,300, or we'll just say 8,500 for round numbers. But it's also driven by the fact that wages are up, position counts up.
Why would we want to go from 5% to 6%?
8,400.
To make our package more competitive.
What other towns
Competitive to
offer?
what?
Other towns.
Other towns in the area, and also if we're going to merge with the school, it makes our side of the equation more competitive with their side of the equation.
Do you have a high turnover rate
In what?
in your employees?
No.
We have a hard time sometimes recruiting people. People look at the benefit package as a part of what they decide. I will tell you that when we were looking at, mechanics, we were outcompeted by the town of Freiburg of all towns. I felt certain we'd get this fellow, and a big part of it was an analysis of our benefit package to theirs, and anyway, they'll just leave it at that.
What was the deficiency in the package?
Well, in the health program was the main thing. I mean, he looked at the health program, but anything that we can do, the idea of the study was to be as competitive as we can be. And so, I mean, this isn't the end of the world either way, but we're pointing it out as something that they cited as something that could improve the competitiveness of the town. If you think it's fine the way it is, that's okay too. But it's, we're trying to follow the private sector study that's giving us strategies to help us to be more competitive and to compete.
I know that.
Well, but wait
But
a
I mean,
second
just because
too.
people aren't leaving, I mean, I don't know if equity comes into it at all, but, the idea of trying to pay.
We lost a mechanic pretty quick over benefits.
Yep, but on the other hand, is we also got a mechanic in that thinks our benefits are pretty good. So it really depends on the person, is what it is. It's a mixed bag.
I've seen that people come in from this year and actually sit down and want all of the information before they accept the job. All of the retirement.
Which is something new.
Well, right.
Who's your carrier? What's your deductible? Can I see your formulary? They want to know it all, and that's not been my experience here, but it's happened at least 3 times this year. So.
Right, and I guess I'm looking at it too, is we don't have a high turnover, but we're also trying to attract people to more for the fire department and stuff like that. But I guess what I'm also saying too is, you're going to offer it for one department, you're going to offer it across the board. That's
Right.
really good, yeah.
The big, that's a good point too. But the other thing is, this is the big one, and we're looking at it. We haven't made any, determinations yet. But these folks who work in public safety want Maine PERS, Maine State Retirement. That's what they want. They don't want what we have. Who wouldn't want that deal? Right? Right. So anyway, it's an optional thing, and I think that's in part our job, is to say, these are ideas. You can say, that's not a good idea.
You can say yes or no, and
So we understand that.
we can certainly. This is the biggest. This is the one that needs to get fine-tuned the most, based on decisions that you make.
Right, and if you make a set of different assumptions, decisions, whatever, it'll change significantly.
Are you talking about Maine PERS and Social Security at the same time?
No.
So
If
it's
it was-
one or the other?
No, it can't be one or the other. It has to be both.
Really?
Yeah.
I think once you're in the state retirement system, you're not eligible for
Right.
Social Security.
No, that's not true.
No, it is. Well,
It was back in 1984, the town made a decision as to what to do, and we have a Section 218 agreement that says your employees will have Social Security, period. You can get whatever you want in addition to that. It all happened in the 1980s, and if you look, like South Portland, they do both. Westbrook, they do both. City of Portland, they don't do Social Security. That's why they have a hard time getting rid of people, because when people retire and they don't have Social Security, they don't have health insurance if they don't have in their quarters of Medicare. And but anyway, it's an all or nothing. It's not. You can't change your mind once you've committed to Social Security.
So it's variable by town, or can be, to some degree.
It was, everybody made that, every governmental entity made that decision
So it's
at
variable
the
by
time.
town.
Well, even the state, I mean, the state
Right.
doesn't have Social Security. They don't have Social Security there. They made their decision. Everybody made their decision based on the information that was, and it was irrevocable. You can't change it.
So let me ask.
Is it true that the employee has to have enough quarters in Social Security in order to earn it?
Right.
Yes.
I think it's 12 quarters.
No, 40 quarters.
40, yeah, 10 years.
It's
So let
more
me
than
ask
that.
you-
It's actually 30 years.
Let me
Actually,
ask-
to
well,
have
actually it's 35.
unreduced benefits.
Yeah.
And then if you want the absolute max, you wait till you're 70.
Well, you can get Social Security and PERS.
You can.
Wow.
The thing that I don't know is that you guys once had PERS at the town level, did you not?
Way before my time.
Maybe in the 70s.
So I don't know what the ramifications were of that particular decision. That I have no idea. But I do know how Social Security works.
Well, I'll tell you personally, I have PERS and I have Social Security. And the only reason I have Social Security is because I had my 30 years on before I took a PERS job. There is an offset.
Mm-hmm. The offset comes in.
And it's a pretty big offset, if I remember right.
The offset is in PERS though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could be saving and saving and saving and wind up with 1% in PERS if you load up your Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So I think, that needs a really clean explanation for somebody that's gonna make that jump, I think.
but anyhow, that's the point is that's the thing that the young people are looking for.
Yeah, benefits, in
Correct.
general, benefits.
And because it's such a competitive market, I mean, it's a
You
solid
think young
market.
people are looking more for benefits than pay?
I think pay.
Well, no, I'm saying they're looking for that benefit. When they're in public safety, they understand the value of that
They want a
benefit.
family.
They want both.
Yeah.
And we're in a market where there's.
And they want flexible hours too.
And they want flexible, then they want the, the.
I want everything.
True.
Then I
Right,
don't wanna work.
that's right. But no, I
Here
wouldn't
comes
say
Bernie.
exclusively that, no.
Moving
Are
on.
we done? Are you taking a shot here tonight, Kathy? or-
Any other questions for insurance?
We have revenues and we have TIF.
All right, let's move on. Let's go to
All right.
revenues on page
Revenues.
6.
Page 6. We didn't build anything into the budget in terms of surplus. We kind of changed it up a little bit last year where we put in the warrant article to give you guys the flexibility of when you get down to the wire, how much you want to put in instead of trying to put in a value at this juncture. So this has no value. We have the tassel top revenues in there. We are going to have to set the tassel top revenues pretty quick so that they're in effect
I'm sorry, I was being interrupted over here.
for when the park opens.
Yes.
So that's, I believe that that's in the works with Joe to get, so that can get approved by the Board of Selectmen before the park opens this year. And those estimates of revenue came from Marshall.
Yes, they did.
That's what I was asking him. Are they accurate? Because $80,000 for entry for a summer just seems like a lot of money.
Wow, it's under. And what I did is I took a magic formula, 13 weeks minus 10% rainy days at $5 a person, and got all that stuff. Got all the numbers, and I think 80 is a little low, especially if we put in a cash control system.
What is the undesignated fund balance right now?
Go 100 easily.
256, and that's on page 7. My calculation's on page 7. You guys just voted. Oh, I'm sorry. I just like, what's the excess? That's where my mind was going.
The balance is 2.4.
2.4 million.
2.5.
Right.
But
So
that's at
exceed
the
the-
end of June 19. What's the current balance?
I don't usually look, I mean, you'd have to look at what's the budget utilization so far this year. I'm gonna say we're probably, I mean, it's been my experience that we usually have between 100 and 200,000 that we ends up going back in.
Because it looks like revenues are exceeding budget.
Where are you looking?
I'm looking at 2020 year to date.
Oh, that's as of December, I'm sorry, it's as of December 31st. The 2020 year-to-date is December 31st, so yes. So if you look at that, we're exceeding where we are in the budget now, yes. I increased excise tax by about 50. There was no other really huge increases that I booked into this. that I can see, I mean, most of these are based on, our interest on taxes is going down because we're collecting quicker. Let's see, what else we get in here? Yeah, I mean, there's no significant increases in any line item. I mean, the budget on interest income, that went up because we have been doing better. This is the first year that we've had at least 2 years to look at in the new computer system. Remember back when I first started, we were transitioning over, and now I can actually get, because I like to look at a budget with actual instead of, because before it was just budget. I like to look at budget and actual because you learn things by doing that. So I don't really, there's not like a huge, I mean, it looks like if you take out the surplus that's in the 2020 budget, you're looking at a modest increase in revenue for this year.
How is Public Works going to create a revenue?
We have been, it's like there's 3 components to it. One is we're plowing for the school. Another one is that we're renting out
Equipment to other towns,
and the third one is that we're sort of employee sharing one employee, so we're booking.
We've entered into an arrangement with the town of Naples where we share an employee. There's a summer employee, we need an extra winter employee. So one of our goals in a local cooperation, so it's a 50-50 deal, split that cost, because they have virtually no equipment up there. So we've come up with a schedule for equipment rental for the utilized primarily by this employee. And so, you know, it's on a priority basis. I mean, our priority, first priority, they were, you know, used a 1-ton dump truck that we used in the wintertime. And so we were getting, you know, paid for that, the road grader, other things. If we're not using it, we would make it available.
Mower.
The mower that we mowed for that town so we have these employees, you know, and so we're trying to get better utilization of both the employees and the equipment through creating revenues by working with neighboring towns. And then now I think in this year's budget, you know, they're looking at purchasing a piece of our surplus equipment. So we're trying to form relationships with some of these lesser developed towns to our mutual advantage. They are happy about it, we're happy about it. You know, it's been a good thing. So it's really kind of innovative. Not many towns are doing that kind of thing.
Why am I not seeing anything for property taxes?
That's sort of like the final calculation. So it doesn't. So I don't usually put in a number for that because it goes from the
Generally, the revenue schedule is the non-property tax revenues.
right. Because that's what you're going to vote for revenues. When we go to page 4 and we look at the net assessment for taxes, that's where you're going to see what the number is. Where it says 14,396,406.
That's the great leveler. Anything that's not non-property tax is going to be that.
That's why you want to see the growth in the revenue schedule, not on the front of the schedule.
Any questions on revenue? Let's move on to the TIF. The TIF is on page 29.
All right. The changes in the TIF this year, we're going for another 100,000 for our revaluation reserve. So we put aside 100,000 this year. We're going to add to it another one next year. We hope to get it up to about 350 was Kurt's plan, and then we're going to revisit how much we actually need to actually do the deal. Well, then we'd start looking at going out to bid.
Where are we on state valuation right now?
Well, that's a good question. Do you
Yeah,
know that?
on
I don't know.
state valuation, we're $1,175,550,000.
I mean, as a percentage.
That I don't know that, but I can get.
Because we were at a couple of years ago, 101%, 100%.
Yeah, we're still. I think Kurt would say that, you know, unlike prior years where we say we're still within the range, we're dropping to the lower end of the acceptable range. You know, we're working towards that goal, and, you know, by the time we get to the, you know, we're getting closer to needing to do it, I guess is what I'm saying. I can't tell you the precise year, but that's why we're doing it in this way. But the quality ratio is dropping.
I can get,
We'll
I
get
can
that.
email that number out tomorrow, once
Yeah, we'll
Kayla's
get
in.
that.
Playground improvements, I wanna keep the 35,000 in there, please. Cause
Um,
we had that meeting, did you put it somewhere else maybe?
Yeah, I did. It's in CIP.
Okay. I looked back on rec and I wasn't sure. I know Nathan says that he uses it the other day at the meeting.
No, I put it in CIP because if you don't use it all, you normally want to carry it forward, so I want, put them all in the same spot.
Okay.
But what I did this year is because there was some excess capacity in the TIF, I took some of the pavement money out of the CIP and I put it in the TIF so that we could fully expend, or we could absorb some of the leftover TIF money, basically. So those were the changes. Was 2 years ago, before we started on the assessing, we had put some of the appropriations. We put some playground money, and we also put some of the paving money in there. And this year, in order to use up the balance, I put some more paving money in there. It was easier to put in one thing than two, or nickel and dime things along the way. Other than that, we didn't really have any major changes here. I mean, we used to contract out our ordinance updates, and we really don't do that. The ordinance update expenses are usually split between legal and also our planning money. So I got rid of that $5,000, which wasn't anything. The cable negotiations,
Well, we've decided because we were working as a group of towns on cable negotiations, and then GP Cog swallowed that effort when the consultant that we had proposed to work with ended up taking a private sector job, so he went off and did that. So then GP Cog swallowed the effort. We're not a GP Cog member, so they hit us with an assessment or a proposed assessment that would have, you know, in my view, been equal to greater than dues. So I went back, negotiated a deal with this consultant. Should they get something out of their negotiations that will be better than what we have now, I have a plan in place to replicate that, you know, program with my consultant and save the cost. So I'm covering it, but I'm not part of the GP Cog consortium. I have a plan, but I'm not part of the consortium. I'm not paying that extraordinary fee because we're not a member to be part of the consortium of towns. That's kind of a complicated answer to say we're on it, but we're not with the rest of the towns.
and we are gonna realize substantial streetlight reduction. I've got $5,100 in there for next year, as opposed to our current year budget of $21,000. That's my estimate based on the maintenance fees that Realterm has, and just the electricity that we actually need to purchase for them.
We shouldn't have any real maintenance with the lights too. I mean, these things last and last. So, and of course, the company that's doing the maintenance work, because they have so many towns, they have set up shop in South Portland, and so they're here. So we'll call them and they come take care of it.
Are the ornamental lights done yet?
Are they what?
The ornamental lights.
They're not
No.
part of this.
We looked at the
expansion.
cost of the ornamental conversion, and it was really expensive. But I'm looking at options on doing that in the future, but not at the cost point we're at right now. And so, no, they're not part of it right now. There's 69 of those.
The other problem that we have with the ornamentals is that all the wiring is beneath the ground, and gets eaten by little rodents.
Right, but we're if I told you what I was thinking, you probably, I'm thinking there's going to be another alternative for those that's rodent proof, technologically forward thinking, and energy efficient. I got a plan, but it's not ready. Are we done with this?
Not with the TIF. Is there any other questions for the TIF? Now we are.
Okay, so Kathy has suggested to me that less is more, so I got a whole page of things I wanted to say, but I'm not going to. But I want to make 2 points, ready? The 2 points are, this is more of an evolutionary budget that's in keeping with Raymond's budget goals and spending priorities. So we're evolving, I think, as a town, and we're going in a good direction, is what I want to say there. And I'd say, look at the graph on page 3. That tells you the 10-year budget story of this town. And I would say it says spending, municipal spending and performance goals set and met. That's what I would say, set and met. Take a look at that graph. So anyway, and obviously I want to thank everybody who was involved in, doing the budget. It was a real team effort, and I think everybody really did a great job. And we're ready for amendments, of course. That's the nature of the game. But things are going well in the town of Raymond.
Any public comment from Budget Finance Committee?
Just a question, Don. It's a 2.64% increase in the budget. What does that equate to in dollars?
About 35 cents on the mill rate, and dollars, I don't know.
And that does not include the school budget, though.
That's putting the school in at zero increase, which isn't going to happen.
Which I looked and I haven't seen anything that they've put out there yet.
They haven't processed it yet.
They haven't.
My guess is gonna be 4.5 to 5%.
The point is, the part that you can control, I think you've controlled it. And I think we've gotten good results as a town. And I think the directions that we've moved in have been, wise and good directions. And so that's all I can control is what we're doing.
So what is the dollar increase in the budget?
You mean just the municipal budget?
Yes.
$341,000.
Okay. Thank you.
That's, of course, as we say, dependent on all those things that you have to decide. The staffing's a big piece of that.
What about public comment?
Whoa, slow down. She's last on the schedule.
I want Kathy to say something.
Any other
She's been
public
here all
comment from
night.
Budget Finance? Public comment from Select Board? Public comment?
And of course, I also want to thank the Select Board and the Budget Finance Committee, obviously, too. So, team effort.
I still have 3 books. I don't.
I offered public comment.
Might as well say something, right?
Yes.
Kathy Goslin, 11 Eagles View Drive. I just came to support you guys tonight and support Bob, but I do want to say, when Joe asked earlier, are employees leaving? The fire department lost 2 of their paramedics last year. And it took us 4 months to hire a full-time person, who didn't work out, but then we were lucky we turned around and hired somebody else. But we've had a part-time position, a 24-hour-a-week position that was open for 7 months that we just filled this month. So we do have turnover there. And you say, well, 2 paramedics aren't a lot, but we only have 5. So we did lose 2 last year. And why did they leave? Because bigger towns and more money. And they said that. So just wanted to point that out.
And I would say probably also in terms of retirement benefits.
Oh, one of them really wanted the peers, and he got it.
Right.
So, thank you.
And we did have a mechanic that didn't last too long.
But I don't know if that's related to anything.
That's not related.
Well,
That's not
he
related.
left us.
Yeah, but that turned out not to be the case. That's all right.
Well,
I'll entertain a motion
You got
to
a new
adjourn.
job.
I'll make a motion.
he left us for more
Have a
money.
motion and a second. All those in favor? Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the March 10th Board of Selectmen meeting. First order of business is approve the minutes of the February 11th meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item under new business is consideration of opting in on Maine adult use marijuana program. Sean here.
No, he sent a note in saying that I would be here. He's out of town.
Oh, okay. So he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, he did. Thank you.
Phil, just identify yourself and your.
Sure. My name is Bruce Riley, and I'm Vice President of Rody Technology.
And you are residing?
I was just getting to that. 17 Hemlock Drive, Northborough, Massachusetts, 01532. So, here tonight to, in lieu of Sean and Alyssa Brody, who are the owners of B&B Cultivation on 302. And they've been in business for roughly a year and a half, and they've, by all indications, built a nice little business for Raymond and for themselves, and have been successful generating a decent, multiple thousand clients to visit their location on a regular basis, because they do the things that need to be done in any retail. Good service, friendly people, clean environment. And so those are the tricks of the retail business today, I think. And if any of you are in retail, you probably know that to be true. The idea is that going forward, they want to consider to see where the board is in terms of expanding into the recreational cannabis business. The landlord is interested in building a new facility next door, but it's all dependent on getting the approval of the select people. So that's pretty much where they are. They've had a good relationship, I believe, with the town, and have been successful in the business. And I don't know if you have your 3-minute limit or not, but that's pretty much all I have to say in terms of the business. Any questions for me, or anything I can help you with? Or?
No.
So the idea is just to see where you are as a board and what next steps we could proceed with.
Is there anybody else speaking on behalf of this issue?
Yes.
Hi there, Selectman. Thank you. My name is Larry McWilliams from the town of Westbrook, 04092 if you need to know that. I am the owner, and my wife owners of Potluck Joint Relief in Westbrook. We are a medical cannabis caregiver dispensary, growers. We do it all. And what we're looking to do here is working with Sean as well. I do work with Sean quite often because he buys most of my products in the medical industry. And we do get to see a lot of what the benefits of marijuana has done, not only for the citizens of people, but for what it can do also for the town and what it can do for you guys as Raymond. We travel to Raymond quite often. We have friends that own the Mosquito. I have friends that own Webb's Mill Variety. We go to Casco Bay. We have Camp at Coffee Pond. We're in the area quite often. We've been here for quite a number of years. So we do a lot of activity in the town of Raymond, and we look at it as an opportunity as a tourist town, as first off, as Raymond is bringing customers in or bringing revenue into the city, on why possibly you might want to opt in on doing an adult use program. Would be first off employment. We employ local people. We pay at the starting rate that we pay our employees is $16 an hour, which is pretty high wages. The amount of taxes that we're paying is also pretty high. I do now sit on the planning board of the city of Westbrook, so we're all learning this together, as well as learning these rules and what we can and can't do, or why we can do things. But we're looking at the benefit of what's going to bring into the town to people coming in to see. And not only if we opt into recreational stores, which you can limit. I know Portland's doing it, and they're limited to 20 stores, and Raymond's not that big, so we're not looking to do anything like that. But we like to keep it, limited. But if you do opt in on the recreational, as far as even the growing aspects, there's the information on the realty, the opting in on people coming in to grow the product, the amount of jobs and the amount of revenue that's being developed in the state of Maine right now is astronomical, and it's only going to continue to grow. And I think with where you're located centrally from the Lakes region, you have a perfect opportunity in the city and area to possibly think about something like this with the revenues. The state of Maine with the OMP office, the Office of Marijuana Policy, is really working very hard to diligently. They're working great on testing. The products that are out there are safe. They're regulated. They make sure that they know what's going on. There's legislature in now. If you opt in, possibly, it hasn't passed yet, but they're talking 2 to 3% of the sales tax could possibly go right directly to the municipalities. Now, even if it, hopefully something like that could be worked out where it does benefit you directly, but even indirectly with the sales of marijuana on the recreational, with the 20% sales tax that they're looking to bring into this industry, is only going to help more taxpayer pool money to come into revenues for every town to use in the state of Maine. So it's coming no matter what. We're just hoping that maybe you guys can listen to us, opt in, think about what recreational marijuana could do. I know we're already doing the medical because I'm selling to Sean, and we have a great business relationship with him as well. And we have all of our tested products, regulated, so forth, labeled. We're trying to do it the right way, be transparent, and open-minded to what can and could possibly be the great possibility of what it can do to be for where it can bring revenues to your town. And also the tourism industry. The tourism that you bring in here now is only going to increase. And the revenues that people come in from out of state who are using recreational marijuana are going to spend a lot more money than what they're paying in now from Massachusetts or what have you. So it's only going to help regulate more state income as far as where it goes to you guys. And like I said, with the other businesses that are in play, our friends at the Mexicali Blues, they're also just another business that can benefit from people coming in directly through the marijuana industry. Same with Mosquito, with the ice cream. People love to eat after smoking marijuana. It's definitely one of those things that's always been a joke. We do a lot with beginning education. We educate people a lot. So people who are coming into our store, we teach them how and why to use this product. And rather than getting somebody that's coming off the street and just giving them something that they don't know what they're taking, we want to make sure that they do know what they're taking. We know how to dose our products, and we know how to educate people on why and how to take them. So it makes a big interest in when you're educating it properly. So we just want to let you guys, see how you feel on it. Again, my name is Larry McWilliams. I own Potluck Joint Relief. I'll be more than happy to give you my business card. I'm in Westbrook. If you feel any questions that come up that you don't think of, or you do think of that you don't understand or want to understand, or you want to come visit my facility down in Westbrook, you're more than happy to come down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily have a question. I just have more of a statement for us as a board. I know when this first came up months ago, we sat on our hands trying to figure out what would be the best recourse, the best way, how we felt Raymond should sit in this industry or whatnot. But as time developed, I know we have Sean here as well, which is an owner of another business of that sort here in Raymond, Highwire Hydroponics or something to that effect. So we definitely, if we don't want this to happen, then we need to take a stand. If we do want this to happen, we need to set a presence of what we're looking to do, because there's businesses in the town right now that are waiting. I don't really feel that's fair. I think we should take a stance somehow, some way. I'm not saying it tonight, but we need to move forward with more information and be able to establish how we want to portray that subject in our town.
Do either one of you know where this stands legally in the state of Maine? You can revisit the microphone.
I don't know if it's on camera. I know
Yes, it
we have to do that.
Yes.
I was a councilman in
not
Westbrook
standing
also
there,
for
we
the last
can't hear
time.
you.
So that's,
People at home can't hear you
that's
without you
fine.
standing there.
That's the same way we always are. Yeah. So the state of Maine is finally trying to figure out the laws of what's going on. They still don't have it all down to the science yet either. We're working with the state of Maine as well as they're working with us. The laws are not written in stone, but the cities have to opt in first. Then we have to get a license as a person of interest to try to become a partnership into the recreational market. So we have to sign a license, we have to get a license, but it's only good for a certain amount of time. So once we get our license, and if a town opts in, then once the full rules come into play through the state, which they're coming, they have them listed. It's just takes a lot of time to get a lot of legislation. The laws are changing every single week. I mean, every time you turn around, it's in the news, something else is changing, whether it be on the medical or the recreational, but it's coming soon. And they're really working hard to get it down. They look into OMP, into their website. If you have questions with the state, they're diligently trying to get this passed through. And it's what the citizens have wanted. We voted for it, I don't know, since January 17 now. And we're trying to do it right. We're trying to do it in the right way. And we think we have a great relationship working with Sean as well with B&B, and a location that's, you know, suitable for. We're already in business now, and the location where it would be something that, especially with, like I say, with the recreational that's coming into play, it's going to opt the businesses for growing, and I know with Highwire, I'm sure that's what a lot of these places are looking to, even if they're not having a store. Not everybody wants a store. A lot of people just want to grow it. They want to be the silent partner to have it, but the industry's there. It's going to generate the economy. It's the amount of money that's being lost by the state of Maine not implementing this for the last 2 years is ludicrous. And millions. Millions. I mean, we're already saving $1.6 billion in Medicare costs in the medical industry in the 33 states that are listed as medical. So that just shows you where it's going. It's already been opted into the state. It's now up to the towns on which towns is going to want it to bring it into their jurisdiction. And I can tell you now, with being in business in Westbrook, where Sean is in Raymond, we're not doing anything wrong. Highwire Hydroponics, we buy from them, same with anybody. And it's all good consumerism, capitalism. We're here to make money as well, but we're giving back just as much. We're paying our taxes, we're paying our fair share, and it's going to be something that's definitely here to go. So it's that close with the state pulling the trigger. It should have been in March, but it wasn't. Now they're talking June before they first implement the first store. Where that's going to be, I don't know. It could be Portland, it could be Winslow, it could be anywhere USA, Maine, but it's coming. So just let you guys, you know, look into it. I mean, it's big money, it's big industry. So any other questions?
I'm not done. I have no other questions.
Okay. Thank you.
My concern is, I have two concerns. One concern, and the overriding concern, is that this is still in legal flux at the state of Maine. You can have all the faith you want in the legislature, but we don't.
Right.
And if their plan is to have it implemented in some shape or form by mid-June so that they can meet their budget deadlines for July 1st. So on that basis, my recommendation, and I'm going to make a motion now, that we table this item for 90 days past the date the state allows the legality of the instrument. So what I'm suggesting is that you're looking at September or October before we take another look at this. That's fine. And that's my logic.
I'm going to second
Motion.
that.
That is the motion. Is there a second?
I
She
second.
did. She did. Be fair to everybody, right?
So the motion is to table this item
90
until
days.
90 days after
After
the state.
the state law becomes in effect.
Okay, thank you, that's the part I missed.
Discussion?
Can you discuss it?
You
No,
can-
not if you
can
motion and
discuss
table it.
tabling. You can't discuss taking off the table.
No. I think it would just be the reasoning why. But
I said what the reason was. I don't think that we should.
no, I'm not questioning your reason. Just was, never mind. I'm just going to second it.
I think the state of Maine is such in legal flux right now with this that I would not want to be in the town of Raymond or any other town where they decide to lob a test case out there. Or we're going to sue the town of Raymond to stop this. I think that's a real jeopardy play for us. So I think caution, erring on the side of caution, the safest play is to table it until we can get a better grasp. And I think that that's 90 days out from the time we can actually touch and feel the laws that are in effect. So that's my
The
logic.
reason why I guess I would too, call me old fashioned, whatever, you're educating people on the medical part of it,
Right.
which I'm okay with. I get that. But also, you've got people out there, I do a daycare on 85, and every day, kids will say, oh, what's that smell? Gone by in a car. And you know what I mean? And they're like, oh, it's a skunk. Do you know what I mean? What else do you say to them type thing? And I've got kids that are out there driving for people that are doing it recreationally. So what happens if they get pulled over because of an accident? That is a fear of mine right now, because there is no regulations as far as testing people, or am I wrong? Do you know what I mean? So that to me, until we have some laws in effect as to how to be able to test people, that's why I want to wait. And that's just my 2 cents.
Step up to the mic, please.
They still have under the influence law. So I mean, if you're impaired enough to not be able to drive or be able to do a state limit exam while you're there, then you should be arrested. Granted, they can't do blood tests for it, and as they shouldn't. You know, I use it every day. I can do multiple tasks. I'm an amputee of 33 years. I don't do opioids anymore. I can go through my whole story as well on why I use marijuana, and I see the benefits of it working. The alcohol industry is 10 times worse than the marijuana industry is.
You're right.
And the recreational law, with us educating people who come into our shop, whether they were young to adult, most of the people that I deal with are my age or older, and I help educate them on how to use it and what not to do when they're using it. So that's a big thing. And again, I understand your concerns, especially with the way the state is running. They're not. I'm up at Augusta too, and I'm standing in front of DHS committees, and we're trying to get the laws and hammer it out, and we don't have all the answers, and they don't have all the answers. And
Please understand me. I'm not trying to pass judgment.
No. I get you. I get you
I'm
loud and
trying to
clear.
get some time in there to see what the state's going to do, so that now we can react.
I'm perfectly happy with that answer. I really am. Thank you for the consideration of it. And in the interim, check in and look into OMP too and see what they're doing. And if you have questions, like I said, I'll be more than happy. I'll leave my business card. You can contact me, and maybe we can help with the laws and getting it together. So,
good. Thanks.
Thanks.
Can I jump in real quick too? As Mr. Jones introduced me slightly before,
Name,
Sean
address,
Haggerty
date
from
of birth.
Wyndham, also co-owner of Highway Hydroponics. I know the town of Wyndham and South Portland have set up subcommittees to deal with moving forward with this. Specifically, I know it might be something that might be a good idea to get in the works before the 90 days, just so if and when it happens, you're a little more up to speed. It could potentially be a more seamless transition. I don't know if it was even a once-a-month thing where you sat down with a couple of these gentlemen, myself would be happy to be part of it, and some people in the area that are concerned with helping this move forward, as well as helping educate you guys as to where it is, lawyers perhaps, whatever it is, just to kind of make sure you guys know what's really happening at the state level as well, because there is some confusion for sure. There's a lot going on.
Exactly.
So.
And I appreciate that, and I'm trying to stay up as much as I can in the information loop on that, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rather than forming a committee at this point,
No,
I would say our best bet is to have town manager stay on top of what's going on and be able to report back to us where things are going on.
So I just want to be absolutely clear. My motion is to table for 90 days beyond the state limit. When they authorize it, and then we go 90 days, and take a look at it.
So we know what they're actually authorizing.
Right.
Us, right? Okay.
Right.
And I second that.
We can discuss it still.
Yep.
I agree with everything that Mr. Bullock said, except the 90 days. We wait 90 days after this because it's coming. Don't care if anybody likes it or you don't. It is coming, and it's going to be in Casco. It's going to be in Naples. It's going to be in Wyndham, and then we're going to be surrounded by it, and we're going to create 0 jobs from it because we sat on our hands. You're not going to need as many in Raymond. I mean, if we need to be at the forefront of it if we want to maximize it. This is the biggest growing, in my eyes, the biggest growing industry / moneymaker that we've seen in years. It's going crazy. So for us waiting 90 days after they make the law to move forward, we might as well not even bother, because at that point everybody else are going to be monopolizing the businesses, and our businesses in the town of Raymond are going to be SOL. So I agree with everything that is said except the 90 days. So when we vote on it, I will not vote for it because of that 90 day.
But I think
30
there's-
days, I'll go with that.
I
But
still
90
think the
no,
kinks
too
they
long.
have to work out though too.
Yeah.
And there's
But
going
why
to be a lot
can't
of
we be
things.
part of the kinks? that we're working out? Why can't we be part of the pioneers? Why can't we be? And it's not because the more you're on top of it, the better you're going to be able to regulate it. If you're sitting on everybody's coattails, then you're not going to be able to move forward and regulate it as good as you could. That's my feeling. And I'm the type of person, I want to be in the front. I don't want to be in the middle. I don't want to be even second, because the second's the first loser. So moving forward, that's my mentality, especially looking at the town of Raymond to create that kind of revenue. 20%, I mean, come on.
But that's not definite.
And I'm not, and you're right, but it has been, there is states that are already doing it, and the 20% might even be more. So and that's my 2 cents, and I'm not saying you guys are wrong, I'm not anything to that effect. I'm just looking at the business opportunity and not having all the pot still be in our town, but all the surrounding towns making that revenue from it. That's why I look at it.
Not to set up an argument with you, Lonnie.
No, and I would not argue with you, because I don't feel real strong one way or real strong the other. I just, again.
We debate really well.
Yeah. And I hear this amount of money and this amount of money and this amount of money, and where is it? In town of Raymond, what would that generate for us?
True.
20,000 a year?
Right. I'm not sure about
I have no
that,
idea.
sir.
That's why we want time to consider it.
estate?
I'm sorry?
The real estate alone, just even with the growers. I mean, the growers that are built and growing these warehouses, I mean, we grow in a 65.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you need to understand that there's a very, very limited commercial zone in Raymond, and I don't see that.
You blink as you go up 302.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah,
all right.
So we're not looking at
So
expanding.
that piece of it, no.
So that right there limits.
On the agricultural part of it,
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
that's fine.
Not, again, not to be rude.
No,
I'm just trying to-
that's good. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I drive Raymond all over, and it's vast. It's open. You
We've
know,
got,
there's places that you can put in it.
Yeah, we have some shops that never been able to survive. There've been 10 other things.
Yeah.
But we also have other places that have lasted the whole for years and
Yeah.
years and years. So
Yeah.
I mean, there is spots on a retail. There is spots
It all
on
depends what it is.
on other than a warehouse size. So like you said, commercial piece with.
Right. Well, I know Travis and Darcy and Mosquito. I mean, we come there all the time. I mean,
Yeah.
they're good friends. They've always lasted. They're good people. And
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's where the commercial zone is, right
Okay.
there. You got an ice cream shop, you got a gas station, you got a Dunkin'
And
Donuts,
that's
and
it.
you're in Wyndham.
Right. Okay. And what's going on all the way up to Casco? Anything? What is any of
I
that?
have no
zone?
idea.
Next town over.
No, nothing zoned on up on all the way up as far as on 302.
Okay, so.
Yeah,
Right.
That's where we are. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
have a motion, on the table, a motion to table till 90 days after the state is finalized.
Finalize their.
Yes, sir.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna need more from you.
That's
Yes,
fine. Can I leave a business card?
please.
Sure.
You giving out samples or?
If you have your medical card, you have to have that for me to give any samples.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who asked for samples?
Lonnie did.
No, I didn't either. I don't need samples. Oh.
You're a little
Yeah.
different from West
Thanks.
Yes. We are a really good group that talks to each
Okay.
other and respects each other's opinions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
thanks for coming out.
Trying to be fair.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay,
Sean.
moving right along. Item B, consideration of salary study to update pay structure. Rita.
Thank you. As you know, we did a KMA study on salary survey for public safety, including recruiting and retention. We'd like to do the same type of study without the retention and recruiting, because we don't have a problem with that, for the office staff and the public safety department, just a salary structure.
Public Works.
Public Works. I'm
We've
sorry.
done
Yes,
public
I said
safety, yeah.
Public Works, I'm sorry. The data that we have is 5 years old. It was last done by Don Tyler from HR Partners, so that's old information. Like to update that. And we were very,
What do you look, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I was first too.
We were very pleased with the work that Carrie did from KMA, and we'd like to have her on board again and have you folks authorize her to do a pay study for us.
And we don't have to update the benefit structure because
Nope.
that carries over,
Right.
you know, substantially,
It's just the pay
substantially
study.
or identical actually, with the exception of some specific work rules for, you know, public safety, unionized employees. So we've learned from the first pay study that we offer a competitive benefits program. So we're talking about the pay tables only, and the proposed funding source would be from the surplus merit pool funds that
From
weren't
merit pool.
utilized last year, and order of magnitude cost is about
10 to
a
11.
little under 10 grand.
10 grand,
If you
yeah.
use the
Give or
8
take.
hours, it's 10,800.
Yeah,
Well, we think we can shave some of that
yeah, we're
off.
gonna try to shave that down a little bit.
Okay,
She
so
won't need to come and do a presentation, I don't believe. I think
We
we
told her
can
we didn't
handle
need
that
that,
ourselves.
and we think we can shave off some of the, we think we can shave off some other costs through negotiation with her as
Yeah,
well.
and I'll be willing to help in any way I can that'll help her.
So
Have less
if we
hours.
authorized the study up, for funds up to $10,000, that would be acceptable?
I think so.
It should be, yeah, should be good.
Can I, wait a minute, can I ask a question? Okay, so Rita, so I read on there 70, 80 hours, I'm sorry, we could not hear it this end.
Couldn't hear you.
Yes, you were very late voice. So 70, 80 hours, and it's 135 an hour, and they're thinking it's gonna take 70, 80 hours. Isn't most of that job description stuff already done? And I know Dawn Tyler had to do that before to put the descriptions, and I know we had to change that and stuff like that. So that part's all done. Do you
That's
really
all
think
done.
do you really think they're gonna need 70 to 80 hours?
I hope not.
Well, that's what we're gonna talk to them about, is we're
Yeah,
gonna
we
see
want
how
her
much
to-
of this can staff do. That's a good point. How much can we do? You know, how much, I mean, I think there's an element of negotiation still. And
I
I'm
think a
willing-
lot of our time will be spent on creating the salary survey that she'll send out to the towns, and then gathering the data.
You're gonna create that?
I am not.
No, they are?
Karen.
Okay.
And then there's the analysis. I think we're gonna
Yeah.
get a higher view analysis than we got with Dawn Tyler, and,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, I agree with you, though. I mean, if there's a way to get it to be less, we
yeah,
should do
we'll
that.
definitely shave it as much as we can.
So the
But I also wanna make sure we have the funds to do it, too.
Right.
So the motion that Marshall has made is to authorize the study not to exceed 10,000.
Second.
Well,
Now just.
hold on a second, because, sorry, if they're doing even $75 an hour times 135 for 75 hours, that's 10,100, so.
That's close enough.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're saying that, so that's what I said, we're authorizing up to that, so
Yeah,
they
not
have
to-
So they can do about
they have to
68
negotiate, they
hours.
have to negotiate them down into that range.
It can go to black and white.
I just have one comment.
Yeah.
And that is, when we did the original one, we went out to bid. We got, I believe, 3 or 4 bids. They ranged from order of magnitude, maybe 14, 15, up to around 20.
Yeah.
So at the time, I remember I think Joe was the chair, or he was involved somehow, and said, go see what you can do. So I took the low bid and I negotiated, significant amount of money off the low bid, which is not typical, but it's something that we have and can do. And I think if we can look at the scope of work somewhat, see what it is that we can do that doesn't get into their area, professional work, see what we can do to be of assistance. But I think you do want their level of, them designing the survey, their level of analysis, their conclusions, not our conclusions. That's what you're paying them for. I think we can work with this.
It'll also make us comparable with public safety, so we'll all
Yeah.
be on the
Right.
same page.
And it's been
All
5 years.
departments. Yeah, it's been 5 years.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rita.
Thanks, Rita.
Consideration of issuing tax abatements. And I think you're gonna pick up the tax abatements plus the assessments.
Plus
and-
the supplemental.
So we can do C, D, and E.
Yes.
First
The E,
one.
yes, yeah, I can do E as well. So the first is the tax abatement. And evidently, there was a house where the Raymond Casco line went through it, and we didn't have it assessed properly.
Seriously?
Yeah. And there was some sort of a discrepancy of where the line went. So Kurt went out with the landowner and I believe with the assessor Casco and figured all of that out and came out with a supplemental tax bill of, tax abatement on $95,200 in value and, which is an abatement of $1,280.44 in taxes for 2019.
This is a stupid question. So they pay to both towns, then is what they do?
Yes. Mhm. Yeah. They
It's
pay,
cheaper.
I don't know.
I said,
I
who's
have no
cheaper?
idea.
I said, they're paying taxes to both towns, who's cheaper?
Well, it depends on the footage. I mean, the way the line, the way the line went through there, it's like 2/3, 1/3 type.
Oh, okay.
Type setup,
Right.
so it's, depends on which, where the house fell and what the acreage was in each quadrant.
And which outbuildings are on which parcel and whatnot. And it's 12 Emerald Cove Lane is where the property sits.
So is there a motion?
A motion to approve tax abatement.
Is this the same piece of property that's coming in later on Emerald Cove?
No, it's a different.
No.
All right.
Yeah, I know, it's just a lot in that area, but it's two separate.
I think I missed the second. Was there a second?
I don't think there was a second, but
Right.
I'll make one.
Yeah.
I was second, yeah.
Right. So moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? None? That motion carries. Okay, here we go.
I got that one.
You want to go through the...
The assess on the supplementals.
Yeah.
You'll have 3 sets of paperwork coming through, but there are 3 parcels that are involved. One is for Daniel Plummer, it's land on Meadow Road, map 46, lot 27B. And there was an assessment of a building on the property that was omitted in error in the original tax bills. And Kurt's going back 3 years, so for 2017, 2018, 2019. That's why there are 3 sets of paperwork you'll see come through. And David Plummer's is on that for each one. His tax amount for 2017 is $130.38. 2018 is $98.28. And 2019 is $142.57.
That's weird. I thought
That
they all
is
go
weird. I
up.
wonder if I
130, drop down to 98, then jump back up to 142.
I wonder if I miskeyed. Dawn, do you have the supplementals? Sam has it. And then the second is Marjorie Plummer, map 46, lot 27. It's equally land on Meadow Road. And it's the same sort of thing. There's a building on the property that was omitted. And Kurt's suggesting going back to the 3 years, 17, 18, and 19. And this one does go $95.94, $98.28, $104.91.
Yeah, that other one makes more
Mhm.
sense.
So I'll double check those figures after. I'm guessing my 98.28 is not correct. Then the third is David A. and April L. McElhenney. Map 3, lot 34B, it's 58 Mystic Cove. And their homestead exemption was granted in error. So that's going to be a $20,000 value and amounts to $269 for 2019. And Kurt's only suggesting the 1 year for that.
These are supplementals, not abatements.
These are
going
supplementals,
correct.
yes.
Okay.
These are in addition to.
Do you need individual motions on these?
Wait 1 second. So the 52 and the 58, what is that again?
Because one's 52 Mystic, the other one's 58 Mystic.
The first one was 12 Emerald Cove.
No.
That was the tax
Nope,
abatement.
The map 0334, Mystic Cove.
Is 58 Mystic Cove.
Okay, you had 52 Mystic Cove on the first sentence after supplemental tax number 1.
Because it was transferred from 52 to 58.
Yes,
That's what
because,
that's what we were
yes.
just questioning, is what we were doing.
Okay.
Yeah, what happened was I can't remember which order it was, but the exemption was given on 52 and it should have been on 58
Yeah.
or vice versa.
Or vice
Okay,
versa,
so
it's in the wrong
It's
place.
just
Okay.
moving it from the one that it shouldn't have been on to the one it should be, and
Okay.
then flipping it back, so.
We just thought it was a typo, so I'm sorry.
Okay, no, there are 2 parcels. And since Kurt split it up into 2017 warrant, 2018 warrant, and 2019 warrant, that's probably the way the motion should go.
So what you get to do is, are you gonna make the motions?
Go ahead.
Well, you can, all right. So, here's your first motion.
So, is he gonna read it?
I've written them out if you'd like me to read what I have.
All right, so the first one is supplemental tax warrant, a motion to approve the tax warrant for Daniel Plummer, person in possession. All right, and map and lot 046-027B in the amount of $130.38
For the year.
for the year.
It's up at the top.
Saying September 13, 2017. And do you want me to Marjorie Plummer also?
Yep.
Map and lot 046-027, the amount of $95.94 for a total of $226.32 for September 13, 2017.
Second?
No, it's saying
You
17.
can do these individually.
Yeah, it's saying 17. Yep, September 13, 2017 for both of those.
Here it is. Last one.
See?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Second? Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
All right, where's the next one?
We'll have her all set by reading by.
All right,
Okay.
I'm gonna go on to the next one, Ralph. All right, a motion to accept the supplemental tax warrants for September 12th, 2018 for Daniel Plummer, person in possession, map 046-027B, in the amount of $133.56, and Marjorie H. Plummer, map and lot 046-027, in the amount of $98.28, for a total of $231.84, and again, that's for September 12th, 2018.
Now, this is the one that's in question, the amount is in question. The
It was only in question what I typed into my minutes. Not on the documents that Kurt has.
Okay.
So second that.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay. Number 3.
They are all the same. Okay. Thank you for that. My God, Audrey, red stickers.
I'm glad they're reusable.
Okay, next one is motion to accept the supplemental tax warrant list for, September 18, 2019 for April McElhenney, trustee David McElhenney, trustee April McElhenney, Living Trust, map 003-034-B, and the amount of $269. The next one is for Daniel Plummer, person in possession, map and lot 046-027B, in the amount of $142.57. And Marjorie H. Plummer, map and lot 046-027, in the amount of $104.91, for a total of $516.48. And again, that's for September 18, 2019.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna get the second one.
We pass that one? Any more?
That's it for
That's it.
supplements. There's a quick claim deed still.
Okay.
We had, I'm sorry.
Marshall, you signed in my spot.
I'm sorry.
All right, and we do this one.
Yeah.
It is a lot of signing.
Yeah. A lot of signing.
I got one more for you.
Oh, good.
Did you sign all of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Give her a feel like-
That was a little confusing.
Yeah.
I like the red stickers just signed.
Here we go.
in here.
Now we've got the, someplace in here we probably signed it already.
Quitclaim deed.
The quitclaim deed.
And one more person has paid off their taxes, who's been working hard to get that done, so. Gwendolyn Acquisitions LLC, map 2, lot 24B. It's land on Quarry Cove Road.
I remember seeing that.
So she's requesting that you issue a quitclaim deed.
So a motion to accept the quitclaim deed of
Gwendolyn Acquisitions LLC.
There you go.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Next item is RSU 14 Withdrawal Committee update. The update is we're in the same position we were at the last meeting. We are waiting right now on the lawyer from the RSU to finish up the work that he said he was going to get done on adding those other items. Once we have that, then we'll be able to finalize the separation agreement and then move on to getting the budget, getting that draft budget finalized and things like that. So hopefully the last communique I had from on that was they expected that in the next couple of days.
And when do you expect your draft budget to be completed? 2 days after that?
Well,
Yesterday.
realistically, I would expect that. I expect the draft budget in 30 to 60 days, plus or minus.
My position on a good portion of the budget depends upon Randy's budget work. Once I see his documents, then I can, with all due speed.
So in other words, no stress on Randy, huh?
I'm going on vacation in April, so Randy better get it done.
Oh.
I know they're working on getting theirs buttoned up for that. So.
It's a process that's going to take some time.
Okay. Public comment.
Due to a lack of public.
Selectman comment.
We got one.
Me? I just want to say, as a board, it's funny to watch some of the people's expressions that come here to listen to us. Did you see these people out there again tonight? They look at us and they do say that we are totally different from the big boards, from the big towns, because we do debate
Hopefully
things.
in a good way.
It is. She said, you guys are nothing like Westbrook, and Lorraine has said that too, where we debate things and we talk about things and we respect each other. So
There is sanity to the process, yes.
there is. So I want to say thank you to a great board.
Make that motion. Let's take that off the
Thank
table.
you as well, young lady.
Yes.
Because you can make that at any time, so, but let's do it before we get into the town manager.
Are we ready to make that motion?
Yes.
I would like to move that we take from the table the discussion that we had started on, and I cannot read your writing.
Yeah.
I know what it was, but I forget the wording.
Yeah. Remove from the table consideration of the financial impact of the Cumberland County fiscal year change. That's what I heard you say, right?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yes,
Is
you
there a
did.
second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay.
The reason I tabled that was so that we could take a look at other issues developing in the town which have been resolved. So I suggest that we go forward, and I would move that we look at the Cumberland
no
County
interest.
tax 5-year payout plan.
It's 5-year, no interest.
Right, 5-year no payout plan.
Second.
I agree. Second.
All those in favor? Okay, so
Thank
moved.
you.
So you'll
Yeah, we
take care
just
of that,
kind of
Dawn?
threw that one in there.
You'll
between
pass that on to
selectmen
Kathy?
comment.
Yep.
All right, town managers report.
Okay, confirmed date for upcoming regular meetings, April 21st and May 12th. Good?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I am.
When
Okay.
When are you when are you going away?
You're gonna be on vacation, right?
Oh.
I was just trying to get out of doing some work.
Reminder of upcoming holiday schedule. Monday, April 20th, Patriots Day.
Teresa's birthday.
Upcoming budget schedule.
Is your birthday?
March 17th will be the second department review. March 31st, a budget workshop. April 21st, select board warrant review and approval.
These are joint meetings?
The budget workshop is a joint meeting.
Yeah. That's the one on the
31st.
Yeah. The 31st.
Yeah.
So next.
Yep.
Well, the 17th is the joint meeting and the
Right.
31st is the workshop.
Yeah, those are both joint meetings, yeah.
Yep.
Treasurer's warrant.
Right there.
You make a motion, Sam? Move it first.
I moved the motion, not the elastic, Sam.
You gonna make a motion to accept that?
Yeah, I make a motion that we accept the treasurer's warrant,
Any amount of?
Yeah.
$3,083,241.37.
No, 83,000.
So moved.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Boy, she'd be in trouble if you only do
Boy,
3,000.
don't it? You talk about you can't read things there.
Yeah, I could read that.
Next item is to consider moving into executive session. Our motion.
Motion to move into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA Section 405, 6A.
Second.
To consideration of Spirit of America Award.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. We are into executive session. Is there a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? The charge would be to direct Spirit of America Award as recommended in the executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Very good. There's nothing else. The meeting is adjourned.
Second.
Good evening and welcome to the February 12th, 2020 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call. Mike D'Arcangelo.
Bruce Sanford.
Greg Foster. Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have first a tabled application from the Port Harbor Holdings, and then a public hearing for proposed ordinance changes.
Excuse me, just for the record, you said February 12th, so you might just want to say March 11th.
Thanks.
Just for the record.
Update, it's actually March 11th, 2020. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because of the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decision must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis of your opposition. Actually, our first order of business this evening is the minutes of February 12th.
That we approve them as submitted.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor? All right, that's done. And our next is the old business, the Port Harbor Holdings application. We would first need a motion to remove it from the table.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? All right, the application has been deemed complete at our last meeting and is moved from the table. Before we start the introduction of the project one more time, I know that there was some confusion on the addresses or that went out as notifications. So we're going to hold a modified public hearing to start with. I would just like to, before we do that, run through what was done so far as specific concerns at our last public hearing. The public hearing then would be open to anybody that did not have an opportunity to speak at the last one due to notification. And for the board, if I've missed any, if you would please add in here. But the specific concerns that we took away from the last public hearing was the impact to the beach area, the possible impact to wildlife on the Rocky Point, the view of what is being proposed from Indian Point, the possible impact to property value, possible impact to safety due to the proximity of the pier and the boats to the roped-off beach area, the possible impact to water quality, and what the boat traffic pattern would be. Based on those comments, did I miss any that anybody feels we capture that? Based on those comments, we decided it would be prudent to go on to a site walk. The board conducted the site walk on February 22nd. All board members were present. We looked at the pier area that was identified by the applicant as to where it was proposed construction. We looked at the beach location with respect to the proposed piers, noted the wildlife areas that were addressed at the first public hearing, and also the proximity of the rocky outcrop that was also addressed as a specific concern. So that's where we stood at. If there are any, I'll open the public comment at this point. If there's anybody that would like to speak that has not had a chance to do so because of our notification problem, could do so now. If you would stand to the podium, state your name and address affiliation with the project.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Keith Richard, and I'm an attorney. I'm here on behalf of Indian Point Owners Association. I would like to just begin first. This is there are some visuals that another person will be talking about after me. I'm just here on behalf of one of the owners of Indian her presentation uses these visuals. We asked the secretary before, and we're told that we need to get your permission.
I'm not getting his audio.
Oh, yeah, you have to stay at that.
Do we have permission, just permission to give
Sure,
these?
yes.
Thank you. So as I said, my name is Keith Richard, and you folks have before you a proposal to install what is a very large docking system in a pretty tight and sensitive spot. It's going to impact a pristine lake, the people and businesses nearby who use and love it, and the very character of the area. My interpretation of the last public hearing that happened here was that the board believes that because DEP and other state agencies are reviewing this proposal, that the scope of the board's responsibility and authority is limited. That besides issues such as parking and fire safety, it's really not your job to police what goes into the water. And let me be very clear about that. That view is mistaken. In Maine, we operate under what's called home rule, meaning that local government decides matter of local concern. And that's especially true of land use. Whatever the DEP or any other state agency decides, you always have the authority to vote something down, including this proposal. You shouldn't be looking to follow the state's lead. Instead, you have an independent obligation to apply your ordinances to protect the public interest and the people that you serve. And I want to begin by highlighting the mandatory standards that apply to this proposal. And this application is a site plan that has been submitted to the town. And your site plan ordinance, Article 10A, states that the purpose of site plan review is to ensure suitable development that will not harm the town or the environment. And it sets forth some objectives for what site plan review is about, what you should be striving for in applying the ordinance. To conserve natural beauty, that structures and development be harmonious with the surrounding areas, that any proposal improve property values.
Are you just going to read the ordinances to us now? Is that?
Mr. Chair, I've prepared a presentation, and I'd like to speak to the legal issues that this board is considering.
Yeah, as long as you can do it in a rather succinct manner and not read us the ordinances, that would be
Well,
fine.
well, respectfully, Mr. Chair, I'm not reading directly from the ordinances.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And to protect the environment for the health and well-being of residents. So Port Harbor submitted a minor site plan review application, but this planning board should consider this as a major site plan review. Article 10B6 states that this board has the authority by a vote for a minor site plan review application to be reviewed as a major site plan review application. Three grounds in which that might occur. If you have conflicting technical information, there is significant public interest in a proposal, or when you have a high level of interest in the immediate vicinity. I would submit to you, members of the board, that all three of those are present here, and therefore you should consider this as a major site plan review. It's important that one of the differences between major and minor site plan review is whether you're looking at only the proposal, the change in use, and limiting your review to that area, or whether you look at a proposal as a whole. You look at the existing uses, structures, and the entirety of a site. Given that it's not clear what review, if any, was undertaken for the existing slips and marina uses at this property, this board at the very least should vote to have the proposal undergo full major site plan review to get a full picture. And I want to emphasize that there are a number of issues for a board to consider, even in minor site plan review. As the chair stated at the beginning of this meeting, the burden is on the applicant to prove that this project meets each and every standard, and that should be based on credible evidence. A failure of an applicant to prove they meet each standard is alone a basis to vote a proposal down. At the last meeting in February, this board was discussing section 16D of your shoreline zoning ordinance, I want to emphasize that's not the only applicable ordinance section that you can consider the concerns of the public on this proposal. You also have Article 10E and 10F of your site plan ordinance. And your ordinance says that applies to all site plan applications. So this application as a minor site plan application, Article 10E, Article 10F both apply. You also have Section 15C of your shoreline zoning ordinance, and that sets forth a number of standards that I want to emphasize a few of those here. Section 15C has 12 subsections for the board to consider when you're looking at a dock project. And I see the most relevant here as C3, the location shall not interfere with existing developed or natural beach areas. C4, the facility shall be located so as to minimize adverse effects on fisheries. Section C5, the facility shall be no larger in dimension than necessary to carry on the activity and be consistent with the surrounding character of the area. Section C11, that permanent structures undergo review by the Department of Environmental Protection. And that C12, that vegetation, if removed, can only be removed or disturbed by a permit from the planning board. I have reviewed the January cover letter from Sebago Technics to the application that they filed with your code enforcement office. And I have to say I was pretty surprised to read the rather cursory and conclusory application of your ordinance standards, because one would think that the marina was proposing a change of use that was so insignificant there's really nothing to see here. But based upon site plan and shoreland zoning ordinance, I see 6 areas that are deficient in this application. The first area is traffic and parking safety. This applicant has not provided credible evidence of traffic and parking impacts. We heard in February that they couldn't find a good traffic study for a marina and essentially made up assumptions based on what we can assume was questionable data. That's all guesswork and it's pretty unreliable, and there's no plan for parking overflow, which we know is a possibility. This board has authority pursuant to Article 10.3b, minor site plan review submission requirements, to require that this applicant commission a traffic study during the peak season for this site. And even if this application is not voted down, or if the application is not voted down, that study should be ordered, and a review of this specific use at this specific location should be undertaken. The second deficiency is the impact on beach areas. Now, in order to meet Section 15C3 of your ordinance, this board would have to conclude that the docks shall not interfere with existing, developed, or natural beach areas. The applicant's January letter addresses beaches and states, the location of the proposed dock expansion does not interfere with existing, developed, or natural beach areas. Members of the board, I would submit that is completely unsupported by the evidence. This proposal is directly on top of the beach situated at Indian Point. There's another beach at St. Ebos across the channel that would necessarily be affected by boat traffic. You also have another beach, the Raymond Town Beach, further north. So there are 3 beaches potentially impacted by this proposal. The evidence establishes that the proposal will interfere with a beach area, and that failure to meet that standard by itself is a basis to vote this proposal down. Third, the impact on health. You heard it from people, and you'll hear it again from the folks that live right down there on the top of this marina. They're in the best position to tell you what they've seen. And they've seen trash, they've seen fuel, waste, pollution, and those are all things that impact public health. The most credible people that can speak to what impact the boats down there have are the people who are right next door. Fourth, the impact on visual and scenic features. I understand that the planning board has visited this site, and we have a graphic that depicts what the boats will look like from the Indian Point Beach, which is in the packet of information that was just handed out. I'm not going to get into that packet, but one of the depictions you will see is a rendering of the view of the docks based on the specifications of the proposal standing on the Indian Point beach and looking outward. There's no question that the views on the beach there will not be the same. There's a significant impact to the property owners, not just on the Indian Point side, but also to St. Ebos on the other side. And the fact that the docks here are constructed using wood, because the application states there are no anticipated impacts to scenic area, the site is already used as a marina, and the improvements associated with this project will not greatly impact existing scenery or natural beauty, as most building materials are made of wood and are natural looking. You know, the fact that the docks are made of wood is irrelevant. You have to look both at the structure that's going in as well as how it's going to be used. How about the boats, canopies, gear, coolers, other visual impacts that this activity will bring directly in the view of the people on the beach? Fifth, the impact on fisheries, water pollution, erosion, and sedimentation. You know, this is a highly invasive project and proposal that's going to disturb the lake bottom, and pile driving will create a lot of sedimentation in that area. I actually spoke with a rep over at Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and they had recommended that this pile driving not occur until after the spawning season had finished, which is, I understand, to be sometime in late July, towards the end of the summer. But my understanding is that Port Harbor wants to go ahead as soon as possible, and my understanding is that they anticipate they want to start in April. The sixth consideration, and I think this one really sums up what this controversy is about, is that the proposal be no larger than necessary to the use and that it be consistent with the surrounding area. Port Harbor already has a number of slips, and this expansion is not necessary to their operation as a marina or to do their business, but they want more. And the problem with that is that it goes too far and it puts one property owner's use over the many. I've been on both sides of these issues. I've represented a marina installing docks before. There are good projects and there are bad projects. It really depends where and why. For many reasons, this is simply a bad project. Sebago Lake is not Lake Winnipesaukee. And each new use, expansion, or development takes things in a direction, and there's really no going back. I think we recognize that these are pretty modern times, but that doesn't mean we can't give each proposal thorough and careful contemplation. We need to consider both the present uses and how new uses will impact future generations. This board is called upon all the time to balance the rights of competing interests, owners, and the public. And this proposal, if approved, would put the interests of one above dozens and dozens of people that make reasonable use of their property. And they've been doing so for decades in a manner that's respectful of others. I urge the board to vote this proposal down and to deny the site plan application and requested permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak that does not have a chance? Yes, sir. Back or front? Doesn't either one.
Hi, I'm John Salas. I'm 13 Flying Hallway, Indian Point. I oppose the construction of this dock. Some of the imagery that you're going to see in the pamphlet and stuff that's been handed out to you has some of the stuff that I've worked on and looked at how this is really going to impact not only the visual but the rest of the area around there. Page 2, you can actually see where a lot of the new construction is going on. The current dock that you see in there in yellow, that's closest to the land, is the stuff that's currently sitting on the just off the shore. All the red docking is the new proposal. And to give the other indications, Indian Point Beach right there with the yellow lines, they have buoys already out there where the swim lines go to, how they encase or encompass the swim area. You can also see the the swim raft that's been out there for decades. And as you can see where the red docks actually come into play, they're actually falling right on top of one of the buoys that's indicated for the swim area. So obviously that's not going to be an area they're going to be able to drive a boat in and out of on the bottom half of all these slips that you're seeing. The boats that they're talking about putting in there are 25 to 30, 35, or 30-foot boats. If you look to the left in the bottom section, you can also see existing moorings for sailboats that have been there for decades as well. And that's, again, right in the path of anything that they were talking about putting in for their new proposed docks and the slips on that side. There's no way you're going to be able to get power boats in and out of there safely with swimmers, existing buoys, existing moorings, and such. Those are a couple of the major things that I can see right off the bat when I see this. The other things that I have, it's like more of the heartfelt aspect of it, is the visuals you're going to see. Everybody that's been on this beach has been able to see the wide open expanse of the lake over all the years that they've been able to come out here. Putting all these boats in here, if you go to the next page on there, which is page 3, there's a visual of standing on the beach just a few years ago with the addition of the current dock that they've set up, and then the proposed outlook of what the visual is going to be with all the new boats sitting out there. That is horrendous to look at. Nobody's going to want to see that. It's going to devalue the properties across the board. Everybody in Indian Point is going to lose valuation on their property. The next part is just talking about the impact of like the wash coming off of these boats. They have about a dozen bib outlets for washing each one of the boats, and not everybody comes through and has the wherewithal on how to use the proper materials to wash off boats. They'll wash off with whatever they have, and there's another study that shows that has been going on for years on Sebago Lake for as far as phosphorus matter that gets into the water and how it affects the fishery, or excuse me, not the fishery, but the water and the fish in the water. You add all of that right into this one small spot, that's going to pollute this entire beach. All the oil and everything else, anything you wash off a boat, whether it's all the fish that you may have caught on this lake and you basically washing off all the chum off the back of your boat into the waters, it's all going to land right on the beach here, either side. There's no stopping that. There's no way to do it. And who's going to clean that up? We haven't seen, anything on how they're going to take care of this possibility and inevitability. It's going to be all over there. I've come up here for years and taken kayaks out from this very point right along the shoreline, and just almost to the peak of where they are with their proposed dock is where I've been, watching loons pop up in and out of the water right in the same spot, in the same area. That's not going to be here if this goes through. You're going to lose that wildlife. You're going to lose the scene and the sense of why people want to come up here. Those are, heartfelt things that everybody here, what most people are here to really stress why they don't want this to happen. And that's what I really want you guys to really think about there. I know there's a lot of legal matters of why this shouldn't or should be looked at, but as far as like the heartfelt part of it, this is the majority of the people here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Paul Cody, and I'm the president of St. Ebo's. Our property abuts Jordan Bay Marina and this project. First of all, I want to thank the Raymond Council for the opportunity to address you. St. Ebo's has the following concerns, some of which have been reviewed with the owners of Jordan Bay and we look forward to working with them in the spirit of being good neighbors to both St. Ebos and our beloved Big Sebago. Light pollution, we are concerned that having light fixtures on the new docks will be shining toward our property and illuminating those adjacent areas. Noise pollution, we are concerned that all these additional boats and owners will potentially make for very noisy evenings and nights. There's another marina where parties go well on into the night by the boat owners who utilize their docks. That is a concern for us. Environmental concerns, additional boats and motors could definitely affect the quality of water adjacent to St. Ebos North Beach, which directly abuts Jordan Bay. Wildlife could also be adversely affected, such as loons and fish. I'm not sure what the solution is, but these concerns should be addressed by this council as it considers what is best for our beautiful Big Sebago Lake. Thank you.
Paul, does your property go all the way up and up to actually the marina itself, the slip?
There is land between St. Ebos and the channel.
Land
So we're
between,
not actually totally abutting their.
okay.
Well,
But say,
we do abut their.
you
we
do abut,
their
but
land,
there's property in the
there's
center.
a strip of land there.
Got it. Thank you.
Where the channel.
Right.
Hi, my name's Bill Hartley. I own the property right next to the marina. It's actually between Indian Point and the marina. It's approximately 7 acres with about 550 feet of frontage between Indian Point and them.
And who's, I'm sorry, and who?
My name's Bill Hartley.
Yeah, I didn't, where is your property?
It's at 1326 Roosevelt Trail. It's
Between-
right next to the marina.
Can you
so
point
the-
it out to us on the aerial view here?
Well, here. Yeah, I brought pictures too.
Oh.
But I'll point it out to you.
Thanks, Bill.
It's this U-shaped driveway right
Yeah.
here.
Okay, but,
And so basically, it goes down to this red line. I'm assuming that's what this all this
Give him that
area
mic.
is my property.
Yep, you need a microphone.
okay, we got it, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right, Bill, it's
That's
not,
There's a mic right there.
we're okay now.
All right. But anyway, now you know where I live.
Yes.
Or where the property is
Right.
anyway.
Thank you.
I've lived there, or I owned that property. Oh, you're not gonna get me to do that. I shake too bad for that. But anyway.
I think we're okay, Bill.
All right. Basically, I've grown up there. I know the area in the Indian Point area very well. Knew it the previous owners. And I was listening to the attorney talk about the natural beaches and all that. That's all filled land. A guy named Jervis filled that in back in the 60s. And it was a swamp. I got a picture of it right here in front of me. The marina had docks out into the water at that time. The town stopped this guy Jervis from filling that in, and all during the 70s it was never allowed to be used. Indian Point Campground couldn't even put a tent out there. Now sometime when I went into service, I came back and all of a sudden there was all these houses out there. All right, stuff changes, I don't care. I mean, I'm glad these
Check, check.
Good evening and welcome to the June 10th Putnam County Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The planning board will come to order. We do have a quorum and we'll start with roll call to make sure we can hear everyone. Kevin, I got you muted still. Okay. You there, Kevin?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Bruce here.
Yep.
Bruce here. And Will, Greg, Mike.
Mike's here. Greg, I think your microphone might be muted. I see your lips moving, but I don't hear anything.
No, I got you, Mike. I don't have Kyle. I think you're still muted, Kyle. And Greg, you're still muted. Can I unmute you from here? Let's see.
You should be able to.
Okay. Yep. Greg, you there?
Just a minute.
Nope, you're there, Greg.
I'm here.
Yep.
Hey.
You hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, this is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive.
It froze up. We lost Rob.
You lose me?
He froze up.
Barb, are you online by chance? Okay. Your internet connection is unstable.
That kept these three little buttons. And it wasn't. It was just the full screen.
Yeah. It's in the upper right.
Oh, it's actually down lower. It's down on the bottom. I had a little like a thumbnail. And when I was in the thumbnail, there's an icon down below the screen.
Well, we can see you moving now, Bob.
You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can't see anybody.
Was on for
Wait a minute. Okay, am I back?
Yeah.
You're back.
I'm back. Okay. But the no pic. Okay. The board works for a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the minutes from the March 11, 2020 minutes. For old business, we have a tabled application of Port Harbor Holdings. We have a public, followed by a public hearing for the applicant Eleanor Vodka on a lot division. And following that, we have a high wire hydroponics request for a project extension. Any other planning communications, and then followed by adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand, state their name, address, I guess you gotta remain seated, address and affiliation with the application, either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons shall address the chairman. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeal rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidences of your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis of your opposition.
Robert,
Yes.
I'm going to ask people to mute all their microphones if they're not talking. Someone has a bad mic.
Okay. Can I just mute them?
They can mute their mics if they're not talking.
Okay.
I'm not sure who has the bad mic, but if I find out, I'll let you know.
Okay, all the, everyone's muted.
Okay.
So now what do we do?
You can continue with the meeting, and if someone wants to talk, they just unmute their mic.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, first order of business is for the approval of the March 11th, 2020 minutes. Is there a motion?
Excuse me, Bob, can we back up on, you were reading that we don't have the extension for Highwire on this agenda? We have no information from them?
Yeah, Mike is going to introduce that. Excuse me, Jim is going to introduce that under Planner Communications.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll move the minutes from the previous meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Next order of business is the Port Harbor Holdings. Does for the board, do you all have the memo from Will on dated June 8th, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. So to start with, I guess, Will, we could just ask you to give us a quick run through.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just start with a brief summary of where we've been with the application. So the application was formally submitted back in January 2020. There was a public hearing on February 12th, followed by a site walk on February 22nd. There was a second limited public hearing on March 11th. And then I think they were scheduled for another meeting on April 8th. However, that meeting was delayed because of the COVID-19 issue. So here we are at this virtual meeting on June 10th. As of the last meeting on March 11th, there were a few outstanding items that the board requested the applicant address, including a monitoring plan for the parking. There was delineation of the boat access adjacent to the swim area for the Indian Point Campground. They had not received their DEP NRPA permit yet. And I think there was another item that wasn't covered in their May 7th meeting, but it was related to monitoring the flows and the septic system. So with that, as the applicant has again made a submission on May 7th, including a narrative letter and a plan. The plan addresses those first three items. Basically, they provided a parking monitoring plan, which describes how they plan to monitor the parking, and they've outlined a time period beginning in July 2020 and ending in October. So basically, it would be this season, and how they plan on monitoring that with adding a security camera, recording camera that would they would review the recordings after every weekend and holiday during that period, and then submit a summary report to the town. And recordings from that camera would be retained for a couple months. So if the town had any questions, then the code officer could go down and review those recordings as well. Obviously, I guess the board may want to consider whether that this season is the right season for monitoring parking, given the situation that we're in here at the moment. But anyway, that was the essence of their monitoring plan for parking. They also talk about applying to the state of Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry to install several new buoys to delineate the swim area and delineate where the boat traffic would go here adjacent to the Indian Point campground. And then I believe they've also submitted their DEP NRPA permit. The narrative also describes that they've reached out to the Indian Point Campground Homeowners Association and offered assistance in terms of potentially relocating the swim float and some subsurface boulders within the swim area. So as part of this meeting, given that it's been some time since our last meeting, basically I prepared for the board what I'm calling a final review checklist, which basically kind of pulls out all the different review criteria for the project, put it in a tabular format, which with 3 columns of whether the standard has been met, not met, or not applicable. I figured that would make it relatively easy for the board to kind of go down through the various criteria and check off whether they feel that standard has been met or not met, or whether it's not applicable to the project. So with that, I think that's really all I had to add tonight. So I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Will, and thanks for that checklist graphic. That will be extremely helpful. Rob, over to you. You to introduce, and if you could address, make sure you just your letter, any information in it.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yep, I think you're good.
Good. Okay, so as Will had stated, there were 3 outstanding items that we had to look at. First one was developing a monitoring plan. Will didn't touch on it, but one of the things that we know that we got a late start here because of COVID, and what we propose to do is monitor through October, but then monitoring again in 2021 from the beginning of the season through July, so that we get a good representation of what would happen in the parking. One thing we've noted is that we have been busy. It's been good business so far up at the marina since things have opened up a little bit. So, but we do plan on monitoring into next year. Relative to the delineation of the boat access, we have reached out to the Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. Tim Thurston, who handles the markers within the lake, and Heather Siders, who does some of the administrative stuff on that. They are looking at the plan that we have submitted, which is basically the plan that you all got. Typically, they don't like the outer buoys that we've shown on there, 200 feet past the shore. So they wanted to have a little discussion on that. If you remember, our property juts out a little bit more than where the swim area is. And we just thought it would be better to have those buoys even with the ends of our dock and whatnot. Also, because there was a shallow area there. They are going to get back to me within the next several days on that, but they don't see a major issue. It's just where we end up putting them in the end. We did get our MDEP permit, and that copy of that was included in your package. We have had several conversations with the HOA, trying to assist them in what may need to be done relative to relocation of their float mount that's below the water there, moving that for them, and also offering to have somebody go and move some of the boulders within that area to make it a much better area for swimming. Also, the client has reached out to several entities to offer up slips in the marina, those being the Lake Association, who handles the milfoil abatement on the lake, the town fire department, and also the inland fisheries department. We thought it would be good to have the public presence there. We know that one of the concerns was that people may not be doing what they should be. So we figured if we have a slip there for the inland fisheries, a warden service, that would help things out a bit. Other than that, everything's pretty straightforward, we believe. I think we've handled all of our fire comments. There's some conditions that they want included. I believe a plan has been submitted or soon to be submitted for the fire sprinkler system and whatnot. And we're all set to go, and we'll be more than happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Okay, I guess I did miss one thing along the way. We do need a motion to take the project off the table officially. So could I have that motion from somebody?
So moved.
And second?
Second.
Second, and is there any discussion? Wait, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So, left over, I have in my notes, Mike was in some environmental concerns concerning the loon nesting. Are you pretty happy with what has been presented now as far as that's concerned? Yep, you're muted. Hang on, Mike, you're muted.
I have one concern about the monitoring of the parking. The thought occurred to me listening to the planner's review and listening to what Rob McSorley had to say, that because of the COVID-19 problem we have going on, usage of the parking lot and usage of the slips may be constrained throughout the season and perhaps into next season, not knowing really what the virus is going to be doing. And the thought occurred to me, what if people who customarily rent slips decide to continue to rent slips so that the marina's income stays relatively stable from rental of slips for their income, but people decide not to visit the lake because of the virus, and so they don't come out and park. So there may not be a strict correlation, or there may be a strict correlation between the income of the marina from slip rentals for the year and the amount of parking activity. And I'm not convinced that the monitoring in this current virus season is going to give us a true look at what the parking activity is going to be during a fully active season when there's no virus. I just throw that out for conversation purposes. I don't have an answer for that, and I'm not attempting to shoot down the monitoring program. I think the applicant has done as good a job as we could ask, considering the fact that we don't have parking standards for the area. But that's my concern, so I throw that out and ask what people think about that.
Could I comment on that as well?
Yeah, give me Mike, I didn't catch your first answer to whether or not you're happy with the environmental. Balloons problem, are you okay with that now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yep, go ahead.
Regarding the parking and monitoring the parking, I guess I'm a little concerned about what happens if, I think the monitoring's great, by the way, but what happens if we end up with parking overflow out on a 302? Do we need some sort of condition of approval that says that if that were to happen, then the number of people allowed in the parking areas would be limited? Because, I mean, it's one thing to have a monitoring program, but what if it turns out that there's problems, but yet we don't have any procedure in place to address that?
Yeah, could that be a condition that they have to come back with a proposal on how to address problems that are shown from the monitoring plan?
And also, didn't we have some discussion about, I think Mary was in on this one, that if there is in fact problems with the parking, it would directly relate to the amount of slips that could be rented? Was that?
I don't recall that discussion, but that maybe is a way to address it.
Or expand the parking lot, come back for expansion of the parking lot.
Parking lot, right.
Looks like Rob wants to.
It was that if there is a problem with parking out on Route 302 and overflow, and that the parking lot is not adequate, then the applicant had to come back with a revised plan to address the overflow and the concerns as they stand at that time. And there didn't seem to be really any other way for us to handle it, because we don't know what the concerns are going to be, and so we can't set up a plan to address something that hasn't happened yet, that we don't know what the circumstances are. I think that's pretty much the way we left it.
Yep.
Sound right, Bob?
Yes. Rob, I'm sorry, I just caught the hand now. Go ahead, Rob. You're still muted, Rob.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Relative to what's happening with COVID-19 and what we would see as a reflection, like I said, we have been busy. They've already turned away people who want to rent new slips. That's what the demand is. With the ability to get out and outside, this is one of the better things that people have been thinking of doing, is going out on the lake and boating. They have been busy. They've been selling boats, and people are ready to lease more slips. So
that could very well be, that could be true.
So, but we didn't know that was going to happen. So that's why in our monitoring, we wanted to make sure that we were handling it right. And so we have proposed to monitor into the next season to make sure that we get a good reflection of that. Relative to overflow onto 302, that will not happen. Client will not allow that to happen. And if there's a situation with parking, they will free it up by having their employees park somewhere else, shuttling them in, and then creating more parking. Like we said, this is our business. If we don't have the parking there for the people who lease the slips, we're not going to be very successful. It doesn't make sense that we wouldn't provide the parking that we need. But, you know, whatever needs to be done to adjust the parking in the future, we're going to do.
Good. Thanks, Rob. Kevin, you also had some issues about parking. Are you okay with what's?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm glad they're going to go into next season. I mean, Rob's probably right. It's going to be a high season now this year because of the ability to avoid some virus contact out in the open water. So it'll be good to see what happens this year and next year, and you can compare the two.
Okay.
Let me ask this question. What if there's a camera failure in the middle of a monitoring month? Is somebody going to be, it says that the results are going to be reviewed every month and reported to the town, but is somebody at the marina going to be responsible for checking that the camera is working every day during that month?
We are going to look at, we're going to do this on a weekly basis. So if there's a camera problem, it would be caught within 1 week. So I don't think you're not going to lose a entire month.
Do the cameras have any kind of an interlink into the monitor with some type of a warning that the camera is not active? Maybe that's something that could just be incorporated into the camera setup. It seemed to me that would be a pretty easy, functional piece of electrical interfacing to accomplish, and just might be smart so you don't lose that week.
We can look into it, Bruce. And
Okay.
see if that's available option and whatnot. Certainly, we don't want to go and have to monitor any longer than we need to. But
No, but you don't want to lose a week or two of monitoring, and then that.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the parking issue, who we haven't heard from, Ed, Kyle, Greg, are you guys all okay with that, what the parking setup is in the monitoring system?
I'm okay with the parking plan and the monitoring system.
Kyle?
I am as well.
Great.
Yeah, I think it's a good plan. I think that they put the effort in to make sure that they're being transparent down there. I do agree with the other comment, you know, if we come back, this does become a problem, we should probably have some way to address that. But I think they're doing everything they can with what they have and to do the monitoring. I think that's a step more than I expect them to take. So I'm happy with what I'm hearing, but I think that we should also consider, you know, if this does become a problem and the monitoring proves that it is an issue, you know, having a recourse. But other than that, I'm liking what I hear elsewhere.
Okay. The third issue that was left over was the boater swimmer safety. Rob has addressed it with the buoys. Are we okay with that? That was one of those that was still kind of concerned with the board at when the end of our last meeting.
I have one question though, for Mr. McSorley. I think if you're going to be relocating submerged boulders, does that have to be approved by DEP, or can they do that as a matter of right because they have a beach there?
I believe as long as you're not displacing it from the lake, you do not need a permit, but I'll confirm that.
Yeah, if
They've
you have
done
to go see
they've done
them
that
for
work
the-
in the past.
Yeah, if you have to go see them for the floats, you could maybe just bring it up and mention it.
Yeah.
So that was the concern I had.
Say if they're moving any boulders, I believe that would be a PBR from, a permit by rule to move any boulders, which they have done in the past in front of their marina. To move any rocks in the water, they probably would have to get that.
The last time they did it, the contractor who did it got a PBR.
Yep, but that was for 2 years, and I believe you're on your second year now. I don't know where the time limit is on that permit.
Mhm.
That would be one thing we would have to look into and deal with it at that point.
Yeah.
Are the boulders big enough that they inhibit boat travel above the boulders? That they may need to take into consideration a redefinition of the safe waterways, or are these boulders, you know, small enough and deep enough that that's not really an issue?
They are fairly close to the surface, but they are on the opposite side of the swim area away from the marina. There's like a shoal going out there of boulders. There's pretty shallow water there.
I don't think that you're not removing the boulders for the marina. You're removing the boulders for the swim area. Is that correct, Rob?
Correct. The boulders over in the marina area have already been accounted for. And what we've done is we've just offered up for our neighbors that we would help assist them relative to the swim area, because towards the south a little bit, you have a lot more boulder area, I guess. We wouldn't take those boulders out that are about 200 feet out or so from, it's almost like a protection for the swim area to begin with. That's out in front of that area. Those would remain.
Let me throw this out. You know, when you're out riding in a boat, you're supposed to be astute enough to be looking over the bow of the boat for rocks that are upcoming and going slow enough so you can avoid the rocks when they come into view. My concern would be during the off season when the buoys are down and the boulder has been relocated. I think he would certainly want to relocate it so that the top of the boulder is no closer to the top of the water than it is now. And even though people are supposed to be looking out for the boulder, you don't want to increase the chances of a hazard condition by, having the boulder put on a higher elevation on the floor of the lake than it currently sits on. I guess I'd ask that you kind of pay attention to that.
Yep.
Okay, so am I correct in assuming that we're all happy with the boater swimmer safety buoys that are being in place?
Yes.
Okay.
Other concerns with just on the boater swimmer safety issue?
I'm good with it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I think
I'm
the only thing that we have if I can summarize this, is concerning the parking. We are happy with the monitoring system, but there is still some concern as to what will happen if the parking if drifts out onto 302, what the recourse is. Is that correct? Are we still concerned a little bit with that, or are we okay with?
I don't know how we can judge how much of a concern we have and how we're going to react because it hasn't happened yet. I don't see how we can sit here and make up a plan to deal with it. That's one of the Achilles heel aspects of not having a parking standard for the area per se, and having to rely on the process we're currently going through. If it becomes a problem, the applicant has to submit a plan to address it, and we have to thrash around with it at that time. That's my understanding. I don't see what else we can do.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
That sounds good to me.
Okay. Are there any other kind of concerns from any of the board members that we want to address before we go into the specifics items?
Nope.
No.
No? Okay.
Will's waving his hand here.
All right.
So the one other item which wasn't in the letter, but was talked about in the previous meeting was monitoring flows into the septic system. And I believe my recollection is that Mr. McSorley suggested that they would put a flow monitor on the system to monitor the flows into that septic system to make sure that the septic system was sized adequately.
Correct. We would meter the water into the building there in the amount of flow that it puts in. The flow that comes from the commercial building is not much. It's really what might come from the ancillary building. And so what we had said is we will put a meter on that, and then we will deal with the town CEO, whoever that might be in the future. But and rectify that situation. And we've also had conversations with Portland Water District about it because they have concerns, and we want to make sure we take care of them.
Just for the record, that discussion is contained on page 4, paragraph K, on septic waste disposal. What Will brought up is actually right here in writing under that paragraph in the letter that we have that's dated June 8th, 2020, the final review checklist.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, after hearing Mr. McSorley's comments, yeah, I have been in contact with the state. There was a little bit of concern because they're going to be monitoring it requires to be monitoring for a year. Again, that may be something that we can deal with as it comes along, but they were a little hesitant on going that long without having to have them being compliant with current shoreland subsurface wastewater as they are now. But it sounds like he's been in touch with it. I know Portland Water District has been in touch with me about it. So they had a little bit of concerns as far as the water monitoring, maybe too long of a period to go without being compliant. But I think that we may be in discussions with Mr. McSorley and the thing and the Jordan Bay Marina, and kind of figure out how we're going to deal with it maybe in that interim as far as what they may be required. So I think it's something that we could just work through rather than it is. I mean, it already is a part of conditions of approval, so that they be compliant. So it's just something that we could work through the year. I feel anyway.
Okay, though, then from the board, I'm going to work through Will's memo. So if you could kind of flip to that, starting with the site plan review standards and under paragraph A. Vice going through for a motion for step-by-step here. We'll talk about each, I'll just mention each of the big subheadings. If there is any concern of any of those subheadings, if you would just raise your hand or yell out or something and we can talk about it. So the first thing on my list, just to make sure we're all in the same place, is I have under subparagraph A, the preservation of landscaping. Is that everybody with me on where I am?
Yep.
Okay. So from our discussion, the preservation of landscaping, I would say that that standard is met. Paragraph B is the relation of proposed buildings to the environment. There's no new buildings, so we'll go with met. Vehicular access says the applicant has coordinated their design efforts with the town of Raymond, fire department. Wayne, can you confirm that for us, that the fire department's happy with vehicular access and how the parking will set up?
Yes, based on the plans, Stantec, yes, we would be. Stantec and Sebago Technics, because we've received plans from both. But yes, we would be happy.
Okay, thanks, Wayne. So I'm going to go with it. That standard is met. Okay, so now the big one, the parking and circulation. I think everything that's been proposed, we've kind of agreed to. I don't think there's anything that we need to add to that. Is there something that somebody is still concerned with? I tell you what, why don't I just there's the parking monitor plan, includes the installation of security cameras to monitor the parking area, recordings reviewed every weekend and holidays.
Should we add language in there about the monitoring from, I believe he said next March, next July 2021? Rob mentioned that maybe that language should be in there or added to it.
Okay, so
I missed that, so I'll add that in there.
You'll add that in there? Okay. So I am going to check that the applicant has met that standard. Is there any leftover concern concerning the parking? Okay. Surface water item, Echo surface water drainage. The plan includes only a minor excavation. So that condition is met. Flipping to the next page, Foxtrot utilities. There are no new utilities proposed except for the fire suppression system. The new docks is requested by the fire department. Was this the trench that we did not have on the last plan, Rob? The trench that was going out to the docks was not on the last plan. Did it get onto the revised?
It was on the last plan. We had revised the plan from the initial meeting we had. It was Bruce had brought that up and we had shown it, and we showed the erosion control measures around where it would be trenched.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I believe there was a cross section also of the trench provided.
So I am going to check Met for that. Special features, there are no special features, so it's kind of NA. Exterior lighting, the new lighting is bollard lighting down on the docks and the slips. So we're comfortable with that. I'm going to say Met. Yes, is there a comment?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's,
Emergency vehicle access, Wayne is okay with that, so we will check that as being met. Item Juliet, the landscaping, there's none planned nor needed, so that is an NA. Other considerations for Article 9 standards. In there is the narrative for the swim buoys. Also the narrative for the offer to move and relocate the slope. Anything else in that standard that we feel should be needed, is needed?
I don't know if this is the place that you would want the fire department's memo included in your findings of facts. Is this where that would fall in?
In the findings of facts, yes.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to switch to shoreline zoning standards then. Just as a quick review, just one more before we go. On my checklist, I have all of those standards being met for the site plan review for Article 10. Is that correct with everybody?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to paragraph B for the shoreline zone standards. Minimum lot standards and setback is going to be met. That's nothing proposed. Principal and accessory structures, there are none, so that is done. Piers, docks, wharfs, bridges, and other structures and uses extending over and below the normal high water line of a water body or within the wetland. I think this is probably I should go through. Item 1 there, the existing dock will be extended and reconfigured as part of this project. No new access to the shore is proposed. The project does not interfere with existing developed or natural beach areas. The applicant has submitted Maine DEP application for the project. The dock expansion appears to be sized to accommodate the typical size of lake boats. All docks will be removed on or before December 1st. No new structures will be built on, over, or abutted the dock unless structures required direct access to the water. Those structures constructed on the floats are proposed. No structures are proposed on the docks that would be converted to a residential dwelling unit, and no structures on the docks will extend 20 feet in height above the dock. The Maine DEP NRPA permit has been obtained for the construction of the piles, and no vegetation is proposed to be removed from this project. Are we okay with item Charlie?
No,
No? Bruce, is that a no?
I have no problem.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So that is a condition met. It's not a campground for Delta. Personal campsites are not applicable. Commercial, industrial use and marina is not included in that list of prohibited uses, so that is met. Parking area already exists and is not being expanded. Roads and driveways, no new roads or driveways are proposed, so that is met. No signs or signs.
Bob, let me throw something in there. I thought that the application was going to include some fire lane or no parking signs or something to that effect along the dock area. Is that correct?
The only thing I think that was being discussed was ADA access. And I think that's
The fire department wanted some no parking fire lane signs somewhere.
There are two areas on the plans that show no parking on it. One down near where the dry hydrant is, and one place where the road or the driveway was a little narrower. So we took out some of the parking as requested by Wayne.
Should we have that paragraph I just revised, for the final copy to reflect that?
I think it's on the plans, but we can add that. Will, we can add that in Gulf, can't we?
Yeah, I can add that in there, not a problem.
Okay.
Okay.
There are no new signs proposed. Item Juliet, stormwater runoff and flood protection. That includes only minor excavation on the shore, so I think that we're all okay with that. The septic waste disposal we've talked about, that's going to get monitored. And is there anything else under Kilo there that we're concerned about? The applicant agrees to upgrade if necessary. All right, I'm gonna check met. Lemur Essential Services, there are none that are proposed. The mineral exploration is NA. There's no, agriculture is NA. Beach construction is NA. Timber harvesting is NA. Clearing and removal of vegetation for activities other than the timber harvesting is NA. Hazardous trees, storm damaged trees, or other dead tree removal is NA. Exceptions to clearing and vegetation removal requirements is NA because there is none being removed. Revegetation requirements is not, the standard is not applicable. Erosion and sedimentary control has been addressed.
Hey, Bob,
Yes,
the Scott, on that one, on the septic system,
yes.
one thing they do not have that I talked with the state that we don't have any kind of the maintenance agreement for the pumping. It should have been, we should have a copy of that as to how often and when they, how often they are supposed to come and check it, who's monitoring it. There should be some kind of an agreement there. We currently do not have one in the folder. They may have one themselves, I don't know, but it is something that is required.
Between the town and the
Yeah, I mean, it's a basic, no, it's a maintenance agreement between whoever pumps out their septic tanks and how often they do it as to when they're supposed to come and check to have those pumped. There should be some kind of agreement between who pumps it out and the marina itself. Which
Rob?
we already have. It may be a contract with the septic system, whoever pumps it out now, but we don't have anything here at the town of any kind of an agreement on that. We have no idea.
Based upon the flows that we see as part of the monitoring, we will come up with something on that. We have not had a big problem with that. I think it's been 4 to 5 years between times that it's been pumped. And they did have one period that was less because they had a frozen line during the winter, but they've never had a problem with it. But we can come up with something on that.
I mean, it should have been in place before then, but still, yeah, as long as we get something, some kind of a,
I don't think it was a condition before.
Well, it wasn't. It's something that came out ahead, and I'm just kind of throwing that out there that it was required.
Yeah. We can do it.
Scott, are you talking about the holding tanks too, or just the septic tank?
The holding tanks that are being pumped. Yep.
Okay.
It's not the septic system itself.
So Will, we'd add that into Kilo and make it also a condition of approval? Is that?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
I'll put it in there and we can make it a condition.
okay.
Don't we have an ordinance that
Thanks, Scott.
pumping septic systems? I think there already is an ordinance addressing pumping septic systems in the shoreline zone.
Well, there used to be, I mean, back in the day, yeah, you used to have to get it pumped out and then you used to get the slips as to when it was pumped out. Right now, Raymond does not have a holding tank ordinance, so it's not allowed. They got that in through a state permit. It wasn't through the town. The holding tank that they have.
You know, it could still be a condition. I was just
Yeah, it's not a big thing.
some redundancy. Anyway, okay.
We're up to item uniform erosion and sedimentary control. The applicant proposes the use of turbidity curtains during the actual pile driving. There's nothing else is going on land. I'm going to check okay with that. That's met. Soil minerals shore excavation is proposed for the new fire service to the docks. Oh, excuse me, minimal shore excavation. So I'm going to say that is met. Water quality. The project site is regulated by Maine DEP, multi-sector general permit. No new excavation on site. Improvements will impair water quality, so we could go with a met. Archaeological sites are done, and a public boat launch facility and associated parking areas. The project is not a public launch. All right, so that completes. Look back here, that completes section 15 of the land use ordinance. Everybody okay with what we've gone through? Any objections? Okay. The last item is section 16 Delta, the shoreland zoning provision. Item 1 is will maintain safe and healthful conditions. The applicant has described emergency vehicle access and fire suppression improvements along with existing wastewater and fuel handling standards of practice. I know we've had some talk about this. Is everyone now okay? Seeing no objections, I'm going to check Matt. Will not result in water pollution, erosion, or sedimentary to surface water. I think that's already been described, the conditions, so I'm going to go with Matt. Will adequately provide for the disposal of wastewater. I think that's already been addressed and covered. Anybody with any concerns left over on that? Okay, so we meet. Will not have an adverse impact on the spawning grounds, fish, aquatic life, birds, or other wildlife habitat. I think DEP has weighed in on that. And they're okay. We okay? All right. Will conserve shore cover and visual as well as actual points of access to inland waters. No visual buffers will be impacted by the proposed project. The applicant notes that the utility trench will be excavated to install a new fire suppression system, and the excavated area will be restored and stabilized. Concerns? Okay. Will protect archaeological and historic resources as designated in the comprehensive plan. That's an NA. Will not adversely affect the existing commercial fishing or maritime activities. That's good. Will avoid problems associated with the floodplain development and use. I think that's okay. Is in conformance with the provisions of section 15 of land use ordinance, which we've done, so it's there. All right, that's the end of the checklist. The one proposed condition for approval is the applicant shall submit a water wastewater usage monitoring plan for review and approval. Purpose of the plan is to evaluate the existing subsurface wastewater disposal system usage and capacity and determine if upgrades are necessary. Will, can we just probably add right into that one? That one, or do you want to make another separate condition?
I would just add a separate one that basically that says the applicant shall provide a maintenance agreement to the town for pumping the holding tanks. Does that sound adequate to you, Scott?
Yep.
Okay. That's the end. Are there any last minute concerns or discussions? All right. Bruce, you're happy?
I'm happy.
Wow. All right. Can I have a motion then?
I'll move for approval with the two conditions of approval for the holding tank maintenance agreement with the town and the septic field monitoring system as already written out.
Is there a second?
Second, Greg.
Who was that? Is that you, Ed?
Greg.
Oh, Greg. Okay. Seconded by Greg. Is there any further discussion? Okay, then all those in favor of approval? All those in favor?
This is Mary. For a remote meeting, you have to do a roll call vote.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
Yep.
All right. So I will go through. Roll call vote. Kevin.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Ed.
Aye.
Kyle.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And I vote aye, so it's unanimous. Motion passes. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, everybody.
Jim, you joined us?
I'm signing off.
Okay, Will, thanks very much, Will.
Thank you.
I'm signing off also. Bye all. Good
Bye,
to see
Mary.
you.
All right, the next is a applicant from Eleanor Botka. Did I pronounce that right, Eleanor? Close?
It's correct, but
Okay. Thank you. It's not what I usually do.
It rhymes with vodka, Bob.
Yeah.
I teach school. You can't imagine how many children would love to call me that.
Okay, Jim, would you take us through an intro?
Yes, this is before you this evening because in 2012, there was a consent agreement with the original developer of the private road, Mike Manning. At that time, I don't know the details. It was prior to my coming on here in town, but I believe because of the way the development was cut up with family members, it had to come back to the town because they might have been considered an illegal development because it didn't wait 5 years for the necessary lot divisions. And then the extension of the road never got approved. So in 2012, it did come through as a consent agreement. There was a plan for a private way, Whitney Way, which allowed for the development of the lots that were there at that time. One of the conditions on the plan at that time was any further lot divisions would have to come back to the planning board to be approved. Now, the interesting thing with this is how do we review this? Although I may have put in my memo and it may have been an error, I did follow the subdivision review criteria, and rather than me saying must meet the orders of those, it probably should say should be considered by the board. I don't believe that this is a formal subdivision application. It is really an approval of the condition for the lot division. So it's a little bit weird. I understand, but I do think that if we go through the private way standards and the subdivision standards, it'll just be clear for everybody to have a reason of why we should allow this division going forward. So what has transpired is that this is the end of Whitney Way. Mrs. Bodka owns a parcel that basically incorporates the whole end of the subdivision on both sides of the Hammerhead turnaround. What they would like to do is split a lot off and utilize the frontage on the Hammerhead to meet the proposed lot. They would have to extend the right-of-way limits, but not the physical roadway to meet that criteria. And I should also note that in 2012, because of the length of the road, they had to get a stormwater management permit from the DEP. Because they're not extending the road, we wouldn't have to amend that at this time. However, if you look on your plan, there were some stormwater buffers that applied to the lot that they're creating here now. Those would stay in place. And in addition to that, Mr. Sawyer has provided that they will do a drip edge treatment for the lot itself. That's pretty consistent with what we've made other lots do for end of lots divisions and things like that. So I think this is pretty straightforward. I don't see any real hiccups. I do have some items at the end here that just need to be cleaned up, but I think that those are relatively minor. But I will let the applicant speak and then we can have more discussion following.
All right, I get Mr. Sawyer.
Hello, yes, my name is George Sawyer. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is George Sawyer, Sawyer Engineering and Surveying in Bridgeton. And I've been working with Mrs. Bodka on trying to get this division of her lot approved. She currently owns a house and lives in the house that's shown on your plan, and then down below her to the north, kind of, is where she wants to create this second lot. Both lots meet the minimum requirements for your town as far as road frontage, acreage, that type of thing. We did a soils test on there. There's certainly suitable soils for a septic disposal system for a single family residence, which is what she is proposing to put on there. As Jim mentioned, we've shown some buffers that part of them were on the approved plan, the Manning plan, which again, as Jim mentioned, was not a subdivision approval. It was a private way extension plan. So We showed those on there, and we in fact extended the buffer that was shown on that plan up near the road so that it extends the full width of her lot from the hammerhead over to her westerly sideline. That provides some extra treatment from runoff that's coming from her developed portion of her existing house lot. This would seem to meet all the requirements that as far as providing the stormwater treatment. We showed on there some wetlands. The wetlands that are shown were actually taken from the Manning plan. We did not go out and redo the wetland delineation. Those were taken, having been on the site myself numerous times. I would certainly agree that the wetlands are properly identified. I'm not a wetlands expert myself, but having seen the difference between wetlands and uplands over the numerous years that I've been in business, I would agree with the delineation. As Jim mentioned, he went through and provided you folks and us with a memo, kind of going through the various items on your checklist or whatever. I've talked with Mrs. Bodka about that. We don't see any issues with any of the items that he brought up in any way. I think most of, as he mentioned, most of the items that he asked for a few additions to the plan as far as erosion control and a few other notations, that type of thing. I believe also asking for a definition of where the driveway might go in and some signs at the end of the road as far as not to block it as far as turnaround or emergency access or that type of thing. That does not seem to be an issue. And Ms. Eleanor, if you have something to add, by all means, step in here. The other item that we did show on the plan was for the existing driveway to her existing house to be widened at the end of the road. It won't be, the intent is that it won't be paved any further, but we widen the driveway somewhat to provide some better turnaround area for especially like a large truck and or for whoever's plowing for snow storage off the end of the or the existing driveway that's there. I guess that's kind of it in a nutshell to this point in the discussion. So I guess if you folks have questions, we'd certainly like to go ahead and discuss those points.
Okay, thanks, George. This is a public hearing, so I am going to open the public hearing at this time. Not exactly sure how all this works. There's no one on the screen. There's nobody that's on my little rundown list here. I guess there was a call-in number. Is Mary still around? Oh, there you are, Mary. So if somebody would call in, you would get them. Is that correct? Okay. So we'll leave the public hearing open for a while we continue the discussion. And if somebody starts to call in, then we can address that by waiting around.
Okay, that's fine. Yes.
Okay. All right. So to the board. Yes.
Yeah, I've got a question. Should we have some topo lines on the plan so we can see the slope of the land and the direction of the drainage flow for the record?
I don't.
Go ahead, Jim.
Go ahead, Jim.
I was just gonna say, I think once you're out there, it's pretty self-evident that everything goes to the north-northwest in a direction, pretty evenly sloped back there. I don't see any real cause, especially with this plan, Bruce, because they've got a buffer up against the street and they also have one across the rear of the lot. So we have
just the location of the buffers is indicating to us where the drainage is going.
Right.
What you're saying.
If I might add, that the slope, as Jim said, and you've said too, Bruce, it is draining from the road to the northwest across the lot. It's pretty consistent 4 to 5% slope, pretty gentle slope down across the whole lot. We didn't try to do any on-site topo. It's pretty thick in there. This place was cut a few years ago, quite a few years ago, and it's now pretty well grown up with a bunch of small trees. I didn't see the need. There was no special features or whatever that I felt needed to be shown through topo. So that's why
Okay.
we really didn't do it.
Yeah, Jim's happy with that. I'm all right.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too, Bruce, that I have in there is a condition that we pin the buffers so that the homeowners don't accidentally go in there and cut those. I mean, we typically have been requiring that more and more, just so the homeowners are aware where the buffers are. I mean, once the plan leaves you and goes out in the real world, the builders and the homeowners don't always, know exactly where those buffers are. So by pinning them, it gives us more field information of exactly where they are.
Yeah, and another thing that we've done oftentimes is we'll put some signs up facing with the back. If you're walking in to the buffer, you'll see a sign saying "wooded buffer, do not disturb," something to that. We find that's very helpful to do, and we certainly can do that along the defined edges of the buffers.
On the board, does anybody else have any concerns? Discussion?
Second.
So Jim, I know this area for the development has a lot of history. The road, being on the board when we did this, the board.
I saw your name on one of the signatures there, Bob. Unfortunately.
The road that's in is now up to minor subdivision standards?
Correct. It actually would meet town standards. They built a substantial road through there with adequate shoulders. This would suffice for a private road of 10 or more lots under our current standards.
And the lot that we're addressing was a lot done in the original subdivision or the original proposed.
Yes, it was part of the original development.
Right.
It was the last lot at the very end.
Last lot, okay.
And it was one of the lots that was subject to the condition that it would have to come back to the board.
Right.
Yeah, if I could just comment there, I think it's a somewhat of a key item to note is that, as Jim mentioned in this thing, when his early opening discussion, this was never reviewed, as far as I can see in talking with other people, that never reviewed as a subdivision. It
Right.
was review was done as a private way extension. But in the first condition of approval, this lot being a larger lot, 6 acre, 7 acre lot, there was a stipulation, a condition put on there that this, and I think there was 1 or 2 other lots, that they could not be further divided unless they came back to the board. So Mrs. Bodka has owned this property since 2012. So it would seem if it wasn't for that condition, it seems that we would not have had to come back to the board. But with that condition, we've come back to the board asking for the approval of this dividing of the lot.
Right.
Not creating a subdivision per se, just a division of her lot, her large lot.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, just for the board's advocation, the board at the time was concerned, and maybe if you're as well, George, the board was concerned at the time as how the lots were being set up and divided, and seemed to be an end run to get around the subdivision rules, and that's why the board went with no subdivisions of any of the lots without coming back to the planning board.
Right. That was my understanding. Yes.
So Wayne, are you okay with the turnaround? Yeah, Hammerhead as proposed.
yes, as long as we put in the fire lane signage, that would work.
Okay. Are there any other, I could go through the history of this, but I think it's a pretty straightforward division. Are there any concerns from any of the board members?
None here.
I just
Brett,
have
you
one
okay?
comment that one thing that is a little bit important is, prior to any building permits, I have in there as a condition, we must make sure that they become part of the homeowners association and that they also will take responsibility for any of the work. It'll have to be underground utilities. I believe it's all underground utilities in there. And I think the transformer's on the other side of the street, so they'll have to cut through the street. Any of that disturbance is on the homeowner to repair, not the association.
Right, that was in your memo, I believe, wasn't it, Jim?
It was on the, Bob, just for your reference, it was on page 6 and 7, just for recommendations.
I am, to tell you the truth, I did not print that out, and I'm a little leery switching the computer right now and losing everybody. So
don't mess it. It works. Don't mess with it.
Right. If somebody could, has got that handy and could make that motion with Jim's recommended conditions, that would be very helpful. Does anyone have, did anybody get Jim's?
Yeah,
Jim,
I
how
have.
about Jim? Could you just run through the conditions for us?
Yep, sure will. I made note, homeowners association execution, reference to conditions of the original approved plan, terms of approval expiration, home lot improvements will add erosion controls. Hold on a second. Tree buffer limits permanently marked, reference wetland mapping delineation date, E911 address confirmation, utility improvements, responsibility of homeowner for repairs, and all application fees must be paid in full prior to issuance of a building permit. Those were note requirements. And then as far as plan revisions, I requested a well location or exclusion area shown, driveway location shown, and setback limits with buffers accounted for.
Okay. Can we have a motion with those as our conditions of approval?
So moved.
So moved. I think it's a fairly long list of conditions of approval, which we don't normally address, but I think in this case, they're pretty minor. And
Yeah, they're relatively minor. They're just note additions and minor plan revisions, really.
right.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Second, Bruce is seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, so roll call vote. All those in favor, start with you, Kevin.
Excuse me, can I just bring up one point before you make your vote here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. There was a memo here from the fire chief, Wayne, I think is still on the board here.
Yep.
Regarding a requirement or an asking for a fire suppression system, sprinkler system in the house. I would like to make sure that we get that identified, either yay or nay. We don't feel that is should be part of this approval in the respect that we're not part of a subdivision. I think that's been established. It's a small house. She has a house designed. It's a single story, 1,500 square foot house. Mrs. Bodka is going to move out of her house that she's in now and live in this new house. So she has it designed, 1,500 foot single story house. And we feel that this is a request. I'm not sure if it's a request or a requirement that we feel we should have to meet. There's nothing in your ordinance at this point that requires that, as far as I can see, for a non-subdivision application. So I'd like to make sure that we get that defined before we move too far into this whole project as far as reviewing and approvals.
I guess my only comment there is I don't have anything from the fire department making that recommendation. Does anybody else have a copy of that paperwork?
I don't.
No.
If it's not submitted to us as the planning board, it seemed to me that we can't even consider it. Bob?
Well, I agree. I think it probably comes from Wayne with the, it's one of those things that this would be, or should have been a subdivision, or could have been on, all those sub things, and it was walked around that. And I think under those, I think we have to live with those decisions that have been made that made it a non-subdivision, in which case all the other houses in this non-subdivision were exempt from in-house sprinkler systems. So I don't see a requirement that we do that, nor anywhere in the ordinances that we would require that. George, we do, just for you, we normally always do require the sprinkler systems whenever we are dealing with a subdivision, and it has been the board's for years now to always go with sprinkler systems. But I think in this case, Wayne, it is truly one of those exceptions that we really should not be imposing that on the lot. If this was any other lot split, it would never come to the planning board, and there never would be a consideration for that. And then, so I'll give that over to you, Wayne, for your 2 cents here.
Okay. Actually, there was a memo that was submitted. I don't know why the board doesn't have a copy of that, but there was a memo submitted. And we were asking to meet the water supply requirements that we always look to in subdivisions.
Right.
And like we have done a number of times since I've been the inspector, is on these lot splits, is it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend the money to put in a tank or a fire pond, but we require the sprinkler system. We have done that on other occasions, and that's where this comes from.
Have we been doing that on lot splits?
I
Yeah,
think on,
go ahead.
I could just chime in for a second. I think on the other ones, though, the ones that come to mind were the ones we did like up on Roosevelt Trail. Those were kind of duplexes that tripped the subdivision requirement.
Right.
This case it's got so many weird loopholes in it. I personally don't see how we could apply the subdivision standards to this one. While I would like to, I just don't see how we can technically. So that's my 2 cents. And I think on those other ones, they tripped subdivision with the development itself. In this case, they don't trip subdivision.
And that would be my opinion on the situation here. I know in other towns that we work in, they have a similar requirement for a subdivision, but again, this one is not part of a subdivision. As far as it looks like a subdivision, smells like a subdivision, but it's not a subdivision. So I don't see that it meets the requirements for anything, or that part of the requirements, if you will.
This
Hey,
thing.
Bob, we currently have a motion on the table that's been seconded. Do we need to withdraw the motion or amend the motion to include language that the fire suppression system is not required and that the fire department letter is not applicable?
I don't think we need to amend it. I think that our motion, that's not included in our motion. And I think we've clarified. So it's just not, it's not in the ordinance. It's not applicable. It's nothing that.
So the motion that we currently have on the floor that's been seconded, we can just vote on it.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I would just like to say that the applicant has been agreeable, though, to the placement of the no parking signs at the end of the street.
Right.
Okay. All right, back to you, Kevin.
Aye.
Bruce,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Kyle,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and I go aye as well, so it's passed unanimously.
Okay, so this is the first time I've ever done this, and it's been an interesting and long process. And as a teacher, I've learned probably more than I could ever have learned if I just read it. So I thought I was nervous to come on. I'm not nervous in front of my children, but I was in front of you. And I thought, if I don't say something, I'll wish I had. So I want to thank you very much for approving it, and for Scott, you being with me all the time. And George, I can't thank you enough for what you've done. And so I just thank you all.
We're
And-
always happy when we find happy customers.
Well, happy home.
Customer. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, folks. I guess I should bring a plan down to the town office, and do you folks want to sign this? Or is
George,
it
why
not a
don't you-
subdivision that you don't need to sign?
Well, it is a plan division, so we probably should sign it, George. And I would just recommend that you send me a PDF with all the note and plan changes per the conditions. And then once it's done, then I'll have you come on in and we can have the board stop by the town and sign the plan.
Okay, sounds good.
Or if it works out, it's the next month, it's the next month. We'll figure it out.
Okay, whatever. That sounds good. We'll see about getting on that. I'll get you a PDF in a short time frame. So if there's any additional stuff, we can get it taken care of.
All right, I'll also close the public hearing that someone has called. Yeah. Late now. Yeah, we're learning.
All right. It was well done for your first go. I'll commend you on that.
Well, thank you.
And my first go too. Take care.
Jim, do you want to take us through the high wire hydroponics? Yeah, and I'm going to ask Scott to chime in here a little bit too, because we were kind of going back and forth of where we wanted to position this and if we had to put out public notification. My understanding is that when we've done the extensions, they do not require public notifications because they're just a request to extend the plan and all the terms and conditions. Nothing new is being presented other than the terms of the start or the completion is being asked to be extended. In this case, this came to you folks back in, when was it, 2017, which was about the same exact time that we instituted the ordinance change for the expiration terms, approval terms of 2 years to start, 4 years to complete. You could come in for a one-time extension, which would give you 3 years to start and 4 years to complete. And then there was another caveat in that language, which was said that you could not have any more than 5 years to start or complete. I think we just put that in there to cover all our bases, which was good because in this case, it gives us a little bit of wiggle room. So they have requested it. Scott, I don't know if you got any feedback from the attorneys today.
I did. I talked to Phil Saucier, and he says even though, because it would be on the agenda, it's required to be in the public notice. Even though it's an extension, it would still require to be in the public notice, which would mean it would have to been out there before we could discuss it.
Right. So, I mean, we can discuss it this evening as communications, basically. It doesn't jeopardize them if they go on next month because their expiration is June 12th, and I think our next meeting is July 8th. So there's a little bit of wiggle room for them. But I just kind of give you a heads up. Basically, my recommendation was they've been 2.5 years. We haven't seen any start of any sort on this project. I understand that this spring has been totally blown out of the water with everything that's going on with the coronavirus, lack of people being able to get in touch with the town because of closures and restrictions. So my suggestion was to them was we will extend it 6 months, which is equivalent to what they had from the beginning of the year to July. So we'll put it through to January 2021. And then the board, if they don't start or get substantial work going on this, can then say in 2021, this is dead, you got to come back for reapproval. And if they do start, how much do they get done? Are they serious, or are they just kind of, just dragging this out? So it gives you an opportunity again to look at this, to see where they are. Obviously, we don't want to restrict businesses from being able to develop, but at the same token, we got to toe some kind of line here where we just don't keep dragging it down the road. So, I mean, you won't make a decision this evening. It's just kind of put out there. So you can think about it. You got a month to think about it. We will probably recommend that they join us at the next meeting to just give us an update of where they are, to give us a sense of if they have any plans and when they could start. The other thing that makes this a little more difficult is, if you remember, the disc golf course they had down there has some conditions that are also tied to the development of high wire. So it gets a little more complicated with the tube developments then.
Is the other development done or in the works?
No, I don't believe anything's been done on that one either. So, I mean, they got two plans out there, and probably, Scott, you and I should look at to see what the expiration is on the disc golf too, because that one's probably coming around again soon.
Yeah, we'd have to look. It's got to be getting there, because that came up quite quickly when I first got here. So, yeah.
But I think at some point we got to just, we keep moving the line back and we're giving them the benefit of the doubt. But at some point we got to draw a solid line. And I do understand that this year is a complete mess for anybody trying to get permits to do anything or start construction because of finances or because of inability just to communicate with towns. So I think we should give them the benefit of the doubt for another 6 months. But after that, we need to see something.
But your recommendation also was to give them 6 months, but to hold the end date.
Correct. Hold the end date, because I mean, if we give them 6 months, they can start now in July or August, something they can start.
Yep.
And then then if they do start and they get going with this and they happen to run out of time in next July 21st, because the completion date's coming up, at that point, you could extend the completion date if you see that they're making a full effort to actually complete.
Okay.
I got a couple questions. Has the applicant specifically requested the 6 months, and have they given you any indication of when they would like to actually start construction, assuming they get all their ducks in a row?
They asked for an extension. There was no terms of, I think they were just hoping to get an extension, basically, Bruce. They were agreeable to what I presented to them on the 6 month. But to your point, I did not hear one way or the other if they had any plans and when they would start. So that's a question you could ask them at the meeting next month.
Okay, you might be prepared to discuss that with them. Here's my concern, and I'm not trying to, to tie the hands of the applicant, and I'm sure we all want to be, reasonable within whatever bounds we can commonly agree on. If they don't start construction until early 2021, the dates as amended from January to July pretty much mean that, assuming they're thinking about constructing a pre-engineered metal building, depending upon how busy pre-engineered manufacturers are at any given point in time, it's pretty tough, even in the best of times, to get steel on the ground from the manufacturer in less than 6 weeks, and usually 8 weeks is kind of a customary lead time. If all heck breaks loose and everybody's really busy and the pre-engineered building manufacturer is quite busy, you can see lead times of 12 to 16 weeks. And if the applicant doesn't plan properly, unless he wants to start winter conditions construction of the foundation in January or February, he's going to naturally want to hold off until the middle of March, when spring thaw really starts to happen and things loosen up. And then if he runs into a long pre-engineered metal building lead time, he could find himself really rushing construction to meet that July date, because he won't be starting excavation for foundations till the middle of March. He orders the steel doesn't get there. Worst case, 12 to 16 weeks. It's going to be July before he sees the steel on the ground. So there could be some coordination issues that I think you maybe want to discuss with him to make sure he doesn't get his, you know.
I think we can easily relay to them, Bruce, that we'd like to see some kind of scheduling of what they are planning. If we do extend this, what would be their plans and what would be their schedule? I think that's a fair question to ask of them
Okay.
when they come next month.
Okay, anything else? Any other
I
business?
don't. Scott, do we have anything else coming forward next month?
I know we have not received any interest in any kind of applications for planning board. Not at this time. I mean, you and I talked about some issues that may come in front of the planning board, but we've got to kind of figure that out first. But right now I don't recall of anything coming in. And have you seen anything, Mary?
I've not seen or heard anything.
Okay.
Just for the board's enlightenment, the other issue that we have is we have a backlot driveway, which is getting early indications that this one's going to be complicated with the number of lots it could potentially serve. Scott and I have discussed this one in detail with the applicant, and the engineer is the same one that's doing high wire by coincidence. So it may be worthwhile, if nothing else, to maybe put it on there for some kind of discussion. At this point, Scott and I are both not really comfortable taking this one as a staff review. I think it has some merits to go to the board,
Okay,
but we'll work that out as we move forward into the July agenda.
okay.
Other than that,
Anything about town meeting?
What, Greg?
Anything about scheduling the town meeting?
I think they said they weren't going to have one in person this year. It was going to be a virtual town meeting. I thought I read that on the town website.
Mary, you know?
That is currently what is planned, that it will be a video.
That should be interesting.
so unless you folks have anything for us, that's all we've got.
All right, is there a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
You got to go by roll call, Kevin.
Aye.
Leave until we all vote. Bruce,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Kyle,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Mike, doesn't matter what you vote, it passed.
I was gonna say no.
Okay, guys.
That's why you sit on the end, Mike.